Markets is trucking along here to the upside this morning to end what's been a pretty exciting week full of earnings. Definitely the start of that Q1 2026 earnings season. As you can see here, S&P 500 at pre-market highs, just chugging along. Same here with the NASDAQ, though once again seeing a slight divergence in terms of how far the S&P is from yesterday's high versus NASDAQ, a little bit closer to that high of day from yesterday. And we of course have to talk about, as we do lately, we've got this move up in the market, you've got to move down in oil. President Trump saying that the war should end, quote, pretty soon, and that things are going, quote, swimmingly in the Middle East with Iran. So those comments seem to lead to a little bit of this weakness in oil as we see again that push higher in the market. Now, I mentioned earnings season. We got probably our first big report in earnest yesterday after the bell. Of course, TSM yesterday morning, but yesterday evening you get NFLX, decent report, but there were concerns here with guidance and also the market reacting to the exit at the end of his term in June of Reed Hastings, co-founder, who is also now, I guess, going to be formerly the chair of Netflix's board. So certainly a lot to discuss. Oracle also on track for its best week since 1999 and poised for a 6-day winning streak. So we'll have to see if that comes to play. But there are tons of stocks to talk about today, Sharif.
There is, Dara, and speaking of 1999, this would be NVIDIA's best run as well since that time. Already up a little bit here, about 1/3% to start the morning. As you mentioned, though, Netflix down about 10.5%. If they open this way, they're going to be short sale restricted. So all eyes on that. And then Fluence as well, also down here markedly to start the morning, 8 4/5 on the back of that that headline. Tesla as well. There's a lot of Mag 7 names in focus today at Dara with Apple. Good sales in China. That continues to grow after a period of years of not doing that well. 20% increase year over year. NVIDIA, Microsoft, Tesla, Google, Meta, they're all in focus. And how can we forget about AMD? What a day yesterday AMD had, guys.
Seems like another big tech-heavy session. What are you guys looking at to start this morning? Good morning, Joe and Neil.
Good morning. And the NASDAQ, by the way, is closing in on its 13th straight up day. Longest winning streak since 2009. If that doesn't put a smile on your face, well, maybe you just want the markets to go down. I don't know, maybe you're into that sort of thing, is what it is. But it looks super strong, hopeful end to the week. But it's been an absolute banger. Like you said, that AMD move yesterday, unbelievable. You had Intel, a lot of the chips showing strength, but you cannot sleep on some of these software names that are just absolutely booming. Oracle, look at the week for Oracle. We started at $136. You're at $183. I mean, Salesforce, left for dead, I would say. Left for dead by many. This was chilling at $163. Now we're at $186. So you've got a lot working. Unfortunately, Netflix, you are the fail of the day because Netflix, with that guidance, down 10%.
Yeah, I mean, Netflix was outpacing the market here, Neil. We were up 14% or so on the year, and the market was only about a couple of percentage points. Now we're about equal, so I mean, that 10.5% drop yesterday, not too good of a look, engulfing essentially multiple up days here, guys, but I think at some point we're going to find somewhat of a rebound. I think there's just too much going on. A fantastic EPS beat, in my opinion, coming from Netflix. So, I mean, 10+%. I think at some point we're going to recover and have the ability to get back to where we were before.
I'd like to hope so. Well, you think I was putting more thought into the whole, like that drop, like the drop on Netflix. I was thinking about, okay, well, if money's coming back into it's been going into the AI trade and the software names are coming back and some of that tech rebound. Samosas.
Jeez, brother, thanks. Take a banana.
Yeah, buddy.
No.
All right, so I got another banana, which I've already opened.
Appreciate that.
I got to move these out of the way from yesterday.
Yeah. Randy wants some of them.
I'll put them back in the bag. There's a bag right under there. Usually you have like I forget, what's the name of the sauce you eat the samosas with?
Plum sauce, like a plum sauce kind
There's
of.
a different kind of, there's like a different sauce that you usually have. When I can eat it at the exact same time. Usually I'm like wasting no time. And like Sean knows I'm just gonna start eating, so he'll talk. Oh, that's a thumbs up?
Heavy thumbs up.
Okay, well then I'm not waiting any. I'm gonna get a bite myself.
Heavy thumbs up.
Heavy thumbs up? Usually you're pretty critical.
That was high quality right there. I mean, no, in all reality, guys, like Look what the market's been doing for the past little bit here. Netflix, unfortunately, going oppo. I think be patient with this one. Pretty big gap down. I think maybe we'll find somewhat of a rebound considering, like if we pull up the chart here and see, I was looking at it last night and I was looking at some of the options activity, obviously, because I wanted to talk about it. But look how we're trading right now, Neil. We're kind of hovering right below the volume-weighted average price. It feels like we put in that base around $96. We'll talk a little bit more about that in about 15 minutes or so, because you guys know what time it is around that time. But nonetheless, like, this is aggressive, 10 and a bit, and at some point, unless you crack that 96, which I'm not getting necessarily the feels of that right now. I think that this trend line right here, Neil, I know you'll be looking at these. We'll break at some point, and we'll find somewhat of a relief rally here, just because it's been strong as of late as well, too.
Well,
Exactly.
there's some places that you can look out to on Netflix at least. Like there was some support down at 94, so if a decent sized company that some people like is down over 10% and has the short sell restricted, and in fact, I'm usually looking for a mean reversion break. I just prefer it at a big level. 95 is a good psychological one, and 94 is going to be there as well. August plays. You want the sticky note? Well, I put my note every single day. What's weird is there's always, like, I feel like in the last 2 weeks, there were like 4 or 5 days where we had the same idea for long. But one thing to keep in mind, oftentimes, it's about the trade setup. And like the interesting thing about it, and thank you for the super chat, OPEX Friday as well. I'll give it one like Robinhood. Like you can like the dip buy, and you can have a couple of levels that it comes into, but you still have to make the trade at the end of the day, right? Because I can look at 2 levels on Robinhood for a dip buy and play them both, and it can work out great, and then I can buy the higher lows and all that stuff and be my best stock. Or I could completely muddle this one, blend it into the next one, and come out with a loss. And it's like, well, the 2 levels you liked, one of them was gold. All you had to do is have some risk management at the other. So you have to remember, like, all about the plan.
Thank you very much.
And that's what we're all about here.
Thanks,
well, the coffee as well. Randy's not playing around.
He's not playing around today, man. He's usually not in on Fred. What are you doing here today?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, but I already know the spiel. What time are we looking at an exit of Randy today? At 2 o'clock, 2:30?
He says it's Friday.
This lucky guy, man. You're gonna stick around today?
You know what you got to stop doing, Randy? You got to stop selling Ford at $12.75, Randy.
No.
See, now, anyone that, if you own, Randy is usually fairly critical of Ford.
Fairly.
A little bit. So I'm going to say that whomever was doing this, it's an interesting pattern. It's just 3 days. When was the last time you saw a stock with this obvious of a sell level? Literally, $12.75, 3 days in a row, the exact same high. Yeah, well, Randy, release the offer so people can get the win. Or kidding. Obviously, if you can't tell, then we're just joking.
Let me say something, Neil. Last night, so what I do typically is I'll go home and I'll rewatch what we do there at the board in the morning just to see where we can improve and everything like that. But we have to give credit where credit is due. And not only was I just watching how I can improve, but I was reading through some of the comments. And honestly, every single individual out there couldn't be more positive and couldn't have said nicer things. And I personally I'm being dead serious.
Oh, sorry, I just saw this message and I was like...
And I couldn't be more thankful for those individuals. So, I mean, the absolute positivity and the feedback has been amazing, and it definitely means significantly more than whatever you guys could imagine. So thank you all very, very much.
Cecilia, you know he's a heartfelt message to our viewers, and then you got to try to catch me eating. I see what's up. All right, I'm gonna eat this samosa, and I'm gonna get it, and I'm gonna eat it when it's on. I'm off camera, and you're not gonna get me.
There you go.
JKL, thank you for the super chat. Yesterday you did a hike with a weighted vest.
Yeah.
Right? Or was that was yesterday or Wednesday?
Yeah, it was yesterday. Yeah, weighted vest hike.
And today, arms and shoulders report. You're swinging short the cues.
Okay.
You know what? I actually, whoops.
That's bold.
There we go. 12-day win streak. How long can it possibly go on? What would be some signs that it could turn around or that maybe we should top? 2 days in a row of deciding. I don't know if I'm putting NVIDIA 200 on the note today, but like I should. 2 days in a row, NVIDIA tops out and turns at the 200 level. It's Friday. You feel like there's still going to be a wall there.
Yeah.
So that could be one thing that holds us back. You got a lot of things, and just when you're talking the NASDAQ, let's just talk about like the big boys, right? Like you look at the biggest names and where they're chilling. Thank you, Dark Pool Wick on Alphabet. Here, we'll look at the daily chart. Like that comes right into it's not the top, but the 340 level ticks it yesterday and a little bit of a pullback. You look at what's going on with Apple. It ticked in, made a high, huge rejection underneath, like it was like 269, not 270, but a huge rejection for them. You talk about Microsoft and just sort of going down the line. And where is like, Microsoft, and I think probably because it's like the software thing, it's the only one that's in a breakout this morning. Oddly enough, look at Microsoft at what price yesterday?
Is that the daily?
420. That was the 15-minute. So 420, 3 times yesterday made the high. So there's not much that's in the NASDAQ that's in breakout territory, with the exception of Microsoft. Everything has to chew through. Like Apple needs to chew through a little something. NVIDIA needs to chew through a little something. Alphabet needs to chew through a level this morning. When you get that at the end of the week, it can be tricky.
There goes Netflix, though.
Bouncing?
Back into 97.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
well,
what I was talking about. Just how we were hovering. Like, I mean, guys, we can write this on a sticky note, or I could just tell you exactly what I'm looking at here today. I think the latter half is a little bit easier. IBIT, Netflix, and then TSLA. Those are going to be my primary. We're going to focus on them all day throughout the session. You're going to hear me go on about them quite a bit. We're going to get in sync with the stocks and see what kind of movement we're going to find here today. TSLA climbing higher, but I'll be honest as well too, as I am. I don't know why I have to say that, but anyways, I don't love the climb in the pre-market. I would like to see hovering a little bit below, not this high above the volume weighted average price in the pre-market. I don't typically love that, especially for the long side.
I'm never a fan of it either. I find the best.
See some intraday selling.
It gets weird. Like I find like the best long setups was a really good samosa. Is when you get the false break of the low and the reversal.
Exactly.
Or just the pure consolidation break.
Exactly.
The one where you're having to chase an uptrend, and then okay, well, what do you do? Like, what would be an example? Okay, well,
you need another 5.
This is not. They were really good. Okay, something's happening to. I was about to make an example of AMD, but there's something happening over here in AMD. It just kind of dropped $5 here, while the market is absolutely fine. There was another stock, by the way, that need to chew through a big level. Not really seeing anything or hearing anything in particular. Maybe there's somebody else that's moving, and it could be sympathy, but I didn't hear anything in my ear. I'm gonna maybe restart that. But anyways. AMD really moving downside. Yeah, decent volume. It's decent, but not huge volume on that AMD. Now, what I was sort of getting at is when you have an early, like a move before the open, like, well, it already did the break, and now you have to sort of, if you want to join it, you have to weather an $8 pullback yesterday and when something had already bounced, and maybe it didn't even look that great a setup until like 266, unless you're just sort of sticking the bid in there. Like it's a lot easier when you're playing in a tighter consolidation. It is what it is. So AMD moving around a bit. Let's see what NVIDIA is doing. I want to make sure there's nothing really. Yeah, NVIDIA is not doing a thing. What is Broadcom doing here? Just going to go mosey on about some of these names. Yeah, Broadcom's doing absolutely fine. Intel's not moving. Looks like it's something specific to AMD to the downside.
Yeah, we definitely find something out about that. Maybe there's anything along those lines with AMD. I'm not seeing anything just yet, but it might take a little bit to read. So again, but you got to think, like, Neil, you were mentioning not too long ago how much of a run this name has been on. So.
Oh my goodness, the run on AMD has been insane.
Yeah, exactly. A lot, some big time runs, and same thing with Netflix. Like we were talking about, hey man, you're up like 30% or so off of that low. Things are going to take a breath, and unfortunately, it was just as aggressive as as it was last night, 10%, but slowly starting to recover. You can see we were down 10.5%. Now we're just flat at 10, so half percentage gain in the span of a couple of minutes. So not too bad whatsoever. We have the Raptors Saturday as well, too.
Yeah.
Raptors versus the Cavs.
Playoffs. At least somebody's in the playoffs.
Someone's in the playoffs.
Yeah, well, chip in a chair.
That's all you need.
All you need is a chip in a chair. It's just like, it's like when you're trading. Like as long as your account's alive, right?
Yeah, you're alive, baby. That's what we say.
Well, it's an interesting thing. That's why a lot of traders will say they never want to lose like everything on a single trade if they're a day trader, because you want to give yourself some room. Like looking at that AMD move, like the Nasdaq just broke the top. I showed you most of the other chip names are looking fine. Netflix even just cut a micro bid. Micron just broke HOD, which, by the way, is eerily close to its top. Well, it was a triple top, and the third part of it is really hanging around here. So yeah, AMD. Kind of crazy. But you know what is also crazy? There's no way that's really moving, KC. KC in the chat, MYSE has more news. What is dead may not die. Sharif, man, we should just... It's weird because of what happened this morning, and this is a complete coincidence. Like there was this... Oh, MYSE is an AMD? Okay, you know what? Let's go to the desk because there's a headline here for MYSE. I was just chuckling because it's up again.
Yeah, here it is, guys. MYSE accepted into the AMD AI Developer Program. That's all I can really see. Facilitating access to AMD's developer cloud credits, advanced tools, training, and community resources, which are apparently designed to support and accelerate the AI development phase. That's as much as I can see. I don't know what you have, Adara.
Yeah, I have the exact same thing. Always got to be careful, too, with these headlines where companies are a part of a program that's affiliated with a big tech. We know that sometimes if you claim affiliation with these big techs, they get upset at you. We know that happened to a small cap a while ago where they said they were part of this Microsoft program, and then Microsoft said, oh, like basically pulled out, we don't know her, even though they were part of this program. So again, sometimes some of these companies get kind of cagey with companies they invite into these programs, so be aware of that here. Either way, MYSE is to the upside on that story. Let's talk, though, some NFLX, a name that is decidedly not to the upside here. We did have pretty decent report across the board. Certainly guidance was a concern, and Reed Hastings, co-founder, is going to be stepping down. Well, not stepping down, rather. He's just not going to run for re-election as the chairman of the board in June. So once June hits, he's just going to let his term run out. He's not going to run again. He's going to be done as chairman. We'll go through this again in the rundown, but what were some of the numbers here, Sharif?
Yeah, it's a bit of an artificial report here, guys, boosted by that $2.8 billion termination fee, which was paid to them, of course, for the breakup of the Warner Brothers tie-up there. So revenue came in at $12.25 billion. That was a 16% increase year over year on the quarter. But that net income number, $5.28 billion. That was versus last year where they printed 2.89. So you're probably wondering why. Why is it so much higher? Well, again, that $2.8 billion termination fee also boosting the EPS, which came in at $1.23 versus the 66 pennies that they had last year. But again, that's not directly comparable because of that one-time line item. The sell-off likely driven by the quality of the earnings, the one-time boost, as well as what Adira mentioned, the forward guidance concerns. Let's talk a little bit about that forward guide. Full-year revenue guidance maintained the same as they had guided last time, $50.7 billion up to $51.7, so about $1 billion range. Q2 revenue expected to grow a healthy 13% year over year on the quarter, and content spending is being front-loaded here, meaning that in later quarters in the year, you may not see as much spend. Hence, therefore, your EPS may be a bit better. So a bit of front loading when it comes to that. Ad business, Adara, a key growth driver. They're targeting $3 billion in ad revenue this year.
Yeah, I think the ad's certainly something to watch here. And interestingly enough, we know the stock really liked the idea here, Sharif, of this merger being broken up. But it looks like even though, benefiting the stock short term could be some leading to some concerns about the company in the longer term. What's the look here, Neil?
Yeah, I think one of the things that you all really have to consider on any earnings name or in any situation where you have an highly anticipated report, what do we do going into it? So it is what it is. the bigger catalyst was that WBD breakup, the Warner Brothers breakup, and that really caused the stock to spike. I know the market came as well, but this was going regardless. The other thing to consider with Netflix is there was a point where it was trading as like a safety type of stock, or just relatively safe compared to some of the other AI trade. And I think when you have money going into and the chips starting to lead again, and you get like all the mags starting to go again, then suddenly you can get a little bit of rotation out. So there's definitely some register ringing. But on the daily here, like we got the 50 period is going to be at 92. You've got some support at the 90 level. So for me, there's only two, like there's those levels to look at for a dip buy. And then there was that 100 level last night. And we showed you guys live. You stuck around, we stuck around for the earnings. And there was an attempt, there was a buyer that attempted to hold the 100 level. When it eventually broke, there was just an all-the-world seller at $100. And now that makes sense. It's a psychological level. But I do feel if it's going to extend further, I'd be waiting till the 92 to 94 range to look for that bounce. And if it pops into 100, like even though it's like above VWAP, it's a bit of a trend break there. Like any bounce long, if it sees 100 this Friday, I'd be looking for a reverse at that price. My suspicion, you get the end of the week here, we've had a lot of volatility, should be some good options opportunities with Joe.
Absolutely, guys. Let's take a look at some of the actions in the derivative world from yesterday. We're going to be taking a look. There's going to be some changes to these contracts after the open, considering the move that we've seen here in Netflix. I mean, we were down 10.5% at those lows. So be prepared for drastic change after the open, okay, guys? So we're going to kick things off. Why are we talking about $110? Well, I mean, we closed around 106, 107 yesterday. I want us to focus on the open interest as we typically do, 58,900 contracts there. And that's going to be substantially more than what we're seeing across the board throughout this expiration cycle. Don't forget, it's going to be expiring at the end of the day. Now, as for the volume, substantial 67.9 thousand contracts opened and closed on yesterday's session. Once again, we're sitting at this $110 strike price. Now, as for our bid and ask, guys, we're sitting on a $5 spread. Why are we looking at this? It's just because when leading into that earnings report, it was a clean flush. There was no usually rally to the top end, and then it fails. It was just straight downward pressure within the underlying asset. Now we can see our delta metric sitting at that 0.43. That is going to drastically be reduced after the open. Your gamma exposure as well too, considering we're going to be farther out of the money. But one thing that I want us to focus on is essentially the implied volatility. 176.6%. Be cautious when you're trading this from an intraday standpoint because the volatility has increased and you're going to see more of a fluctuation and an increase in the average true range. Now, I want us to focus on the contract as well too, guys. You can see from the 10th, it's gone from approximately 50 cents, a little bit less than that, all the way up to $2.25. You're going to see a drastic change in the value of this contract, but then you'll also have the increase in premium from the increase of implied volatility as well. Now, moving forward, oh, yes, you guessed it, we're talking about Netflix once again, but we are going to be moving to the put side, guys. Why? Because we want to see where we're going to find a potential base. Now, we were trading around $96 this morning, and we started to find somewhat of a bounce. That's positive, and that's exactly what we want to see. Open interest, guys, at this is going to be the largest on this week's expiration cycle, but we want to focus on what's going to happen next week as well, too, because these are going to most likely expire worthless, and then sure enough, you want to see where that rotation is going to fall into. 15,300 contracts there with volume around 11,000. You can see a decrease within the options premium here in this specific put. That is going to be the 95 put. Look for a little bit of a bounce in the just after the open. Now, as for our delta metric, you can see it was farther out of the money. That's not necessarily going to be the case, considering we are closer to at the money. And then we're looking at a quarter on the bid and 26 cents on the ask. Implied volatility is going to be the same on the put side. But moving forward, we're running into earnings season, so let's talk about some potential strategies that we can use within our options tools. All right, guys, we're going to kick things off, and we're talking about Intel reporting next week, okay? I wanted to talk about Tesla, but we've been going on about Tesla for quite some time. But what I want you guys to notice of how I'm placing the contracts as well too, because there's a little bit more detail. I'll show us where our short call should be, where our long call, etc. But you can see I have two of the exact same strike prices side by side of the same name. $70 on the put side, $70 on the call side. This is called a straddle, guys. So when you are leading into an earnings report, if you don't know if it's going to be a bullish move or a bearish move, but you want to participate in the potential exceeding of the expected move, this is one of the strategies that you can implement via options for that specific earnings report. So what essentially we have is a long call here and a long put. So it's synthetically we are going short on the put side and we are long on the call side. What is that going to do? It is going to give us a 1-to-1 ratio. So if we do break the expected move on one end, then your long call will outweigh your short put or your long put, or if it breaks to the downside, your long put will outweigh your long call. That is the objective. But first things first, we have to look at some of our risk metrics. You can see right at this $70 mark, if you beat it on either end, that's where you're going to start to see some of those gains. Now, probability of profit, guys, 42%, not too bad. And you can see that your max return essentially infinite. That is due to the long call. But we always want to focus on risk, right? And max loss sitting at that $820. So the max that you can lose is $820 when you buy both of those contracts combined, okay? So just keep that in mind, guys. There's some other metrics that we can focus on as well too, but that is the straddle, buying the exact same strike price on the call and on the put side, looking to exceed that expected move, and you have to wait until the open in order to close those contracts. But the key feature and the key thing is to exceed the expected move. Otherwise, day by day, you will lose money to implied volatility. This isn't a strategy that you hold on to too long after the earnings report, and I think that's something really important to note, guys. Let's send it back to Neil.
I really quickly want to read this headline here on your screen because, as you can see, USO is dropping on this. Axios reporting that the U.S. is considering a $20 billion cash for uranium deal with Iran. If I get more details, I'll let you know. But again, according to Axios, there could be a $20 billion cash for uranium deal between the U.S. and Iran. You do have this move lower here, in oil market moving a little bit higher. I'll go over now to Neil and Joe.
It was already looking good, and we're looking a little bit better now. Look, anything you can say whatever you want about like the nature of the negotiations or what should or shouldn't happen, but if you start talking along those lines, it's going to be positive momentum towards an end and further pullback in USO. Which, if we're really being honest about oil, like it's only now breaking a bit of this uptrend. Like this has had like a good uptrend. This is the confirmation, in my opinion, of the break of the trend line here on this move since the war started. And you're going to have some strength come back into any movement to the downside. Some strength come back into some of the airline names. You get like 5 airlines reporting next week. Yeah, it's a busy week for them. So let's see if you get UAL. Yeah, UAL with a spike to the upside.
We have Tesla next week as well too.
Of course.
And Intel.
It's a busy. Intel, Tesla, but you're going to see AAL here. Delta, I just heard in my ear, Delta also moving. Not huge, but a decent move. The one that I usually come back to on strength, I'm a fan of Carnival. And I look at what the destruction that Carnival had yesterday. Obviously, I didn't know this headline was going to come, so it's not like this would have been on the note before. Hate the fact that rejected that 200 period Carnival Cruise Lines, but that's a pretty hefty gap. It's a huge level that it rejected yesterday, but it's got a pretty decent gap on it. If we hold 27.7, that looks interesting to me. But I did want to mention one thing about Intel, because you were doing the options, and before we had that headline, my thought was going to be, when you look at a daily chart of Intel, and I've kind of spoiled it for everybody. When you look at a daily chart of Intel, unbelievable, right? You look at how crazy this move is, look how extended it is, feels like a meme stock. The fact that it's only now getting to the 2021 and the 2020 highs, or 2019 highs, and isn't even at an all-time high yet is crazy. When you think, it puts the move into some perspective. It's starting to get to a point where yeah, you're thinking, where's that dip or the pullback? Well, the only time that it had that red day, this was maybe not that hard a bullet to dodge. Look at what happens on the 15-minute dip and rip. First candle green, right?
There goes
Reversal candle, good. Doesn't even dip. Dip, hold the low, and reverse. No dip at all. Dip, hold the low, and go. So I think this is one of those, hey, I got the prior close here at 68.5. If it puts in a candle that bounces off 68 and then immediately reclaims it, then go for the long. If it doesn't, then look for it to pull back deeper, and the pattern's
Look at Flicks go. I mean, Neil, we were talking about this not too long ago. I'm like, hey man, the way that we were consolidating, yeah, exactly. The way we were consolidating around the volume weighted average price not too long ago, we were just going over some of the options activity not too long ago as well. So we're seeing some support levels coming in at that $95 mark. We didn't even get there, Neil, and we're starting to see somewhat of a recovery rally. I mean, we were down 10.5%. We're now down 9.5%. We'll take it for what it is.
Might not be as far.
Yeah, exactly, right? So, I mean, a percentage point, you're still down about $10 or so, which I don't think is that bad. I'm going to be keeping my eyes on this thing, but once again, I don't love these rallies in the pre-market and being so extended from the volume-weighted average price. I got my eyes on MYSE. Once again, you're trading above VWAP here, $4 now on that name. But Tesla, IBIT, $43 for IBIT. You're up about 0.75% there. TSLA, so Tesla up about 1.5% as well too. So I mean, things are starting to look pretty good here. Just be cautious of this pump before we get a dump in, after the open.
Bitcoin almost 76. You got to be kidding me! Like. It's 76,000, and I'm still starting to say 6.7.
Yeah, 6.7,
absolutely
man.
ridiculous. It's one of those things, like I try not to say it, and it just gets in your head. No, seriously, you got Bitcoin making a power move and breaking out. Like you look at, I'm showing you guys IBIT, but you're breaking out on a daily chart like any other traditional breakout would go. Random Oddities, I did see your question. Maybe someone else also asked about Broadcom, asking about where the resistance might be. Now, here's the thing. If you're talking about resistance, like the notion of resistance is sellers were before, or some kind of like technical level that you can use like some sort of like a technical indicator to draw. I don't use like Fibonacci's or anything that'd be useful when you're stretching things out. The only thing I see is psychologically you're already through 400, and then you've got the top. Sometimes the answer is a simple one. Do I think that automatically means it stops there? No. But it's not a blue sky setup, but it's filling in the gap to the high. And sometimes you're able to do things like find a trend line where, like I'll use the example because it's on the brain right now. You have like theoretical resistance on a trend line which holds forever, and then support. I'm looking at Tesla here. Holds both ways. Fantastic. And then when it breaks, explosion. But sometimes there's just nothing there except for the obvious level. So with Broadcom, I would just tell you the highs on that daily chart, and that's pretty much all you're going to be able to find. But wow, it's looking pretty bullish now. We're now 0.5% to the upside. I do want to double check back on, AMD is still down 1.5. So even with the market bounce, like it's looking a little bit weak continuously. And obviously that has nothing to do with that MYSE story, because they're taking part in some free AMD program. AMD seems to be down on its own. Adara, did we find anything with this AMD move? It's curious because there's so much strength. You can always speculate. Well, it was ridiculously strong yesterday. Someone could just be taking some profit off. Yeah, AMD was complete insanity, so it could be as simple as that. But that's a curious one because the market's looking strong. It was such a good leader for sure, and not looking like it today. I feel a little bit better about Intel, which is holding on to some strength.
Yeah.
This one, you don't have to chase the highs necessarily, but you have to be wary. If AMD dropped like that randomly, you might be cautious off the open.
You think? I mean, this thing's been on a pretty good run. I think we're doing a comparison. AMD's been performing a little bit better than NVIDIA has, right? Yeah, but someone could just be offloading. But I agree though, Neil. The way it
rub it in there.
Yeah, I mean, hey man. Hey, it's all right. It's all
right. No, it's a joke. I've been making fun of myself for dip buying NVIDIA over AMD all week. So it's.
I mean, see, the thing is though, it always looks good, but then NVDA is going to go on a monster run, and you're going to be like, yeah, we did bought NVDA. Well, AMD kind of you get that rotation.
In like October or November,
yeah,
I'll be talking trash. And
yeah, exactly. So yeah,
wannabe trader says I'm not the only one. So you know what though? At the end of the day, like when you. It's way better to be angry that you bought the wrong thing when everything goes.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's, at least I'm trying to think what hasn't bounced in the market right now. I'm trying to come up with an example of, well, you could have bought this and then this. Like what hasn't bounced?
That's a great question.
I can't even, off the top of my head, I'm not really coming up with anything. Because when you have us busting out like this through fresh highs, like
what's the name that
if you were dip buying something that hasn't gone, like that just...
yeah, it sucks. Yeah. But I mean, we've all been there, though. Like BMNR.
BMNR? No, BMNR is a huge bounce off the low.
Yeah, I guess
you can't even say something like a BMNR. ETH has had a great move off the low. So even this is up...
26%.
Oh, that's right. It just moved to the New York, so that's not going to...
It's up 26% off the lows, so that's not bad. I mean, you'll take that.
Well, if you're not taking 26% off the lows... the overall market didn't go 20% down, right? We didn't get into bear territory, so if you bounced more than that, then you did pretty well. But that's just how things go. Palantir has been okay. Yeah, that could be an example. But even Palantir off of this like quadruple bottom went 10%.
Hive.
That's not bad. Beyond Meat. Hive.
Hive.
Hive has probably gone too. I'm willing to look. Oh, well, yuck. But really...
Like off of the lows, right? Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, exactly.
I don't know why we're looking. Now we're just going down into the weeds.
Yeah, we are.
I was trying to come up with, like, more widely held
we're diluting.
examples in tech, okay?
Yeah,
going to Hive probably defeats the purpose of the experiment, everybody. But before we mosey on a little bit more, we'll go back up to the desk. Sharif? Any guesses at what the top was for MYSE? I'll give you one.
Looking.
Not looking. Intraday, yesterday. One. Okay. 420. All right, there you go, Neil. I'm sitting there trying to look. I'm like, where is this guy looking? Yeah, 420 on the dot. I don't know, man. This one is struggling a little bit here, and we've got highs yesterday that were still below. We got through that $6 area. I'd like to see this one approach some of the highs that we were at yesterday. I'm not a big fan of these second and third day plays on the small cap gappers unless there's something really special about them. Most of them fade, but hey, we're going to keep this one on the side chart. We didn't even look at it yesterday. I know Joey was looking at this one during the midday. I didn't even pull it up, so... I won't keep my eye on this one unless it's above VWAP, Adara.
Yeah, there's a couple headlines I want to talk about. For one, we did have President Trump post in Truth Social. Just be aware, this is active. He's just talking about how the USA is the hottest country in the world, using lots of caps lock. There's nothing really massive here, but just be aware he is posting, and we know especially if these happen like during market hours, like the first hour, regardless of what it says, it can and sometimes does move the market. Now, speaking of moving the market, we had this pop here in the S&P 500. I did mention about half of the story, which is, again, the U.S. considering a $20 billion cash for uranium deal to end the conflict with Iran. Also, Axios, which reported that first story, they're furthermore reporting here that we could actually be getting more talks here between the U.S. and Iran in Islamabad. So that could be interesting. Sharif, do you actually think we get some kind of resolution here this weekend or before that Tuesday deadline to end the ceasefire?
God, I hope so, Adara. Yeah, because it's been a long time coming, but you kind of feel like we're probably at the tail end of this thing. The narrative has kind of changed, and quite frankly, I'm starting to hear a little bit of softness of tone from the Iranians, which hadn't been the case. They were pretty quick to come out and kind of dispute any statements that President Trump has making. You're not seeing as much of that anymore. So we'll keep our fingers crossed. I mean, the market, money talks and you know what walks, right? So when the market moves into highs, there's a lot of smart people who are predicting that this is probably at the tail end. That's my feeling, Adair.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to wait and see. As we know, President Trump said the conflict's going swimmingly, so maybe we do get this resolution. In the meantime, though, I mean, you've got NVIDIA, you've got AMD. We certainly have chips on watch. AMD, I still have not seen any reason for this move, Neil. It's a lot of people on social media going, hey, why is AMD moving? But, yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple catalysts on watch for these two.
Yeah, what a monster day this had yesterday. Completely took me by surprise. And there was no catalyst specific to this one. It was a read-through for Taiwan Semi, because Taiwan Semi, of course, reported earnings yesterday. And Taiwan Semi is a key supplier for AMD's two main AI accelerators. We're talking about the MI300, Joey, and the MI450 that I know you talk a lot about, as well as their EPYC CPUs. And because Taiwan Semi guided so aggressively, the market's reading through that AMD obviously is going to have the same type of demand. Specifically, though, they're looking at the advanced nodes. We mean 3 nanometers and below, and packaging, specifically, which benefits AMD's high-performance chips. They're increasingly positioning themselves as the second major supplier to the hyperscalers. We know that they have a tie-up with Meta, possibly even giving up some equity there to Zuck and company, as well as OpenAI. And your favorite stock, Adara, Oracle.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I put this in the chat this morning. We're going to give credit to the Oracle bulls this week because they've had a great week. And as I said, my issue with Oracle has always been more fundamental than technical. One more story to mention before we go over to the guy CRML popping up here. Greenland approving the company's purchase of the remaining 50.5% stake in Tanbreeze. Now CRML has 92.5% ownership of Tanbreeze. Good look for critical metals here. How are you guys viewing about these stocks?
Where do we
how
start,
I feel?
really?
I feel, Joe, that if you're an equity trader and you're looking to scale in these great markets, then Prop Shop Trader is a multi-asset proprietary trading firm designed to remove the typical barriers that traders face. You can trade stocks without pattern day trading restrictions and no licensing requirements, while also accessing futures markets within the same environment. Prop Shop Trader offers both day trading and swing trading programs, giving traders the flexibility to manage multiple accounts and deploy different strategies. Why risk your own capital when you don't have to? Scan the QR code to unlock 60% off your first account, plus buy one, get one free. Get started today. Although maybe it's you won't want to come and play in AMD's market. It's a curious one. You know, let's get we get a super chat there that I wanted to, if we can throw that up, Andre, first, and then we can get into some of these chips. JKL. Appreciate you. Thanks for super chat. Sorry, one more. Are you saying sorry when you're sending us a super chat? That's
insane.
That's what a Canadian would do that. Like it's, yeah, sorry. You know, here's $2. Sorry, I'm asking a question. No, it's all good. Which is more of a comment here. It's I hate gap ups on option expiration days.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Same.
So it's just I wanted the market not to be doing. I was looking for things that are just sort of maybe consolidating. Yeah, it puts you in that whole, where's my button? I don't think that's loud enough. You guys hear that well? Like, for us, that's very quiet, almost too quiet. It feels a little bit trappish, but like, did AMD just start to spring the trap a little bit? Like, give us a sign that the strongest name in all of tech yesterday is turning into, starts us off with a bit of a pullback. Like, it just made another fresh, ridiculous high. Look at what yesterday stands out with on a huge week. Like, you already had this going a good, 9%, I think, and going back to the 8th. That's not even it's not even starting last week actually, but still, if you look at from one gap to the next, and then you did that entire move, you're talking about like 6 days of upward movement. And it did it all yesterday in one shot. And then even when it pulled back, it then regained the high. So to fail that double top, I was thinking the NVIDIA 200 level would be the spot. Like, that's the key. Like, if we get through there, if you fail it again, like, that would be like like a reversal short. If it's going to be a fake out, then let it be the NVIDIA 200 fake out. But I'm really starting to think, after what we're already seeing in AMD, that AMD could be the one. Like, if this tries to break the high and fails, that the turnaround would just be bigger in that name. I think when you're looking at Oracle, and just as impressive, Oracle had its AMD day several days ago. This feels to me like it has more room. It's Friday. But when you look at the charts, it's like there's obvious, like, look at all the consolidation here, the $200. So this one feels like it has a little bit more room to run. The one I'm looking long today, I already mentioned Intel, but I might be shifting from that NVIDIA 200 to look at that AMD top. That's the only thing that I'm thinking a bit differently about as we go into this open. If we're gonna have a trap and you think there's a reversal, like, sure, that NVIDIA level held 2 days in a row, but man, if AMD pulls back, there's just so much more room for it to go.
Yeah. So, like, I mean, what I'm thinking here, Neil, is we kind of just have that breakthrough, right? And then we've just been consolidating above this, essentially this congestion zone here, which I think is good. So whatever's been this accumulation, maybe we're ready to break. But if we climb a little bit higher, I highly doubt that we'll just make that run for that all-time high. It can happen, but you also have to take into consideration the run that we've been on since that low. It's like 20% there. A retest of this 192, 195, and then a continuation is healthy. But again, we talk about the length of a consolidation, and then typically the longer it is, the bigger the breakout can possibly be. That might be the case, right? Especially leading into earnings. The hyperscalers are spending more. They're going to grab more NVIDIA chips. I think that can help move this name to that all-time high. But at some point, you will experience a little bit of a pullback, and I think that'll be a good dip buying opportunity. The options chain is just through the roof with this name, especially leading into the earnings report. I know it's the last one and doesn't report until like June or something, or along those lines, early June or whatever it may be. But anyways, aside from that, it's just be patient with this one. I've seen somebody in the chat say NVDA is dead money. I don't think that's necessarily the case. This is like, I mean, it's unfortunate, right? Like you consolidate from July, essentially you just trade within a $20 range, but it gave you multiple opportunities to get involved. I personally bought more of this in my long-term account, and I'm gonna continue to buy a little bit more, especially at the break. We talk about the break of the all-time high being a good strategy. Just let it get that push, because what we typically see, Neil, is you break through and you get, oh, okay, cool, all-time highs, profit takers, you see somewhat of a pullback, does whatever, pulls back another couple percentage points, and then continues on that path a little bit higher. So that's kind of the narrative that I'm thinking here with NVDA. You're not the best in the market just because there's reasons behind it. You're not going to be the largest capitalization company and be dead money, in my opinion. So let's see what NVDA can bring in the coming months.
Another big spike down for USO here. That's good. Bigger spike than the previous. We just had it drop a good $2. So oil futures go down. You have a pretty good idea of what that means for the Qs. Just tagged a fresh high. Again, bit of a topping tail candle pressing that fresh high. And over the last 24 hours, 24 vessels have crossed the strait. That's news we want to hear. That's not enough, but it's good. It's not enough, but it's good. That's okay. Don't freak out. Dark pool wick. So in the pre-market, if you're just sort of tuning in now, or maybe you don't have dark pools in your charts, you'll get some like late reported overnight prints that will just pop in, and it might make it seem like
from that run
happening.
From that run.
But we're breaking it. We are breaking out. No questions asked in the market. So it's definitely looking. It's definitely looking good here. Look, unless you're looking at energy names.
Yeah.
Or the VIX. Maybe you're long VIX and you're like, well, that's not going too well. But there is something in energy. Before we go back up to the desk there, Oxy's breaking the 50-period moving average. But as some of these oil names come back and the energy names come back, I don't want to like lump them all and just say it's only oil. If you get back to that dip buy level when they had their earnings, on their earnings it was a breakout level on the daily. You were kind of breaking that trend, and then it dipped and got bought back into the 50. So while we lose this 50 period or potentially get a bit of a drawback because the war could be ending or conflict ending, I think that 50 spot on Oxy is looking pretty appealing, because I think some of these might fall too far. And they're already off the highs pretty significantly. Let's go back up to the desk. Oh, or not. Let's go back to Joe.
All right, guys, welcome back. Let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off. A lot of energy names here today, guys. On the downside, we got Shell going from an outperform to a neutral weight by BNP. And then we also have Clorox. You're down 0.5% here, guys. Price target being reduced from $117 to $99 by JP Morgan. And then we also have Newmont, guys. You're down about a little bit less than 0.4%, going outperform to sector perform by National Bank. And then we have Exelon here, down 2.12% with a $1 price reduction here by Barclays. Now let's take a look at some of the upgrades this morning. A lot of energy names, as I just mentioned, but in the negative, ExxonMobil. Here, you're down 0.8%. And then we also have Chevron here, guys. You're down about 0.1%. BNP on both of those upgrades there. And then we have Texas Instruments as well, too, guys, getting a price target increase from $160 to $215 by Mizuho. You're up 1.25 this morning. And then Netflix at the lows was down about 10.5%. Now starting to recover a little bit here, guys. But Piper's saying they're giving them the nod and upgrading them and increasing their price target from $103 to $115.
We're going to go over to Neil here in a second to talk about these upgrades and downgrades. In the meantime, you mentioned energy downgrades. I have another energy catalyst for you guys. We've got Foreign Minister Araghchi of Iran saying that apparently for the remainder of the ceasefire, passage for all commercial vehicles through the Strait of Hormuz is declared completely open. So again, as the ceasefire continues, or until the ceasefire ends, rather, you're going to get entirely open passage here of commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. We already heard some data from intelligence firm for trade here, Kepler. They already said they are seeing ships pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Again, passage now apparently completely free, rather like in terms of being allowed to access. No, I'm not talking about tolls here. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adair. You see the NASDAQ make another spike higher. You've got USO popping down through 117. I don't usually... Yeah, well, Palantir was a 145 breakout for me on the note anyway, so I want to play this one into this was part of the independent plan regardless, but with that move in USO, my goodness, 116 now to the downside. Here, I got to you're already through the last week's bottoms here on USO, so it's a hefty move to the downside. Obviously some fresh highs pretty much everywhere. I see some super chats. GMO for sure. Is AMD getting a bit of a pop? My first thought is, all right, I still feel pretty okay. I feel like AMD can't get through the highs. If there's anything that doesn't look strong, it might be that. But I might also think that about PLTR. I don't usually like taking my breakout plays in the pre-market. Like I like that double top, and it was on the plan anyways, and then you get the headline, and your stop order's out there, you get triggered in. But I'm questioning, like, it's 8:52 right now. I don't know. I don't love that punch in. Usually I wouldn't put the order in until like 9:15 or so. Whatever, I'll give it the regular stop. I'll still give it to the pre-market low and give the same play. But I am thinking about this AMD and the fact that it does not want to punch through. If we can't go green on AMD here, then yuck, and more yuck. And I'm immediately, the next thing I'm going to do when I throw to Joe is I'm going to pay for shorts on that battle. Oh, it's too late. It might be too late. I was going to pay for shorts on battle and see if I couldn't just hit the bid. I think this falls even further apart. I hope so. I hope CrowdStrike.
426. Let's go.
Come on, CrowdStrike.
Yeah, let's go, CrowdStrike. Thanks for that call out there, guys. I mean, gapping up with the overall market here. We take a look at it from the 5-minute. Overall market just essentially moving higher. You can see there's big time liquidity issues, but a lot of this is a gap up. Now going up to 426.50. We like this from CrowdStrike. The market's really moving here, guys. I think at this point, with USO to the downside, and then we have the overall market climbing higher. It's just wait for a pullback. If this conflict is going to continue to cool, you get these deals done, you wait for a pullback. If it runs into the volume-weighted average price across the board and you see a little bit of a bounce, it's just go with the flow and see if we can get a continuation into the long side here. I think that's going to be the narrative on the session, unless it's going to be an absolute tank city, which I'm not getting the feels for quite yet. So nice gap up. I mean, right at the open, you're going to see the NASDAQ at new all-time highs. You're going to see the SPY at new all-time highs as well, too. So it's only a matter of, 37 minutes before we see that. Unless the market decides that it wants to tank, I don't think that's going to be the case. We're going to see a lot of strength in today's session. Tesla continuing to climb. You're up over 1% here, closer to 2. Bitcoin up 1 1/5. And then you can see that Netflix was climbing up to 98.60. So you were down 10.5%, and then went down to about 8 3/4. So, I mean, some good looks so far. Again, we talked about this, Neil. I don't love the pre-market rallies, but what I'm getting the feels of is it's so strong, there might be a little bit different of a narrative here.
Well, then, I mean, the straight open, right? And remember, the straight open for the duration of the ceasefire is going to be I think the big key. But the other thing that I usually think you can find in a situation like this, and it's sort of why I went over to AMD, is more of along the lines of, okay, well, what isn't breaking out prior highs, right? Like Apple's up 1.8, not through the top. like yesterday's tops. I'll even grant you, like even the one I'm in, like I look at Palantir, like that broke. It's not doing anything with this breakout, and we're still pressing higher. So I don't know if that's going to be it. I like what's going on in crypto. I wish I had taken that breakout instead because I like IBIT today, and that one was also a breakout. But you take the one you take. I thought we'd be going dip buy action here, but I'll be patient. I'll go for this one on a dip. I liked Robinhood yesterday for the long. I liked IBIT a little bit more, but that's got some room to the top. I might be patient, waiting for a dip, not wanting to chase any moves up there into the prior high and the $90 level as well. So appreciate it. And Mr. Westermeyer in the chat, I saw you, but I didn't see your super chat. And if we missed a super chat, apologies, but I don't recall seeing. I don't think I saw that one. I didn't think we had missed any. There was just this one here, but it wasn't from you, Daniel. So it's from Ron. Oh, sorry. Where'd it go? All right, we'll throw it back up there. There it is. It's from Gmo. I don't know. What is the RON? I have no idea. It doesn't really matter. CRM going to
47 Ronin.
Critical metals, there was another, what else was moving? It was USAR. USAR was also going pretty decently this morning, but nothing like this on CRML. Though, look at that reversal. Look at the huge reversal count. That's the problem. Like, you chase these headlines early, and sometimes you get caught. Like, you do not want to get caught at the absolute top. Like, always have your stop or know where your drawback is going into. I think that's the only reason why kind of stuck with the Palantir one, because like it's a pretty standard breakout play. I throw my stop in the same spot pretty much every time. But yeah, this has been a good runner, and this is new breakout territory for CRML. Like you're back above moving averages, kind of held that level. The only thing you got to consider is, well, the structure of this has been lower highs. So it's one of those like temper your expectations sometimes when you've got this kind of structure, sort of obvious in the chart. And then I know USAR was making some moves too. Very similar chart. That's why the first thing I thought of was USAR, because I had looked at this morning. Very similar, maybe not as strong percentage-wise, but if you're looking for, I think it's like a little bit more liquid, just hasn't done as much volume. So good luck, and thank you for the super chat there. Yeah, the market's still going. USO just hit 115 and still falling.
Frank Trade says, geez, we rich now. I mean, the long-term accounts are definitely.
Good day to look at the long term.
What's that?
Good day to look at your.
Yeah, yeah. Over the past couple of days, I've been enjoying the look at the long term. I mean, it's been a nice rally. But I mean, with Bitcoin being one of my largest holdings, I think it's sitting in that second place now, Neo, considering I reduced. It's still down 40%, but we'll take it. We'll take it for what it is, right? It's better than nothing and better than for it continuing to slide. So Netflix, I added a little bit more. After that trend line break, Paramount, Skydance deal, they're dropping out of that. That's a good time to add that. It's a good time. We added a little bit more NVDA. So those are the only two dip buys that I really got involved with not too long ago. And I think that's about it. I'm not sitting on very much cash anymore. At that point, I was only sitting on a couple percentage points. Now I'm sitting on chump change, essentially, some fees and maybe a couple of transactions here.
That's usually.
So I'm fully allocated at this point.
That's usually where, when the market gets back to the highs when it goes into correction territory and you get back to the highs, like the goal usually is to have gotten back to as fully allocated as possible.
Exactly.
So I'm always like, when you don't quite accomplish that, you're like, now we're at the tops. But it's not a bad problem to have at the end of the day. But like this move, we can just start going over, like it's crazy. Like I see Micron, this, and look at PayPal, that. It's one of those types of mornings where, yeah, this is what we're going to be seeing. PayPal, like I could go on and say, oh my goodness, look at how great that PayPal breakout's looking now. But I'm not, like, did I know that today we were going to get this news? No. Whatever. Like, you knew it might be coming. But a lot of these names, it's really just about what they were doing, good structural, like find a balance, find an entry, find a trade example, and then what happens is sometimes you'll be sitting in something which looks bullish, and then you get news like this. But you are seeing USO taper off a little bit. That's why I'd be a little bit cautious. I want to see the first wave of buying come back into USO, and then the reaction to this will give us a bit of a tell. Because I paid for the battle shorts. and then I'm looking at Boyle again. And if we pop here, I want to look for a chance to be able to fade something in the energy space. If it's USO, it's USO. If it's Boyle, it's Boyle. It's whatever sets up the best. Like that tanked as well. I could look for that to come back into VWAP, maybe whichever one gets to VWAP, and I like the setup. My first thought is going to be to try to fade it. But it's 9 o'clock, everybody, so we got a free watch list to work on through. It was plenty busy without it, and now we all of a sudden have the straight opened up. So buckle up, everybody.
701 3/4, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the SPY. We are markedly above that now at 707.5. So let's just say that $10 area, 710, that's going to be our first area of resistance. It's a blue sky setup, so we don't have any technical levels of resistance off which to chart. For support, we're just going to say yesterday's closing print, which is 701 3/4, Adara.
Yeah, we're going to get right now into the Trader TV Live watch list. This is the rundown. A lot of these tickers are going to be on our watch list. Of course, we're going to have breaking news throughout the day, but this is the way to get a sense of everything that we're looking at heading into this session. Again, it's going to be that code right there, that URL rather. Type that into your subscriber. It is free, F-R-E-E, free. Comes every day around 7:50 a.m. Do not miss it, guys. In the meantime, we're going to kick off this watch list with a talk about a stock that we already mentioned earlier today, but I think certainly bears repeating because Netflix was at its pre-market lows here, down more than 10%. Lots to discuss within this report, Sharif.
Yeah, Adara. Interesting report. Revenue, let's talk about that. $12.25 billion. That was a healthy jump year over year, growing at about a 16% bump here. The net income, though, large number printed relative to last year, $5.28 billion in profitability. That's ahead of the 2.89. But again, as we mentioned at the top of the show, that was boosted by the $2.8 billion termination fee that they received for the breakup of the possible merger between Warner Brothers Discovery and Netflix. And that also influenced EPS, which came in at $1.23. Compare that to last year when they took 66 pennies home per share. That isn't directly comparable, again, as a result of the termination fee. The sell-off, though, likely driven by the quality of the earnings as well as the one-time boost in, again, the $2.8 billion termination fee. Full-year revenue guide, they maintained between $50.7 billion up to $51.7 billion, so a bit of $1 billion range there. Q2 revenue expected to grow at a healthy 13% year over year. Content spending, again, as we talked about at the top of the show, front-loaded to 2026, meaning that the content that they're planning on spending full-year money on is being front-loaded to the first part of the year, so we could see better EPS come the second half of the year. And then that ad business, the key, I should say, growth lever, they're targeting $3 billion in ad revenue for 2026. If they achieve that, that would be a doubling versus what they took home in 2025, which is obviously $1.5 billion. Continued push, Adara, on price increases as well as password crackdown, and the company is really expanding both into live sports and podcasts.
Yeah, and I mean, a story that a lot of people were talking about, take it as you will, is that Reed Hastings is not going to run again for chairman of the board. He's just going to let his term end here in June. This is a story that I think when it first came out, a lot of people were really excited about. But again, he was the chairman of the board. He had not been a CEO for 3 years. He left that post in 2023. He actually said part of why he's comfortable leaving the board is because he has so much faith in what current co-CEOs Ted Sarandos and Greg Peters are doing. I want to tell you guys, I do have another story here that could change things a little bit here with oil in the market. CENTCOM, so Central Command of the U.S., saying of the Strait of Hormuz that apparently 19 ships complied with the direction to turn around at the Strait of Hormuz. So even though we know Iran has basically said that they're ready to open the Strait of Hormuz, U.S. seeming like they still want to have this blockade. If I get more details, I'll let you know. But again, apparently U.S. orders have been followed here at the Strait. Back to you.
Yeah, just very quickly, on cue, like the second, it was weird, like the second that hit, the breakout to the stop. So I'll take the L on that. I could have canceled the order. I elected not to. Most times I would cancel a breakout trade because I didn't want that breakout on news. But I'll come back to it after the open if that's the case. If we do get a bump up, and we are getting a bump up, if we do get a sustained bump up here in USO or in oil, I do have sights on both this and Boyle. I still believe I want to fade these energy names. It's going to hold trend down. If it's going to hold trend down, then I'm going to like it. I think we've already talked a little bit about how we feel about Netflix. The thing that I would say here, Joe, is Netflix had this bottom. You're down over 10%. you held the low, you began a relief rally.
Yeah.
The market went absolutely ham on the straight opening up, and we went to 98.5 on Netflix. We didn't even challenge $100. That would be the one thing. It's given me a little bit of pause to say that this is the bounce. Now, granted, maybe that's because I wanted 94 long, and obviously ended up bouncing off 96. I'm thinking it's looking better for a short under $100 if we couldn't even get there. Like the Nasdaq, we just went to 1% up on the Qs. We just went up to 0.8 there on the ES, and are still holding some of the highs. I feel like this is not doing too much here on Netflix, and maybe it's still going to be a fade. And temporarily, you've got if you were looking for a bounce, like you can make an argument that maybe you've gotten it, but that 100 level was so distinct in the aftermarket that if it can't punch through that, if it's closer to 100 than it is to like where I look for the support, then I'm looking for a reversion fade on Netflix. I'm not dealing with this in the middle. I wanted it down here for a long. I wanted it up there for a short. I don't want to get chopped around in Netflix today. Maybe even let that one settle down off of the open.
Yeah, I think it's key, right? Like you're in the Palantir trade. I'm looking at the Netflix trade here as well too. And if we want to talk about relative strength, you see the market was continuing to climb. You're getting a breath here now, but with Netflix and Palantir selling a little bit more aggressively, I don't know if you really want to be hyper-focused on them. It's going to remain one of my names because it is trading above 97 if we hold 95. But when we're rallying and then you're not really participating in that, you sell off more aggressively, that's something I'm going to be a little bit more cautious about. I want to see things that are holding up relatively well, and that's going to be the Robinhood right now, putting up $90 plus essentially, and then you have IBIT at around 43.23, and then you also have the SPY and the Qs that are holding up. Tesla holding up around those highs, maybe a push for $400. So, I mean, if things are weak and you're looking for the longs, maybe you get the pullback through VWAP and you get that continuation, but things could also be cleaner because if the market continues on the path that it's currently on, you want to be participating in the names that are stronger than things that are starting to lag a little bit. So, I mean, there it goes. Like, Robinhood is up to 90.40 here. I mean, a big time. Yeah, it's just moving, right? Like, so, I mean, a pullback, strong move. We have a couple catalysts under it, 4% this morning, and we haven't even opened up yet. So we'll keep our eyes on these strong names, and we'll see what we can get. If you get any form of a pullback and that tape flips and you see some strong price action on the ask, it's just like, all right, let's lock and load, and maybe it's going to be one of those sessions where we just grind higher, or things can turn on a complete dime and you give back the majority of the gains that we've got here from this pre-market price action.
Okay, before we go back to that, we had a super chat I wanted to address. There was already a great answer to this from someone in the chat. The answer in the chat was, don't take tax advice as an American from Canadians. Entirely true. Because you're asking, William, can you explain the wash sale rules concerning taxes? Most important thing when it comes to whatever the trading rules are, you have to understand every jurisdiction, sometimes within your own country, but certainly in other countries will have different rules. The rules in Canada where we live are not going to be the same as where you happen to live in the US or anywhere, any of our viewers in the world. So I don't want, I'm not going to sit here as some kind of an expert to be able to tell you. Like, I know what the wash sale rules are, and I get it, and I could probably give you a decent answer. But at the end of the day, we're not here to give you tax advice. We're here to observe the markets, tell you what our trades are and what we're looking to do, what we observe in the overall market. That said, I think it's very important to know the rules, because obviously if you're, the idea being you have a window under which if you sell a security for a tax loss and then you buy it back too soon, let's just say, then you don't get that write-off. The rules are going to be different everywhere. But I think it was a great answer to say, make sure you're getting tax advice from a professional, at least someone that's in your jurisdiction.
Exactly.
Let's go back.
Before we do, 4 1/3 here on Robinhood, climbing up to $91. We're getting really close to that mark there, guys. All right, let's send it back. Let's see what Adara, and let's talk some Tesla.
President Trump posted about this Iran situation on Truth Social, saying, and I quote in all caps, Iran has just announced that the Strait of Iran is fully open and ready for full passage. Thank you. I'm guessing he's meaning the Strait of Hormuz, but either way, guys, he's already very active on Truth Social. Something to be aware of as the market opens. Also worth being aware of Tesla, which has had a crazy week. Lots of tariff headlines this whole week, including today.
Yeah, Darren, this time it's around hiring. So Tesla's ramping up its hiring for Taiwanese employees. I wonder why. Good expertise by them. For their Terafab AI semiconductor, they're targeting specifically engineers with 5+ years of experience in advanced chip making, especially that sub 7 nanometer, sub 3 nanometer. Musk previously outlined Terafab is key for Tesla anyway in scaling AI training clusters as well as their data center infrastructure that they plan to build out. The roles here specifically are focusing on lithography, packaging, and yield engineering, so kind of giving you that full stack of AI chip fab process. It indicates Tesla is aiming to compete with your big boys, like your Taiwan semis, your NVIDIAs, your AMDs, especially in high performance AI compute. And there's a whole heavy overlap with Taiwan semi here. So feels like it gives them shades that they could be competitors at one point, especially if they have excess yield. Tesla's positioning itself, as we know, kind of closer to NVIDIA with that vertical stack where they control both the hardware and the software. And Adara, the hiring here push suggests that this is an early stage build out, given that they're hiring now. So analysts are gauging that this could be a 2 to 3 year timeline for the fabrication ramp.
Yeah, I believe last time I was on the Terafab website a couple days ago, they actually had like a hiring link right there. So definitely actively looking to get more people involved. Companies that are already confirmed include Intel, of course, Tesla, SpaceX, XAI, and we know SMCI has claimed to be involved. They're also reportedly contacting AMAT and LRCX. So guys, more hiring. Do you think Terafab is something that's going to matter right now today?
Well, it's hard to say that any catalyst matters more than what we've just gotten out of Iran. Like USO just hit 112 and is breaking lower. So obviously we have a new sheriff in town and it's back to being geopolitical headlines and the Strait being open and Tesla hopefully 400. The wall right now looks like the 200 on the daily, 200 SMA on the daily. So if you're seeing it make a fresh high, it's just a failure of 400. What's crazy about this, I even said this yesterday and I was looking at it this morning, without this news, the plan was for me to look for a false break of 400. And if it fails, like if it breaks 400 and then traps, look for the reversal pattern based on what I saw yesterday. I don't know how much I like that anymore with this headline. I gotta be real with you. Like now it looks far more constructive for like a 3. Let it do that, but I think we're bullish enough that maybe I should just be looking for anything back into 390.
Yeah.
So sometimes you have to, like when you write your note, when you sit down, you're prepping for the day, like I don't know that headline's gonna come, but now that it has, I don't really like that setup as much anymore. Maybe it traps and I'll end up wrong, but I kind of like that 390 we had the resistance in yesterday. So I'll be looking for a shot at that on a bounce because I'm like, IBIT's gone, Robinhood is gonzo at this point. You know, like NVIDIA's already through $200 and it sort of did that on this headline. You got to be able to shift, right? Like,
I think so. I mean, at the end of the day, we were talking about this a couple of days ago. I mean, that might be priced in. We have this deal with the Strait. I think that's the real key driver right now. But it's just accumulation of essentially tailwinds going on in the overall market. Like, we're talking about Robinhood, there's something behind it. You have Tesla and the Terafab. I mean, you have the PDT rule as well. So there's just so many things going in favor for the market right now that's why we're starting to see somewhat of a slingshot move to the top side this pre-market. And I think that's gonna be the case for the next little bit, especially leading into earnings. Unfortunately, that wasn't for Netflix. But I mean, it's not participating, which I find a little bit odd. Wait until the open, but you would want to see that. Maybe we start to see a little bit of that being priced out coming into earnings. But I think with Tesla, it's going to be a CapEx spend leading into the report next week. And I think that's going to be a big teller of where we can continue. We know that the EV sales aren't going to be what we're expecting. So we'll keep that in mind and we'll continuously monitor things. I think with the NASDAQ and the SPY, you want to wait for a pullback. But VWAP is tracing price really relatively well. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a bounce off of that level. And if we're fortunate enough to even get there. So, I mean, there's I mean, a lot going on. I was talking about rallies, once again, I'll say it again. I was talking about rallies in the pre-market. This is I don't even know what to call this essentially. It's just not really.
It's still a rally.
It's still, but it's significantly stronger than what you would typically look for, so.
one of those.
Just one of those, man. All right, look, there's Robinhood 91. Now you're up 5% here on the day. Bitcoin up 2% in the pre-market as well too. Let's send it back to the desk.
You had the green infographic there with all of the stacking up. It sounds like Apple's actually stacking up quite well here. We know their global smartphone shipments are doing quite well, but even China apparently stand out.
Yeah, Dara, 20% year over year in Q1 is Apple's iPhone sale growth in China. That completely bucks the trend because smartphone sales in China as a group fell 4% year over year on the quarter. So a huge outperformance there. Broader China smartphone market being pressured by, as we've mentioned many times, the rising price of memory chips, as well as some supply chain disruptions with the geopolitics. A lot of the gases that are used in chip making come from the Middle East, and there's been a bottleneck there. That's what we mean. Most vendors raising prices to protect their margins. Apple and Huawei are the only major players that are showing growth this quarter. Huawei does remain the #1 selling phone in China with 20% market share, but Apple is quite close behind with 19%. So good look there. Just to give you an idea of the demand weakness, let's talk about this, Adair. Xiaomi shipments collapsed 35% year over year on the quarters. Oppo down 5%, Honor down 3%. Vivo did see some growth, but barely 2%. So bucking the trend.
It'll be interesting to see if this is just an iPhone 17 thing or if this is something they can continue to do with their other models. Regardless, guys, AAPL beyond, of course, the market being up with this Iran news. How do you feel about this stock going into the day?
I hate to say it, I think that it's a good house, and I like the fact that they're strong. I recently bought Apple specifically because of that one day they had the story about the production issues with the Fold, but it's not moving it's not making the secondary move with the market, yeah. And there's nothing you can do that will unwind that fact because we just pressed another couple of highs here, and Apple, it's really just slowing. It's not doing a ton of volume. We go right into where we dropped from yesterday, and we have a lot of sideways action. So if you're looking bullish today, I think Apple is looking like a pass. No breakout. Feel like if you were going to break out, you would have done it already. I suppose you could look at some of the prior close. Is this the kind of news or day where Apple would turn red? So maybe you look for a dip buy. But I'm going to stay away. I'd much rather look at a strong chip name that did break out, that has a trend, like an Intel or like IBIT for some longs or short energy. But Apple feels like a stay away. All of that being said, I still feel pretty good about this longer term. We just regained the 50-period moving average. We're still in a very nice, gentle uptrend heading back into the highs. Fundamentally looks good. Maybe it's not as cheap as you would like, but who cares when the market's at the highs? We don't care as much about valuation sometimes. It just today doesn't seem like it wants to participate as much.
Yeah, and I think that's the narrative. Someone said something in the chat. We typically look at this as kind of like a flight to safety name. I agree in some extent to that for sure. I mean, as for the product pipeline, you got the foldable coming out on time. You have that cheaper version of the MacBook. And I just think at some point you have to take into consideration that the fact that the other Mag 7 names were all hit bear market territory with the exception of Apple. So there was a little bit of a flight to safety aspect there. Is it participating? I don't think it's one of those names that's going to move aggressively in these types of rallies, essentially. So, I mean, you hit that nail on the head, essentially, Fedora, the Explorer. You want to look for things that have been hit a little bit more, like the Robinhoods, the SoFis, the Teslas that have been down 30, 40%. And then that's where you kind of get that slingshot and that strength. But as for Apple, I like everything that they got going from a flight to safety. They pay a dividend. I mean, you can't really go wrong with this name.
You certainly can't go wrong, I guess, if you were able to get long when we had this move in U.S. oil and the market. Now, obviously, a lot of headlines here have changed since we came in this morning. We know that we were thinking the conflict might come to an end, but as of right now, it sounds like we do have, well, not a full deal or resolution, some good progress.
Yeah, Dara, I don't really have a lot to add here other than, just keep your eye on the headline. This is really what it's really driven by. It's more of a minute-by-minute thing, so anything that I'm really going to articulate here could be completely irrelevant in 15 minutes. But President Trump did signal that the war should be ending soon. He also announced a 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon yesterday.
I also want to talk here about this post. This is the reason that we had that drop here in oil, the pop in the market. And yes, we do have Sayed Abbas Ergachi. This is the foreign minister of Iran. He has an X account. So does Galibaf, the parliamentary speaker of Iran. They do post, so just be aware of this. But either way, this was the post he shared saying that in line with that Lebanon ceasefire, which started yesterday at 5 p.m., they're going to be allowing commercial vessels to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump praised the decision, though he did refer to the Strait of Hormuz as the Strait of Iran. So interesting stuff here. We also heard some reports that CENTCOM is still turning away vessels. So if I get more details on that, I'll let you know. But either way, headline by headline basis, for now, how do we like USO?
Well, it's like, look at it. It's absolutely gonzo. You'll see that I'm in Boyle, and I'll show you what I'm sort of looking at. Like, you don't have any levels to work off for USO. So I like it as if we're moving, then I just want to trade something which has a structure, and it's not like Boyle's going to be natural gas. And sometimes we'll move with oil, but I like the fact that it can have a little bit of a lag, and that when you're trend down here, oil, and I'm only doing this because it's something that has worked, it has very distinct price areas, right? So like 13.4 here, support to resistance, a good 12.9 and 13 bottom. I kind of drew the structure for you. So when we bounced shy of the 13.4, short the pop, play to the low. And until USO does something distinctly different, that's the way I want to look at it. There's only one oil name that I'm thinking buy the dip on, and I mentioned if Oxy got to 50, I don't know. I don't think we're getting to 50. I don't think we're getting to $50 today. But if that were to get like really panic overextended to the downside, there was some good buyers in there after their earnings. So I think I could look for that. But I just play the trend on USO. If we break that downward trend and break the volume weighted average price, then I would reevaluate. We might break the trend line because it's so steep. But if we break VWAP, I'll reevaluate. But as long as this is holding underneath volume weighted average price, I'm shorting Boyle into that 13.4, shorting every pop and playing it into the low of the day, rinse, repeat, and you know what.
Absolutely. I mean, since the start of the conflict, guys, like you get like 75% TIA return. I mean, you have a base around that $110 mark. You're gapping down to 114. So, I mean, at the end of the day, things were going to cool off eventually, and you're going to revert back to a mean. So, with that being said, are you going to start to fill the gap? Is the market starting to come back in a little bit? Yeah. Are you getting a little bit of a climb, a recovery, a pullback in USO? Yeah, this is honestly what I want to see. Right, just before the open. So you pull back, you reject the volume weighted average price, you reject some of these pre-market areas at the 121. I mean, that's 7 points from now, roughly. I think there's a higher probability, essentially, of just bouncing off of the volume weighted average price, respectfully, in either direction for the USO and in SPY. So, I mean, let's go with the flow on this one. The straight's open. I think this is risk on at this point. So that's how we're looking at USO. Fade that, fade any pop, and then buy any dip in the NASDAQ to send it back to the desk.
Go with the flow, just like the flow of oil, I guess. And speaking of, I do want to show you guys the CME FedWatch tool, because since we've had this update here with Iran and the U.S. and the Strait of Hormuz, we now are seeing, according to the CME FedWatch tool, we could get a cut as soon as June 2027. Now, obviously, it doesn't sound that soon, but giving that initially, like last week, we were thinking it was going to be September to December of 2027. Starting in June isn't half bad. I'm also seeing apparently certain Fed funds futures pricing in a cut sometime this year. So this could be pretty exciting if we do get a cut, change some of these rate outlooks a little bit here. But in the meantime, final story of the morning. Let's take some time to talk about ORCL, because this stock has had a heck of a week.
5% yesterday, Darren. Not too bad. And speaking of 5, that was the 5th consecutive day of greenery for the name. However, let's not be myopic. It's still 48.4% below its 52-week high of 345.72, which the company reached on the 10th of September. It's outperformed a lot of its peers, to be fair, locally, and the trading volume yesterday was one to certainly keep an eye on. 46.5 million shares traded yesterday. Compare that to the 50-day average of 29 million. So something was up yesterday, Adair. Do
you think this one continues to rally? Do you think it pulls back a little bit? Because as you said, we're still well off highs.
You know what? It's not a name that I have too much information about. I kind of try to keep my eye on the main players. I know Oracle's trying to weasel their way in. Let's look at the technicals, though. I know the boys will do that. well off the weekly highs, as you can see there, into that 345. I don't even think we're above the 200 moving average on the weekly. We're approaching, boys, that 50 moving average on the weekly, so we could possibly see some resistance there. If we flip to the daily, we are approaching the 200 moving average on the daily, right around 190 a day. You probably get some resistance at 200 too.
Yeah, I think could be some resistance there for sure. Everyone knows my thesis on ORCL, and that thesis is decisively bearish, so not going to get too into that. But again, I think with Oracle, the thing worth remembering, massive RPO, and kind of a harder time converting that into revenue as of the last couple of quarters. We know Q1 and Q2 of 2026, they missed revenue estimates while massively growing their RPO. So guys, we had this massive rally in ORCL. Do the fundamentals as of right now maybe support this being longer term? They're poised to have their best week since 1999.
Partying like it's 1999. Should be old enough to remember when everyone was freaking out about Y2K. Yeah, that was such a big deal that turned out to be. Man, I knew a couple of crazy people back in 1999. People that actually thought the world was going to end.
Yeah, I heard about that, man. I was too young to really...
Legit.
I was 8 at that time.
Yeah, you're youngin'.
Like, I was just outside probably playing. Most likely, that was probably what was going on, most likely.
Well, I mean, most people were like, it's not going to be a big deal. And then there were others who were freaking their... Whatever, it is what it is. That doesn't matter now. Oracle, I can see... It looks a little bit different. It gets back at VWAP already, and the market's extended, and a lot of other stocks are extended further. Then you throw in... It's got the AMD thing going on where... You saw how crazy AMD was yesterday, so like if it pulls back, it'd be nasty. Like it's just, look how far we've come in a short period of time.
Yeah.
You've also effectively on the daily, like you've condensed a little bit, like big move, a little bit less, a little bit less, a little bit less. So I have a trend drawn. I'm probably gonna be still concerned with Now Boyle and USO and Intel and IBIT. But if this loses the trend line, that could be one which trapped people and ends up like a gap fill short type of trade. Just because it's a Friday, throw that in there as well. The top is exactly at 185. Start lining things up, options expiration, how far it's come. This is one that feels like it wants to shake some people out, but we'll see. Like I said, I'm more interested.
With Oracle?
Yeah, Oracle. I can just see a bit of a trap forming. I'd rather go and, for myself, I'm just going to be looking at Intel and IBIT.
Yeah.
If I'm going to look for buy the dip, or maybe, Robinhood, which I loved yesterday, and we'll see how that one does today as well.
I mean, but I'm not really looking at it from an intraday standpoint. I think there's a couple of things that have been swept under the rug in regards. Obviously, these guys have to spend a ridiculous amount of money, but 90% of their remaining performance obligations are to one name. That's going to be OpenAI. But also, I think one thing we have to talk about a little bit is that they're going to be a big player in the TikTok deal, right? The America TikTok. So, I mean, the stock's been getting destroyed. The worry about the margins within it, the CapEx spend, and how everything's going to align. They're laying individuals off. They're selling assets. Things didn't look good. Their guidance was absolutely ridiculous. But, I mean... Are they as bad potentially as we're thinking it? Maybe we're just exaggerating a little bit. Maybe we're taking it too literal. I think Oracle will be okay at the end of the day, considering they TikTok and OpenAI they're involved with, right? So I think that's two good.
And it got cheap too. It definitely got cheap.
What was the PE of it at one point?
I have to double check. It's 2 minutes until the open, so I wanted to make sure we at least looked at the imbalances for you guys. It is a Friday. It was nothing too crazy, but NVIDIA is a sell of 1.6 million. You got Apple, sell 900,000 shares. Hey, Beyond Meat almost got to $1. It's at 91 cents, 400,000, who cares? Oracle, 375,000. Maybe somebody cares about Beyond Meat, and apologies to you. XOM, 780,000 to the sell side. Nothing, it's really just NVIDIA that stands out. SMR there, but that's a pretty small imbalance as well. Let's go back up to Adara, 90 seconds till the open.
Just be aware here, guys, with regards to oil, you can see this headline on the screen. Apparently, the U.S. Naval blockade will remain in full effect as it pertains to Iran only, even as Iran says they're going to be reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Looks like President Trump also, as far as I can tell, reissued his Truth Social post to correct Strait of Iran to Strait of Hormuz. Either way here, guys, naval blockade still happening only for Iran as Iran announces that Strait of Hormuz is going to be open for passage, at least as we have this 10-day ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel going on.
Thank you, Adair. And you're actually seeing a decent bounce here pullback in the markets, but decent bounce here in USO as it tries to come into the volume weighted average price. Until, if we lose VWAP on the futures, I'll change the thesis, but I think short energy is still going to be a bit of a thing. Those samosas were good, but I'm going to go for VWAP for a re-entry there. Intel lost VWAP, so it's underneath that 69. It also happens to be 69, underneath that 69 level. So it needs to hold on to the prior close. If you go red off the open, remember the pattern on Intel has been the long snapback is if it can hold support and immediately regain the pre-market low. If it starts closing bars underneath the pre-market low, then that trap has been set precipitously. And then Bitcoin rejected 77,000 just there. It's dipping, but above VWAP. So that's still set up for higher lows, lower highs. The market wants to be good today. As we ring the bell for the file time this week, reminder, we're working on a huge record, almost record. Well, yeah, new record, all-time highs, 12 days in a row for the NASDAQ, which is the best since 2009, I think it was. Crazy. 2009. It's the longest winning streak in the NASDAQ since 2009.
Well, we'll take it, man. I mean, I was talking about once this conflict, considering how some of the names were holding up, once this conflict started to come to somewhat of a conclusion, then it's all right, let's rally. What is the reason not to? I think a lot of it has to do with the hyperscalers, the CapEx spend, the fundamentals are there for the majority of the names. So why not just rally? Oversold, Robinhood down 50% plus off of its highs. The SoFi's down. Wow, Bitcoin's been down substantially. The market is selling right now, guys. I mean, Tesla starting to sell a little bit here. We have the NASDAQ bouncing right at the Qs. The SPY were south of the Qs as well. Hood's holding up, and then IBIT doing us some favors, holding up relatively strong. So I think it's just be a little bit more patient on this one. Wait for things to turn around. How do we react? Are we going to start to step back in? Are buyers looking to get involved, or is it more or less going to be a profit taking from all this pre-market price action that we've been seeing? And also keep an eye on USO. Don't get analysis paralysis and have too many things going on at once. Focus on what you have and see if you can find some high quality opportunities within that.
That's what it's always about. And speaking of those, yeah, AMD did absolutely pop and fail that 280 level. Went right up to 281, broke through the 279, and then right down to 275. So if it closes lower, gonna look for the refill there. I'm also going to reload Boyle. I just saw USO starting to turn over, heading right back into the downside. So I don't think we're going to might not see VWAP. So I'll short the pop that I can get, and not necessarily the one that you want. Bitcoin is now pulled back into the volume weighted average. IBIT is pulled back into the volume weighted average price. I know I should say that correctly. Not going to stand on the falling knife. It has to show me a hold, or I'm waiting for a better low to engage with. But yeah, Bitcoin pulling back in here. I already showed you guys AMD pulling back. You had Netflix going in the other direction, though. Netflix went upside off the open.
Yeah, like you knew, I actually took it off my list. Right? Yeah, and I decided to focus a little bit more on Robinhood. The volatility is going to be in on Netflix, right? So we had an earnings report. We were talking about the implied volatility sitting around 176%. So you're going to see a little bit more of a fluctuation. Now, day by day, that will start to cool down. But I think there's going to be some other good opportunities here. The earnings report, if it decides that it wants to rock and roll, we can always switch things up, but we don't want to bounce around too much. You might get a gap fill, right? Considering you close right around that 107.89, you're starting to climb back up to 97. Pre-market, you have a high of around 98.18. So, I mean, keep an eye out on it and see what we can potentially find here in Netflix. It's a strong 5-minute print.
Well, that was fast.
You're in and out on...
No, I didn't even get Intel through VWAP. Pick me up. So you can kind of see what happened to Intel there. There's the hold the pre-market low and snap back to the upside nonsense. Usually you want it on the way up where you would have already made 50 cents, but I just sort of left the order through the volume weighted average price, and now it wants to pick me back up. Look, I'm going to give it to like the actual opening bar. Feel like we're still a little bit early. The only other thing I had was the reload in Boyle. And I said if this wicked the bottom, I wanted to be long on Intel, but I want to see it closing above the volume weighted average price. You also have I also want to be short AMD, which is so crazy. That looks like an A setup for a short on AMD. And here I am buying the dip on a different chip name. Sometimes you get the story in your head, straight opened up, let's go bullish, and then you start sitting there not reading the chart. And the chart is telling me I should be short AMD, and a lot of times maybe that's also short Intel. But for now, again, give it to the pre-market low, and we'll see what happens.
Absolutely. I mean, there goes
short AMD.
Yeah, there goes Robinhood right back towards the top end of the range. I mean, you pull back, it bounces right off of the volume-weighted average price. I was looking for anything south of that. We were going to get involved in that one. Robinhood moving. As soon as I get the green light, I'm tapped into Unity. I just don't hear you. Can you give me a test? Did we get the green light? Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, let's hand it over to Adara.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know here, part of why we could have this drop in the market is I'm seeing a lot of commentary from shipping experts and shipping companies saying that this announcement from Iran actually doesn't give us really any information. Wall Street Journal citing shipping experts and shipping analysts saying that there's no clarity provided by Iran's announcement. And furthermore, Hapag-Lloyd, of course, a shipping company, saying that they're actually going to wait until they start shipping here. They said that they're going to be beginning to assess the new situation, the risks they pose. For the time being, they're still not going to be passing through the Strait of Hormuz. So even though this is opened, sounds like a lot of companies and analysts are saying we're still going to be hands off for now.
Okay, so it's obviously a little bit mixed. The market's seeming to want to bounce off VWAP here. Maybe better than in the market and a little bit better in IBIT than on Intel, where I'm actually looking to add off where the support I'm seeing. But IBIT bounced off the volume-weighted average price, so that's looking like it's trying to hold. I just heard critical metals is still going. So CRML, this is one of the small cappers that was running for everybody. Looks like it did eventually break out the high. So through that $12 level and still holding 27%. This, and I believe it was UCAR. Was it UCAR? No, it wasn't UCAR. It was, whatever. Critical metals is up. I forget the other one that was going. Critical metals was up more anyway. So IBIT going to look for the high of the day. If we get to the top, going to take some out in front of that 77,000, which has been resistance, everybody. And I heard just Apple apparently going ham.
Yeah, Apple's moving higher here as well. I mean, you just hit over 6%, 92.17 on Robinhood. Bitcoin's holding up pretty good as well.
Thanks, Randy.
Thanks, Randy. And there's Robinhood. I mean, guys, it's strong, right? Like you're getting a bounce back in the SPY. What do we see on the 1 minute time frame here on the TQQQs? I'm gonna wait a couple more minutes. I mean, we're only 6 minutes into the open. I like what I'm seeing on Bitcoin. You got 43s, Neil. What I was thinking about was around 43.30.
Yeah, it's the quarters I like better.
Yeah.
My stop's under 20s.
Okay. Yeah, so that's what I was thinking too, right? Like 43.30, and then have a like a 15 or a 17 stop. So that's what I like on Bitcoin. It could be just totally strong and decide that it wants to go parabolic here once again and break through the pre-market highs. But I'll be patient and wait for that. But I like what Neil and I are both thinking over here on Bitcoin is just remain bullish on it. I think one thing I want to point out here is also that I don't want it to close this way. Why does it do that? So hopefully this doesn't close as a lower high. All right, so we want to eventually make that push higher. As long as we don't breach the 22s mark, I think that we can continue to climb. And look at the tape. The tape is pretty strong here as well, too, brother. So you got 43. That's a nice price. I like what we're seeing on the 5 minute as well, too, an indecision print right at the volume-weighted average price on volume. So there's a substantial amount, obviously, with that 5 minute opening auction. There's going to be some good opportunities. We're just going to be patient and let them fall into our lap.
Well, the other thing to consider is that you do have, even after that little bit of a spike, after that clarification, you still have USO heading right back into the low.
That's good.
Yeah, like that should, in theory, be good for the overall market. Just to some names that I know people are going to be interested in. NVIDIA is just back and forth and no decision off of the 200 level. Remember, 200 was a hard top for a couple of days in a row, and all you've done in the first few minutes is rinse back and forth off that level over and over again. So it doesn't really seem like this wants to pick a direction. This is so choppy. it's incredibly choppy off of the open. Like lots of, yeah, thank you, Randy. And even AMD, which I was like, that looks like a A+ short setup, it's right back and holding the volume weighted average price itself. I am still playing the fade in Boyle as an energy name. Basically short every single pop underneath the volume weighted average price. When I see a topping tail, I just reload and then look for the low of the day.
There you go, some more.
And then get my refund. Oh. I don't have the I'm reloaded button, which is what I would use.
Yeah, right. Neither do I, man. I don't have any.
You don't have your Stream Deck still?
No, brother.
Come on, son.
I know. I got to get all the things. I think I have to switch everything over, so I'd have to send all the codes over. Give a brother a break, my boy. I know. Aside from that, I'm looking at Tesla for a potential VWAP break. We're breaking down a little bit, but if this pullback is shallow, then maybe we can get a little bit of a run. But 43.30s right at VWAP is where I'm like an IBIT. Tesla for the volume-weighted average price break via TSLA. If we pick up, but I'm kind of getting curl over vibes, so we'll give it this attempt, right? It's like 10 cents, 45, you're out at 35s. If it does, you can get a little bit better of a price, but I want to see the volume really start to uptick, and we just push through with a little bit of momentum. So that's my game plan on a couple of these names. We're failing to establish a new high here on Bitcoin, so we can maybe draw somewhat of a trend on this one right there. From 43.69 to 43.39, starting to move down a little bit. But where's that base around 43.13s? There it goes. Neil, if we sit on the backside of this, it might be off to the races here on IBIT, this little secondary trend that we're pointing out here.
Yeah, it's holding on for now, but we're also not really going anywhere. Keep in mind, with the NASDAQ is, we just pulled back 100 points off of the open, and you're trying to base out here. So we're still in, it's Friday. It's options expiration. We're only 10 minutes in. We haven't seen any 15-minute candles, so we might just be in a scalp zone more than anything else, and then just got to watch out for it. Now, I just saw Scott just mention we're missing the cruise liners.
Yeah.
So you're going to have WAWA CCL, 8.5%. I'm sure the airlines are doing well as well. Maybe not as well, but that's a lot of wells. 6.7 to the upside. I think there's like 3, 4, actually 5 airlines reporting next week. So I'm imagining Delta, UAL, AAL, all doing pretty well, and they're gonna like this move, even if it's like a little bit premature to call it over. It's still a positive headline, sending you in the right direction, which I think takes some of the strain off of the airlines and the cruise lines. So yeah, congratulations, you've caught those off the open. IBIT's trying to go, but it's not doing a very good job of it. I saw a lot of people mentioning silver this morning, and apologies for not actually getting to any of the metals today, but they are also higher. You have silver and gold higher. You're also going to have a lot of the rare earth metals names going higher as well. Adara?
Yeah, off the top of my head, you're going to be getting ALK on Monday after the bell. You're going to be getting UAL, I believe, Wednesday after the bell. Then Thursday morning, you're going to be getting our friend AAL, and then I think also LUV Wednesday after the bell. UAL is either Tuesday or Wednesday, but either way, so at least 4 airlines off the top of my head. Keep an eye here on some of these fertilizer plays like MOS and CF. Not a ton of volume on these, just under 1 million shares traded each, but these are apparently trading lower after the Iran announcement of the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. So again, MOS, CF, fertilizer plays to the downside here. Back to you.
Okay, all right, yeah, we're going to take a little bit of a long here. I mean, if it breaks this lower end, then we'll just get out of the dodge. So it's 10 cents worth of risk on this trade. If not, we can break through, but it's not looking too good. The bid's starting to drop a little bit. It would have been more ideal to post up at 39s and then just give it about 5 cents. But nice strong push up there, nice strong uptick. Let's go. This is what we want to see. There goes Bitcoin, Neil, breaking through. We broke through that trend, and then now off to the races we go. The market's starting to find a little bit of a rebound, and let's rock and roll here on. I can't even hit my Stream Deck. I can't hit anything, man. I feel empty-handed. Hit the bang or something for me, brother. Let's see if we can get this party.
Someone wanted that yesterday.
In TSLA.
And we just hit the high of the day in, I thought we hit 77,000. Correction. We've just hit 76.9. I was going to say we broke 77,000. That is untrue. So you know what? I just took some out in front. I might take another leg out, realizing that we're underneath. Because remember, like these tops, the prices on IBIT realistically don't mean anything. Like you get to a level like 77, it's a big round number. Sometimes you get a bit of a rejection. So I'm going to take one more leg out there, try to hold a little bit more. Intel, though, like the market bounced decently. This is just like it got again, gets to VWAP, like I can see where it's holding the bid under the 3/4 mark, but it's not really extending through. I don't like that. I don't like that. So I'm going to take another leg out underneath the volume weighted average price. Don't like that turn whatsoever on Intel. And when I was mentioning that AMD was like an A+ fail, you have to understand what I was trying to get at was the fail of this break, where you just short it back through the low. That was an instantaneous $5 winner. It's essentially the snapback. Like, I'm one of those, like, in and out, like, boom. Like, ideally, I think I would have wanted it to there, but believe me, if the market decides to rebound, that's not something that's an automatic continuation. I'd look for continuation because it does continuation on a 15-minute. And on a 15-minute, we haven't even had a second candle yet. On the short time frame where it's a quick scalp trade, yeah, absolute A+. But on the higher time frame, it's told you nothing yet. Yet is the key portion. So it might have been right to take a little bit more out of IBIT there, because we are still holding underneath 77K. Yeah. NVIDIA, I think this is going to be a big one. If NVIDIA can close this and hold the 200 level, that's great psychologically. Amazon, we know that's been pretty strong. Amazon, Google have been pretty strong lately. It's like they're trying to go, but nothing's really blowing out that I'm seeing. So we're catching a bid. It's just not strong enough.
I think at this point, Neil, to be honest with you, I think IBIT's going to break past that pre-market high.
I think so too.
Yeah, I think it's a green light to go on here on Bitcoin. As for Tesla, we hit the 1-to-1, but I'm holding this thing, man. Selling aggressively here. We're gonna have to be extremely patient. Let's see. I mean, we're risking 10 cents. We hit a little bit more than a 1-to-1. How come I can't hear you there? I hear there. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, okay, cool. Let's send it off to Adara. We're back at that high. We're printing 1356s now, a 1.3-to-1 on TSLA. Let's see if we can hold that for the pre-market high.
Yeah, continuing to see more comments here related to the Strait of Hormuz. Now we've got the Norwegian Ship Owners Association saying that they are still wanting to proceed with caution with regards to the Strait of Hormuz reopening following similar comments from Hapag-Lloyd. But USO also on watch here. We've got an Iranian military official going on state TV and saying that yes, the straits reopened, but no, military vessels still cannot cross through the Strait of Hormuz. So this reopening does appear to have a couple strings attached at the very least. Back to you.
Cross it.
Ooh.
You know that one? You're Jamaican, you know that. Bro, come on. Nobody can cross it. It's only who can understand it.
There we go, Neil.
Anyways, you're not leaving us to watch it, but if you get some time over the weekend, just look up Nobody Can Cross It. And I forget
when the thing was flooded, right?
Yeah, it was. I forget where it was in Jamaica, but anyways. It's mad jokes.
It's funny. I think Adara might have made a Lord of the Rings reference there. I'm not too sure. So my dad's there right now, right? He's in
the movie.
No. Yeah. He's in the Lord of the Rings movie. Yeah. So he's living his best life over at the house. There, so it's done. Neil, I'm telling you, you know what it's like in the Caribbean. So when I would go there, like at one point, it was just half a house with a couple of rooms.
Whoa.
Go ahead. What's going on?
It's a little bit of a liquidity event here that just happened. I don't know. Sometimes you just see. Sometimes you just see the tape. So quickly, I just took a leg out on IBIT because we got to 77 again, and then there was just a huge liquidity vacuum that opened up. So I'm gonna, take a little bit out, hold on to the last 10%, and see if it holds on to VWAP there. But yeah, there was just a bit of a turn. You're gonna see USO bouncing. You know what? Yeah. USO Amex. It's so annoying. Got a little bit of a pop there. So at least for now, we're able to bank on that IBIT. But I had to take out Boyle as well. We just popped to the upside. Dare we have a headline?
Oil pops, market pulls back at least a little bit as, again, we've got some military personnel from Iran speaking on Iranian state TV right now saying that any ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz will still need, coordination here with the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. So another condition here on the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. First, we were hearing that we're going to need only commercial vessels, no military vessels. Now we're hearing that even the vessels that do pass through still need to coordinate with the Guard. Back to you.
But I'm flattening Intel. That'll end up being a completely flat trade, like slightly up, because I was able to get most of that on the dip. It isn't right. You know what I mean? Like, A, you had that reversal that just happened, which sent USO higher. B, you had this unable to break view up. This will show up as purple because I had an offer out when I hit it, so it's going to code as a short, but I'm not short Intel. But then you got lower highs going in there. It doesn't smell right. If I like the long, let it get above VWAP, let it break the trend. At least with IBIT, like if IBIT wants to hold the trend up, then I can continue to work with that. Like, stick with the thing that's working. London U.S. growth will hit 6% under Trump. Hey, there ain't nothing wrong with 6%. 6% will work. Oh no, say it ain't so. I, for one, am shocked. Allbirds is halted to the downside? No. But I thought it was complete. The pivot, going from a shoe company to AI infrastructure just seemed like such an obvious thing when you get $50 million that there's no way that this could go wrong.
Yeah, I mean, there it goes, the market rebounding, absorbing that. I mean, we were rocking and rolling. I took some more out. As soon as Neil's like, uh-oh, I'm looking at the 1 minute time frame. We can see at 396.76 on Tesla, there's an indecision print, and I'm like, all right, inverted hammer just below the pre-market highs. I have to take more off, but Bitcoin's rebounding pretty strong. This might be a good opportunity for a potential long here on the TQQQs, considering, okay, I like that a lot. I like it a lot. Over here, a nice rebound, indecision print on VWAP here. So, I mean, there's a lot of opportunities. Maybe we're going to absorb all of this noise. We got the exact same thing going on Robinhood. And at some point I said, Neil, yeah, we're going to break the pre-market high on Bitcoin. There it goes.
There it goes.
Yeah, there it goes. You're still in it, I mean.
Yeah,
so
but I took that.
You took some off? That's all right.
Well,
that's all right.
There was that, I got down to 10% because of that wick right here.
I was only holding 20% by the time I got stopped out. I would have liked to leave it as a runner, but that's not the case. I think we're going to find a little bit of a bounce, guys. I mean, we're holding volume weighted average price relatively well. The SPY has a nice indecision print right at VWAP. This is a good signal, especially if we break this. So the straight is open. There's obviously some strings attached, as Adara was talking about not too long ago. But what I'm seeing right now is there's a lot of buying pressure. No reason for us to not re-engage. Be careful, because the volatility is back in. You're starting to see the fluctuation with regards to this oil and this stuff, and I get it, it gets annoying and tiresome, including myself. It's just like, all right, cool. It's better when there's a little bit less catalyst and ongoing tweet this, tweet that, truth this, truth that. I just want some nice, clean price action. Be careful for a couple more back and forths here today, this Friday, especially regarding this matter.
Friday?
Friday then.
Well, I was thinking it's Friday, you ain't got no job, you ain't got no money.
Oh.
And I can't say the rest of that because we don't want to get you-know-whatted on YouTube. You can say that. I can say that, can't? Whatever, I'm not going to. I can. It's Friday, you ain't got no job, you ain't got no money, you ain't got ish to do. Fabian's like, you can say it. I'm like, Fabian, I don't think Fabian realized that it was a curse. Of course, I get out flat on Intel, and now it wants to break the trend. All right, I guess I'm rejoining the trade above VWAP if it can hold the break. I want to look for the next place to buy IBIT, but it is worth, sort of looking at where I think we can extend to. On the daily chart, ever, so far that you take the, I don't even say forever on that one. There's nothing really up here at 45, so I always start to think about when you have a move like this, like the measured, and that would be the prior high, and then to where support was before, which was about $1. So when you look at it in the other direction, like that breakout, you start thinking 44, just a little bit above, just doing that little math. Because I like to have a target for a bit of a reversion there. At USO starting to pull back, NVIDIA still doing the dance over 200. So it's confirmed. Yeah, we're confirmed over 200 now on NVIDIA. I think that's going to be all systems go for the markets. Unbelievable. I want to say unbelievable. I wasn't looking at NVIDIA. I was actually looking at AMD. AMD is so incredibly strong. Like that, a rejection like this on a Friday, usually with a trap that big, like the snap down would be so heavy because it would have trapped so many breakout 280 traders. And they're almost back into the money here. So this looks pretty impressive there on AMD. Let us know what you guys are watching. I've seen a lot of names in the chat being thrown around. Remember, please type $ in front of your tickers if you can, so that it shows up on the stock visualizer for us. Because I just saw BBAI in there. Whoops, I just threw the voting one up. Wrong one. There it is. Beyond Meat, the market's up 9%. The NASDAQ's on a 12-day win streak. Nvidia's over $200. Everything is absolutely flying. Bitcoin just broke 77,000. We're talking about Beyond Meat? Okay, it's fine. Nvidia's, I don't know why I care so much. Netflix, EFOI there. I see Tesla, obviously, that makes a heck of a lot of sense. Okay, that's fine. Beyond Meat, at 94 cents. It's up 17%. Congratulations to everyone that believed in this company that will probably go under. Yes. Oh my goodness, I should be short this. That really failed a dollar clean this morning. Well, that's a great setup for a short. At the dollar level when it fails. I used to trade penny stocks back in the day. I don't know if you can tell. But no, yeah, nothing against Beyond Meat. Really, it's just on a day like today, like PayPal's going absolutely ham. Like there's so many things that are strong. Tesla, oh, well, maybe Tesla's not as strong as I thought. Tesla's having trouble with $400. Let's leave it at that. But I am starting to notice we're getting very range bound on USO, like we're not making fresh lows. So as we get to that 44 level, which I said the target's up at that 44, it doesn't matter to me that I'm not long the 43. The structure of the trade was a 43 prior level. So if we fail that top, kind of like how we failed this top in here, I'm going to go for the trail out and then buy the dip on the next available chance, and then see what we can go into next. There's got to be plenty of other opportunities to buy the dip because the NASDAQ is not overwhelmingly flying here. Like we're barely off of these highs. Off of that dip low. My first feeling is if we're not really bouncing and breaking through the top, we still have the chance of losing VWAP. And if we do, I'm expecting a turn. So even if I'm in something strong, we lose that VWAP. I don't want to get trapped in it when I usually take out these highs and then look for the next available dip buy. So far, so good. I'm not really complaining yet, except for the fact that everyone seems to like Beyond Meat. And just because I say I don't like it doesn't mean I'm shorting it, by the way. I think the short already happened through $1. Like you got to, on that trade, now that I'm out of, we just kind of tick the top again here on IBIT. I'm like, okay, that's close enough to the 44. I'll take it and then look for the dip. What I was getting at with Beyond Meat being a short is here. Like in the pre-market, it wicks $1, and then the following candle goes to exactly $1. So you can legit be short 98 with an even dollar stop. That's all. It's just like it's just a trade setup on the dollar level, which gives you a ridiculously tight stop. Shorting it now off of what? Like I'm going to short it and give it 10%? Nah.
Tesla's really starting.
Oh, you're muted. It's all good. It's all good. It happens. I do it at least once a week. It's actually in my contract.
Be muted at least once a week. All right, now we gained a bar there.
Oh, at least once.
At least once. So I mean, there's a support level being broken here on Robinhood. We had that nice long early, just not too long ago. I mean, 9:41. We wait for 10 minutes. Boom, off to the races we go with that volume weighted average price. We break up. I was holding additional 20%. We take some off at a 1.5 to 1. It was only 20% right there, and then we just took a little bit, another 20%, and then another 20 here, and then eventually we just took some more off, considering reducing our complete holding to. I think there's something else coming in. I mean, Tesla is starting to show some volatility spikes. We're seeing Bitcoin holding, which is a positive sign. Let's see, the NASDAQ is holding the volume weighted average price as well. So there's something going on in the market right now. We had SPY break above that indecision print right at the volume at VWAP as well. So I like this. Let's see if we're going to hold up. If we breach these lows and crack this 89.90 mark, then we'll have to look for another opportunity. But if we start to climb, then I'll have to look to participate one more time in the either Tesla or in Robinhood. So let's be patient. SPY's moving. I'm assuming that XLF is pretty strong here. Let's see.
The SPY's moving much better than the NASDAQ.
Yeah, much better than the NASDAQ. So XLF must be moving. With that being said, we can take another attempt at the break of the volume weighted average price here on Tesla. So I was looking over at NVDA. Apple's climbing higher. What is NVDA doing? It's starting to come back in a little bit here. What's Google been up to? Yeah, Google's sliding, probably helping drag the NAS with it. And Microsoft. as well too is looking like it wants to break through the volume weighted average price to the south side. So be cautious. Look for some signs of strength. Maybe that's going to be Robinhood, Bitcoin. There's no questioning that one. I had that feeling that we were going to breach the high of the day. That has been the case. Let's see if we can continue to participate in some of these other names that have had some pretty positive tailwinds for them.
Absolutely. And just very quickly, someone asked what the next trade was. What I'm looking for is Intel to regain VWAP and break this little slight downtrend. The pre-market high, lower high. Now we have another break incoming, so I'm going to try and grab this one in front of the volume-weighted average price. But I see a lot of interest. You don't have to spam everybody. It's fine. Like, you type the symbol 1 or 2 times. We'll get to it. We've been showing a lot of Bitcoin, but really, sometimes you're going to get outsized moves when you look at something like an MSTR. You'll get outsized moves in BMNR relative to ETH. You're getting that right now. So MSTR is absolutely squeezing relative to what's happening over in Bitcoin. I know I've been trading IBIT into the high, but proxy for Bitcoin. Wow, no real obvious levels here on MSTR. I think this is just a short rally. The other thing to keep in mind is there's a lot of hedging. There's a lot of like long Bitcoin, short MSTR hedge trade that happens. And sometimes you wonder if there's like a big news event, you get an unwind of things like that. Like if I was unwinding that and thinking it was risk on, you'd probably want to keep the Bitcoin long and cover the MSTR short. Like that's the idea if you think something is materially changed. So I think you could be seeing a little bit of that. So MSTR has a chance to outpace Bitcoin today. Let's go to the desk with Adara. It is already 10 o'clock.
And what a morning it has been, guys. So many headlines, most of which actually occurred from like 8:45 onwards. So definitely make sure to stick with us and start at 8 a.m. for all of the breaking news, even before the market opens. S&P 500 near these highs here, pulling back a little bit pre-market, but then pushing right back here again. 15-minute candle as of right now. The first 2 15-minute candles have been green. We had some commentary coming from Howard Lutnick saying that he actually thinks the U.S. GDP growth will hit 6% under Trump. He said it could happen this year, but we'll have to wait and see. Now, furthermore, the other thing that he commented on was the Strait of Hormuz, and I think we're going to hit a lot more comments on the Strait of Hormuz because we first had the Iranian foreign minister coming out around 8:45 a.m. saying that the Strait of Hormuz is open. Lots of clarification on that since apparently this is only going to be open to commercial vessels, including U.S. commercial vessels, just no military vessels at all from any country. And furthermore, even for these commercial vessels, you are going to have to coordinate with the Iranian Revolutionary Guard to get any work done. President Trump shared this post once we actually had the announcement of the passageway being open. He also just shared another post a couple minutes ago saying that the U.S. is going to be getting all of its nuclear dust out from Iran. They said the deal is not subject to to Lebanon, but USA will also be working with Lebanon. They don't want to exchange cash with Iran. So again, another post from Trump. This is his third post in the last 2 hours, so he's been very active today. Netflix on watch here with earnings. Nice bounce here off of these intraday lows. They did beat on EPS and sales. They reaffirmed their fiscal 2026 guidance, but that Q2 guidance, a little bit disappointing. TSLA also in focus, one of many tech names on watch, TSLA, with another Terafab announcement. They're going to be doing some hiring for engineers apparently in Taiwan for that Terafab. Furthermore, worth noting here, a couple other headlines. We had analyst notes positive for Affirm, with Morgan Stanley making them their top pick. Negative analyst note for Fluence with a downgrade. You had Alethea Capital weighing in here on TSM. So there's just a lot of headlines to talk about. It's not just the conflict in the Middle East, though this conflict is moving the market in a major way. Back to you.
All right, that's the one. Thank you very much there, Dara. Netflix at the high of the day. Bitcoin got to the high of the day. The Qs are trying, but they're just not doing what the SPY are doing. So you look at the Q, like we're back up to 1% here, and looking at the triple Q is just easier for me to show you the 3-minute and a shorter time frame chart. And then you look at what's going on in the SPY. Like SPY are at the absolute top. I said the next trade for me was going to be Intel breaking trend off of VWAP. And unless you were trading last night, you don't care about Blue Ocean. So I'll actually look at it on the NASDAQ once I'm done there. So it broke this little bitty trend line down, confirmed here, long VWAP. Don't like the chop mess that it was on the flats in here under the volume weighted average price. So long as it can hold VWAP, going to be reloading, playing for the high of the day. As we said, Bitcoin has been strong, but USO has fallen asleep. Fallen asleep, but still weak. So good. It wicked VWAP and is headed lower. That's what you want to see for the longs. Right? You want continuation, then I want to see, even if it's not going to flush, break fresh lows and all that good stuff, I don't want it breaking back above VWAP. It can bear flag and we will look good as long as there's bear flags. But if it starts breaking back out, you got to reconsider. I would reconsider some of those long trades. I was mentioning Netflix back at the highs, so if you found the dip off 95, I like 94. So, we'll call it a fail. Where is it? It ends up bouncing very nicely here in Netflix, but didn't quite get down as far enough as I would have liked. But you know what? This market's got tons of opportunities, everybody. And when it's this active, this environment creates lots of setups, more momentum, and that's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their strategy and managing risk. No more fear of blowing up your personal account. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own savings. This is what we're calling limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now and get 10% off. Shout out to them.
So frustrating watching trades just that you had planned out go in your favor. I mean, I was thinking, I posted up at 44s. It was trading like right below the volume weighted average price on Robinhood. I'm like, okay, let me post up at 90.44, and then see if we can catch a fill there. Boom, off to the races it goes. Now printing $91. So I mean, that was a missed opportunity. Robinhood strong. There's some indecision prints on the lower time frame here with Tesla, so maybe this one's going to take some time to go, or it might not at all. Let's get involved in some more Tesla. We'll take another attempt at it. We get in at 43s, exactly where we were before, and risk 10 cents. So let's see if we can get that going. The NASDAQ is screaming higher. There's a lot going for the market here today. There's no reason. Less talk, more action, essentially, on some of these trades. I don't like the tape, though, to be honest with you. Look at the tape. It seems relatively weak. SLV is strong. Yeah, I heard.
It's an insane trend up in SLV.
Yeah, SLV is just buy the dip. That was a great time in the land of silver when it was just like literally every dip that you bought on silver ended up working out. It was like, so man, it was too easy almost.
Okay, but you know what? Here's the thing. There is one thing about that.
My guy.
When this was over when it was over 100 and you were at the absolute top, I remember literally having a couple of people WhatsApp me, it's like friends from high school, university. Yeah. Yo, should I be getting into the metals? And when that starts happening, it's
once word hits the street.
Yeah, about that, that's not the moment. But I think that, look, the trend, we talked about this yesterday, like the trend break and then continuation, here, we'll do that. It's a steady grind, and we're getting an outside move today, probably because of the headlines. Why are we struggling this top, man? The ES is literally breaking the highs right now. We just hit an all-time high
Tesla's done
on the ES. The NASDAQ is still underneath, so we're getting a little bit of lag in some of tech. By the way, I'm offering in front of 70 on Intel. Intel is at levels that, I mean, I own shares of the stock, and I'm skeptical of this thing. Yeah. Like big time skeptical that it's going to break. So if you look at Intel on like the 3 months, you're going back and you are literally at the high from 2019, and then you're pushing into all-time highs in here. So every chance I get, I'm going to be scalping this one. Like it's a VWAP to the 70 instead of the high of the day. Usually I'm thinking to the high of the day, but this time I'm thinking out in front of the 70 level. And if it breaks away, I don't have to short 70, but for me, I'm getting out of the long in front. Like normal Neil would be looking for a reversion at 70.
Yeah.
So therefore, if I'm long into it, I'm taking it out in front of the 70 level, but I'm not going short. I don't want to fight it, but I do want to make sure we're banking out in front of that. So what a move in the market. I also don't love the fact that we're getting a bit of this lag on the Qs. Like it's still very lagging relative to the ES. It shows me some of the strength is in other places. W Shell says, don't sleep on Bird.
Okay.
Oh, that actually bounced? Hey, look at that. See? What do I know? Halts down, and now it's $1 higher. There's a bull market everywhere, apparently. Even that's not going to fall
We know
apart.
who said that one there, Neil.
Well, it's a bull market somewhere. There's always a bull market somewhere.
There's always
and I
a bull
love that
market
quote
somewhere.
because it's an important one. Oftentimes, people will get wrapped up in, oh, this is looking bad, and when Tesla was in a downtrend, it's like, well, go look at the memory chip names. There's always something which is incredibly strong.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is not the memory chip name right now.
No, but it's Robinhood though. Robinhood is just going absolutely pair. I like what Bitcoin's displaying. I think this thing's going to continue to climb. I'm posted up here right at the lower end of the range. I was at the top end, no problem. We got somewhat of a buyer right here. So I'm in at 1335s. We're going to double up the size from what we had on both of these positions here to see if we can get this rocking and rolling. If it cracks, then the risk to reward, I'm risking 5 cents on that one. So you can add more shares essentially. And I like what Bitcoin's doing right now. So maybe we avoid what Tesla is if we don't catch this fill and look for some signs of strength. We're getting a pullback in silver, which I'm liking. You can buy a potential dip on that one. The play on Robinhood, Gorv, this is the ideal trade right here. You can see it in Tesla, like a lot of buying pressure on the lower time frames. But essentially, it was just that one-off right at VWAP here on Robinhood. And then within the trend line, you can see that you have all these indecision prints in silver, boom, off to the races you go. So maybe we have to look for something along those lines. Oh, wow, I'm at 36s, and it doesn't give me that fill, Neil? What kind of garbage is that? Oh, my, pretty close, man. It came into 37. I just never got it on the bid, and there it goes off to the races there on Tesla. I want to try to catch the lower end of the range and get as tight of a risk to reward as we possibly can get. But I think at this point, with the NASDAQ climbing higher, we might have to buy up into this strength. So, yeah, there it is. Tesla starting to rock and roll. I'm not going to chase it. We'll wait. If it does decide that it wants to break through the volume-weighted average price, that might be a trade within the potential trade here as well.
I think you had the right entry on Tesla, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like, look where the buying is right where the selling was.
Exactly.
I was actually looking at a similar, it was similar earlier when it was doing the same thing, and AMD is not now. AMD is barreling toward that high. So it was a false break, but it's putting in higher lows the whole way through. Like, look at this on AMD. I don't know why I didn't spot this sooner. So you had the dip. We had the random dip in AMD this morning in the pre-market, put in higher lows, then dipped in the open, and it's all bottoming tail wicks under this trend line on AMD. So I'm going to hit save so that when you hit save, then the next time I call up AMD, you'll still see this trend. I think it's a buy on the trend line, but willing to reverse kind of play. Intel, oddly enough, did break 70, got to maybe like 10 cents higher, and is right back into the 70 even. So if that dips again, I'll look for like a continuation of trend if we can get it. Same thing with IBIT. That was the other long. It's still up there on IBIT. We actually haven't had that much of a pullback. VWAP is at 43.50. We're still at 80. So I guess I'm going to be preaching a little bit of patience with this. I'm not taking it up here. I don't want to get trapped up at some of those highs. Not with USO not continuing. So the two names that I like to the long side have kind of covered and are looking for the dip. And I'm going to start hunting for other things. If it happens to be AMD, great. Robinhood's in the middle there. So yeah, let me know what you guys are watching here, because at this point, there's so much to look at. And I know the two that I'm trying to get back into. Netflix is still exactly where it was before, down 9%. Boo on the guidance, man. Boo on that guidance for Netflix. Again, let me know what you guys are watching. There's a new name I haven't seen in the chat. UNH. Yes. Look at some other sectors, man. That's a good idea. Only 323? I say only, like that's not good. No, that's actually pretty good.
On UNH?
Yeah, UNH. It's funny because someone asked about this like a while back, and I was like, wake me up when it's above the 200-period moving average. It's above the 200-period moving average on UNH, and it held, and now it's breaking out above the 200-period moving average. Now, here's what I would say is I probably said something along the lines of, I might like the swing trade if it does that, but I put it on in PayPal, so not going to happen.
And people are saying Palantir.
So I went into PayPal over the 50-period, this breakout, so I'm not going to be taking a swing in my personal account. Here we day trade. I won't be doing it in UNH because I did it in PayPal.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, we're still holding up, but then this turnaround can keep you a little bit cautious on what can potentially happen. Bitcoin, 3-minute, you have an inverted hammer candle. And who was it in the chat had some kind words for you and I there, Neil. We're going to a new life life or sale. All right, thank you very much for those kind words. Your long Palantir off of VWAP, says Gorev. Yeah, let's take a look. I heard Palantir is really on the move. I mean, nothing wrong with that. It's choppy here, though, man, Neil. Like, it is forming a bull flag, but look at this chop here. This would just, I don't love that whatsoever. A lot of overlapping candles, but it's working, right? And it's a bull flag. This can just absolutely go parabolic, especially if the market decides that it wants to continue to climb.
I gotta throw this up from Darius.
You got what?
I gotta throw this up from Darius.
Throw it up from Darius.
Because it's a comment, not a question. It astonished me that professionals see this price action on a Friday morning after so many green days and are going long. Everyone has to have their own time frame. It's options expiration. It's a Friday. Could this be a trap? It is 33 minutes into the open. If you're a day trader, then okay, fine. I'll take something like trend down into Intel, hold the low, and then trend it up. And the same thing with IBIT. That's a trade. If we lose, if I go to the higher time frame on the 15-minute, what does this now look like on a 15-minute? Okay, we could have a false break of the high, and then maybe we lose VWAP, and then I could be short this in the afternoon. Yeah. If you're a swing trader, you could be looking at this as an opportunity for a temporary top after 12 days up on the NASDAQ. There's so many ways in which you can analyze it that are all fine and can all be right in their own way, and we're just looking at this is just what we're doing. It's a day trade. What I do for 15 minutes on Intel doesn't mean I think we're bullish for the rest of the day, which I think it's a perfectly fair observation. Could this be a trap? Absolutely, it could be a trap. Would I want to be holding over the weekend on a swing trade long at these highs? Probably not. I'd rather, as I said, be looking to swing into something which is like lagging and trying to catch up, as opposed to something which is at the high. But for the day trade, when the trend is on and you can find it, that's what I'm going to do. Classic, pull into VWAP and rip. Intel, classic, hold the pre-market low and then hold the VWAP into the high. Yeah. It's just you're looking for trade setups at the end of the day, and if it works for you, great. And if you're shorting over the weekend because you think we made a temporary top, I wish you all the luck in the world. And I always want everyone to print. I never want anyone losing money. It's not fun. Well, actually, the only time that it's kind of fun is when it's like those, like the short seller report guys. I get like a little bit of like one of those. Yeah. Anyways, let's go to Adara. I don't hate them. It's just, you know what I'm saying? Like.
Yeah.
Anyways, Adara.
We're getting what's going to be our fourth Truth Social post in the last, 2.5 hours, just be aware he's incredibly active. He said that now that the Strait of Hormuz situation is over, in his words, I received a call from NATO asking if we would need some help. I told them to stay away unless they just want to load up their ships with oil. So Trump talking about the Strait of Hormuz. Furthermore, be aware, Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel, he is speaking as well, and he's saying that Israel has not yet finished the job against Hezbollah and that dismantling Hezbollah will not be achieved tomorrow. Now, this is important because President Trump ordered Israel, more or less in this Truth Social post, to stop bombing Iran. Or it's not Iran, I guess also Iran, but Lebanon specifically, right? So they're saying don't go after Lebanon, but we still have Netanyahu saying that the job isn't done, I guess, when it comes to Hezbollah. So be aware, could see some tensions coming back up. I'm continuing to see different international groups saying that they're not really trusting that all is clear when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz just yet.
Wow.
These dips aren't really, the dips aren't dipping.
Shallow,
right now.
man.
Yeah, so the first thing I said was I'm not chasing any of these highs. I'm not. Like the plan was to wait for the dip. And then you watch it, the FOMO starts to set in. It's like, okay, you're out, and then we're going right back.
Have that heavy.
We're not coming back there. I'm just looking for something that has, like Robinhood maybe. Robinhood could be something, you know, if I look at the trend from the open, I could be looking at something like this. It'll condense and then break out. Robinhood looks like it could be an opportunity. People are saying Palantir is breaking out because USO is going back down. Like that's really starting to trend back into the low. So I want to hop back into something. Netflix could be a potential breakout, but I don't necessarily love that stock today. And just made another, the ES is almost at another all-time high. And again, the Qs are just lagging. Like we're just slightly lagging here on the Qs with the ES at that top. Silver, as you mentioned, could be one, but if you're looking to buy the dips, like what dips?
I mean, Microsoft is still at VWAP. NVIDIA decided to climb a little bit higher. Apple, not too far off of the high of the day. Google moving lower. So it's Microsoft and Google, I think, that's holding up the NASDAQ a little bit. You can see Google coming off the highs here. Really ugly price action. Amazon curl over, and then Tesla breaking trend, but pretty choppy as well this morning too. So, I mean, keep an eye out on some names. If you want to look for strength, there's silver off of that dip buy. You have 15 minutes of selling, it just buys right back up in 5 minutes. So engulfs that. Broadcom, not too far off the highs of 403. So there's a lot of signs of strength. Palantir, I know Gora was talking about this one, consolidated. Lots of buying pressure right here at the volume weighted average price, and then it's just like, okay, see you later. We're strong here today. I'm going to try this on Tesla. We just bounced off of VWAP. I like our risk to reward. Let's see if we're going to continue. I mean, if we're going to be in a buy program style of session, it's just like if you can get in on the dips, you have to try to take advantage of the opportunity of when it comes in, because you might not get that price again. So unfortunately, we didn't get that level that we wanted earlier, which would have been exactly at what was it, approximately 13.34s. It just decides to rip 50 cents above that. So we're in Tesla one more time, just a bit above the volume weighted average price. Heads back into that range, then we just get out of that one, Neil.
Yeah, good look there. And you know what? We're gonna do this. I'm gonna force everyone to have an opinion on this. So I want everyone typing. Again, we always make it really simple here at Trader TV Live. All you gotta do is type a number. I'm pretty sure we can all handle that. Long or short from here on the SPY till Monday morning. This is an auto. I'm not talking about from now to the close. I'm talking about you got to buy. If you had to buy it and you had to hold it till Monday, okay? So 1 for long, 2 for short. Get your votes in. We'll leave it up until we get into until like 11 o'clock or close to 11 o'clock. Give you plenty of time. See what the viewers think. Lots of bulls, 60%. I feel like when we make it more challenging, if I said to the end of the day, I feel like people would have more conviction. But given that you'd have to hold it over the weekend, I'm guessing we're going to have a lot of indecision here, and it'll be a little bit more on the 50-50 side. I'm glad people brought up silver here, or SLV, because when I pulled it up, and thank you to our viewers, I can now see a very distinct trend line. Like there's your spike off the open, first pullback, pullback, pullback. We just bounced off it again, confirming the trend on the 3-minute. So when I see this, I only think of 2 things. Yes, reversion, short the trend break, but also look for that continuation play. Now, every time it's bounced, it hasn't always made it to the high, but I prefer an entry if it has been able to get to the high. And when it hasn't made it to the high, a trend break I like even a little bit better. So that's what I'm going to be watching. We've got a super chat from son of Daniel. Oh, well, you've changed your name. Let's throw it up there. Spoiler alert, you have a new identity. Son of Daniel Gouda Guru. I'm a Havarti. That's like my go-to in a sandwich, but Gouda's good as well. Okay. About a month ago, Trader TV did a poll about what percentage of cash people were holding in their long-term accounts. I suspect a lot of this recent upturn is because so many of us were defensive so long. Go silver. I tend to agree with that. That's why I fall into the, look, man, I end up buying dips sometimes, and it's like it looks terrible, but like when something's out of favor, you just throw the stink bid in if it fills, and sometimes it looks trash for a month or two. But if it's in a long-term account, I understand what I'm trying to accomplish, which is just get the cash back allocated. And sometimes the entry points don't look the best. Meta was too early. Nvidia should have been AMD. I get it. Yeah, I know I said that a bunch of times. You know, it is what it is. Got lucky with Netflix, I think, a little bit there. And, you know, Robinhood was probably a little bit early on Robinhood. But you can never get it exactly right, I think. Let's go to Adara. It's time for the small cap recap. We haven't talked to many of those today. Sure.
President Trump continues posting on Truth, just letting you guys know. I don't even know what number Truth this is. It's probably 5 or 6 as of this point. He just posted, Iran is removing all sea mines with the help of the U.S. Thank you, President DJT. So just be aware, he's posting like rapid fire, these really teeny tiny Truth social posts, couple minutes apart. We know sometimes these move the market, so be aware this is occurring. Pretty much all of them have been related to oil in the Middle East. Let's talk here about BZAI, first small cap of the day, and actually one that we featured on our watch list this morning. Blaze trading higher here, $50 million Neo-Tensor AI infrastructure deal sends this one to the upside. This company has a just under 10% short float. ISPC, $5 million market cap. No news today on this one, but this one's one that's rallied frequently in the past, so it is a frequent flyer, as we'll call it. Just under 20 cents per share. Last week announcing that they have reduced their domestic shipment transit times. No other news here for biotech play ISPC. Last but not least, PBM, this one moved a lot higher yesterday, and it was moving on a catalyst. We heard reports that there's going to be this U.S. executive order plans to basically evaluate IPO gains, therapeutic potential. So all of these psychedelic-related companies did spike higher in that. I guess they acknowledged this executive order, reported executive order. So that's why we have PBM back in focus. This stock has a $2.5 million market cap, float of 250,000 shares, short float 20%. So small float, large short percentage, small market cap for PBM. Back to you.
Good stuff. I mean, Bitcoin's definitely been one of the stronger names here. There's a seller, Neil, it's like the exact same scenario that we were experiencing yesterday in Palantir. Yeah, there's a seller somewhere around here on Tesla in that 395 area. It's not looking too good. The market's coming back in. So this will probably be our last attempt on Tesla. If it breaks, like we do have a downtrend, right? So I'm looking for the break of this level. If we can breach through that, the market wants to be strong today and off to the races we go, then so be it. But we also have to take into consideration and factor in the fact that we are actually making consistent lower highs. Right? So that's good. There goes Bitcoin, new high of the day. Silver, new high of the day. So yeah, I mean, some of these other plays are looking pretty good here.
Silver is super strong. So is Bitcoin. One thing that gives me, I don't even like that one.
They can't.
That's better for like bullish. The arrow is kind of blah. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. No, so like, I know I said I was going to go long off, and I did, long off the volume weighted average price on Intel. One thing that would be of mild concern, it seems like it's fine now. NVIDIA just lost the bid.
Did it?
So NVIDIA just lost trend. NVIDIA just lost VWAP. Okay, what's Oracle doing? That's another bellwether kind of stuff. Adara. Okay, A, where were you short on Oracle? Because I'm going to guess that you're short on Oracle.
Very, very, very well played there, Neil. I am short 180.2. Sorry, 181.20s. I added at 180.70s, I think, and we still got 2/3 of this position in, and I am holding until Oracle tells me no more. But I want, I want all of that blood. Shout out to Clay Moochquirk, as President Trump called him. In reality, his name is Clay McGurk, and Mike Cecilia, co-CEOs of ORCL.
You know what I love the most? First of all, that's a great look. Is that Andre on there? I love that. We should do that a little bit more. If a trader has a plan of action or like a trade setup or a style of trade or things that work for them, what should be possible is that you can look at a chart and say, oh my goodness, this person has this, right? Like underneath VWAP, consolidation breakdown here. The ad, I mean, I love the ad. I wouldn't have guessed that, but like it shows you that when you actually have a plan that you can articulate in a trading style that makes sense for you, and when you see a setup, it's like, well, that's that person. It's one thing you pick up on the floor. I'd see it all the time. And then I would go to traders and be like, look, this isn't my style. Why weren't you in this? That's your A+ setup kind of deal. And that's one of the things you talk to traders about all the time. Like, you missed something which is yours. Like, I'm trying to think of an example. Well, this is probably not going to be exactly right. But like there's certain traders where I would know they would be, what's wrong with this wick? Where they would be long here on NVIDIA. Like you get that bottom tail, like this little consolidation, like that's their jam. And they're just building a long position here into the high. And NVIDIA's really selling off as the NASDAQ pulling. But ES is at the highs. NVIDIA is really starting to pull back. It's just a weird one. If we end up losing this lower high on Intel, I might jump out of this trade. It's feeling a little bit more trappish than it was before. The NASDAQ just doesn't want to seem to do what the ES is doing. Some of the tech names aren't nearly as strong as I would have expected. It is what it is. Like I said, I wouldn't chase the top on IBIT, but sometimes the old buy high, sell higher beats like your technical trade-off VWAP.
Yeah.
IBIT was a buy high, sell higher.
Especially in this, with this buy program, it's just like every dip, it just gets bought right back up. So, I mean, yeah, the NASDAQ choppy, man. It's just right back. As soon as Donald Trump gets the truth in and these guys are going back and forth about oil, I find that this price action as of late has been stepping in. It hasn't been as orderly as what we've seen before. Jack, $5 super chat. Congratulations.
I love that little Bitcoin flying around. Nike 46 calls expiring today. Jacka, you made 22K profit selling at 6:30 a.m., 30 minutes after we started. Rebought under 46, just sold for another 5K profit. Your Friday is done. Hit the beach if you're able to do so wherever I have no idea where you are. Maybe you can't hit the beach.
How do you sell them at 8:30 though? I don't know. I didn't know you could do that. If you have any special privileges on options, typically you have to wait.
All I'm going to do is look at the chart.
Okay.
And what I'm going to say is, I didn't think the bottom was in on Nike. I literally had a friend, the same one that asked about silver back in the day. It wasn't back in the day. It was actually just not that long ago. Was saying, is Nike at the bottom? And I remember saying the same thing I said to you guys. Man, I'm looking for a turn in Nike too, but I don't think it's cheap. Bro. I didn't think it was cheap enough.
Okay.
I didn't think it was cheap enough.
You know what, Neil? I'm not in love with the retail space.
I'm not. Yeah, no, I was thinking trade off the bottom.
Yeah.
I don't want to own it.
Exactly.
I don't want to. I've had 2 successful swing trades in the last 2 years on Lululemon, and I was thinking the same thing for Nike. I don't want to own the stock. It was just something I was thinking for a bounce, but I didn't pull the trigger because I thought it could go lower.
For me, it's just not like a long-term investment vehicle. All right, let's go over to Adara.
Yeah, sorry guys, there are way too many ads on Truth Social, even with ad blockers. But I want to go through some of the many posts that President Trump has made. All of these are about Iran and the Middle East. Maybe, make up a segment here called Truth or Dare. I don't know. But either way here, tons of posts. I'll go, I guess, to like the oldest to newest. So we got this at 1 hour ago now, basically saying the Strait of Hormuz is completely open and ready for business. Naval blockade will remain in full force only for Iran. Then about half an hour ago, he says that all of the nuclear dust is going to be taken out of Iran by the U.S. No money will exchange hands. They also said Israel's not going to be bombing Lebanon anymore. Then he said 16 minutes ago, now that the Strait of Hormuz situation is over, he's received a call from NATO. He says all he wants from NATO is them taking oil. Then 13 minutes ago, he thanks Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar for their bravery and help, quote unquote. Then 9 minutes ago, acknowledging for the first time that there were sea mines here in the Strait of Hormuz, saying that Iran, with the U.S.'s help, has removed or is removed all of them. And now, 2 minutes ago, the last post, emphasizing that the deal is not tied to Lebanon, but they still will, in all caps, make Lebanon great again. So I just wanted to give you guys a rundown because he's been posting so much on Truth Social. Like, for him, I don't think I've seen this, this velocity of posts in a while from him. So I did want to go over these for you guys. Maybe, new segment, Truth or Dare. I don't know. Either way here, also, yes, so many ads here on Truth Social. I apologize. But if there are any other notable posts, I'll keep you posted. That's the rundown. Back to you.
All right, there we go. We take a little bit of profit off here on TSLA as it's continuing to climb higher here, guys. It's struggling, right? Like, we had a big volume uptick in Robinhood. Ooh, that's an outlying on the 1 minute. Let's see if we can continue to climb, man. 65s would be more ideal. We take off approximately 30% on that position with that out. Let's see if we can print 63s. That'd be more ideal, where we could take some 65s we like even more, but a nice clean uptick. We're printing 62s on the tape. We needed to hit the bid now. There we go. That's exactly what we're looking for there, Neil. We'll take a little bit more. A nice trade. It took a while to get going. I wanted it all the way down there. The risk reward would have been absolutely phenomenal, but that's not the case. We wait for that pullback. We get involved. We were talking about buying the dip. It was Robinhood. You had the IPOs.
You know what we got?
What do we got? Do we have a buy dip?
We haven't hit this one in a while.
Man, you want to know the? All right. Don't pull nothing now. Don't
pull it. Do the bolt. Do this. The Shaba.
Oh, Shaba. Yeah, that's great.
I don't even know why I just went to Shaba. That's
right.
not even. It's the same. It's the same time period as that movie, but obviously ain't no reggae music and White Man Can't Jump. Mr. RJ. Yeah, the answer is yes. RJ42. Do you need to be bald to get hired at Trade TV? Look, if you have a full head of hair, you better have the most impressive talent.
Yeah.
To be here, right? Like, you got to have like a Dara level talent, Fabian level talent, like Ramin, Sia, Sharif. But otherwise, like, if you're like just normal, then yeah, you have to have no hair, or at least be balding. That's just it's how we roll around. You see myself, you see Sean, you see Joe.
You have to be at the beginning of the process. But Neil, you remember all that time ago, I said, hey man, I'm not going out like that. I tried the regrow, but it wasn't regrowing. It wasn't doing what it was supposed to do.
All I'm saying is this: we got the bald head, we got the bald brotherhood. But you didn't tell me you were shaving today.
I didn't.
So I would have cleaned it up had I known. But someone's not a team player.
Yeah, you know what, man? I was just driving home. As I typically do, I watch some things and I'm like, all right, Ramin says she's next, apparently. Okay. But yeah, she said that. Yeah, we were having that conversation the other night, Dara. No, but in all seriousness,
Ramin,
man, it's just
that's cap. Ramin is not.
So my buddies go, hey Joe, like how many push-ups can you do? And I'm like, all right, right now, like clean, I can clean 50, no problem. They're like, yeah, whatever. I'm like, okay, I'll make a video and send it to you. So in the process of me making this video and sending it to my boys' group chat, as I'm doing the push-ups, I was just like, you know what, man, I'm just holding on to a thread right now. We got to kind of let go of things. So, and that was it.
Go Robin Hood.
Thank you guys all for the nice haircut. Yeah, go Robinhood is
everything.
Go everything, man. It's buy the dip. We got Tesla going right now as well.
Oh my goodness, it's still going.
This is what we're talking about, a nice move. We doubled it up on this position, and it's continuing to climb, looking like it wants to head towards the high of the day. So we're having a fantastic one with Neil and I. It's Friday. We take a little bit more off on TSLL. It's been a pretty good one so far. One wrong, we go 2 for 3. Just sticking to the one name, and I think that's what I was talking about this morning. It's just, hey, I want to hyper focus on 3 names and just get in sync with them, and we're fortunate enough that they worked out for us here.
That's what it's all about. Although, why won't AMD go? That's the question I want to ask everyone. Why is this not participating in the party? It's still rejecting the 79 breakout. It's fighting the trend line. I don't want to be short, but this doesn't look strong. Silver's going absolutely crazy. We got a super chat. We got one from Gregor, it's Georgie. Sorry. I glanced at it and then was like misreading it there. It's Georgie. Appreciate it. That's from Australia. Greetings from Australia. Shoot, where's our Vegemite?
Yeah, you have that thing right there. How old is that?
You don't want to know. We actually had a viewer, I don't remember why, but this was like 5 years ago, anyway, long time ago. Russell Jackson sent us some Vegemite, which we all ate live. And then like last year, despite the fact that it's 5 years old, Obi had an entire spoonful of Vegemite. Vegemite doesn't taste good.
Wait, does it even have
no, it's good for you. It's not.
Does it have an expiration date?
Well,
I don't even know why I'm touching this.
I don't know if it does. I just know that I wouldn't eat it. I would not.
Were you like I know it was your age. Again, I'm not aging you or anything, but like you guys were big on like the Spam and stuff, right? Or no?
Look, okay, first of all, when Spam was big, everybody was eating Spam. Don't believe like you guys were big on Spam. Have I eaten Spam? Yes.
Well, I just heard.
I didn't even like Spam. No, I didn't like Spam. My brother liked Spam. I didn't like it.
You're getting the exact same reaction from me. Spam.
I thought it was nasty. My brother would eat it, but I didn't like it.
Spam. Like who's eating that stuff? Like it just makes me want to barf.
So I had a roommate when I was living in Mississauga who would cook Spam every single day, every single morning. The smell like nauseated me. It was a very open concept house. You couldn't go anywhere without smelling it. It was like literally at least twice a day.
That's great.
It was really rough. I can't. I've never eaten it, and I will never be able to.
Yeah, same. I will never eat that stuff, man.
I just can't get over you said you guys for Spam.
Yeah.
When do you think I was born? I'm just saying.
Like 80.
Yeah, but
right?
Chat, when was Spam invented, please? And was it not like the 60s? Okay, exactly.
So like you would have been in your almost like you're just be hitting that prime.
Old.
Like in the 60s, you were born in 80, right?
79.
79. So
you're just gonna out me like that.
No, so I gave you. Well,
I was born
in 79.
No, because Adara forgets literally nothing. She knows everything. She forgets nothing. She probably knows like I don't know. She knew the day that I had my Achilles surgery.
Yeah.
I didn't even remember that.
The injury.
Or the injury. Yeah. Spam is like, when was it invented? Someone just said 1937. No.
Yeah, I think they were killing that stuff in World War II. To be honest with you.
Oh, it's that old? Okay.
Yeah.
Honestly, I thought it was like the 60s. I was way off on that. I didn't know it was that old. But back to the market for a quick little second here, because I'm not convinced about this. Like two things. I'm not convinced about this on AMD. It looks like we're breaking trend. NVIDIA is trying to get back above VWAP and looking like it's failing. So for myself here, do I want the reload? Like we got half target. But do I like the reload? If we can show a distinctive bounce on the way back up, I might take this one for a reload, but it's looking like we could be turning around a little bit here, at least just on the chip names that I'm watching. And then you throw out, look at what's happening in Micron, right? Like you got Micron trend down into a double bottom. Meanwhile, load, you got SNDK at the lows of the day. So you've got some serious relative weakness already in the memory names while the market's at the highs. I need to see NVIDIA hold this volume weighted average price. We bounce here, I'll do the reload just like I was before. But there's also a part of me that says if we bounce that volume weighted average price and break the highs, I say this all the time when the market's going, market's going down and there's a strong name. Like at some point it's gonna get dragged along with it. I cannot see the NASDAQ and the ES breaking highs and continuing without there being some kind of a pullback here in like Micron or SanDisk. So I see that trend down, and my thought is if we continue market higher, that looks like a trend break into VWAP for me. So I think that's outside of the reloaded VWAP on Intel. The other thing I'm looking at is going to be this Micron potential trend break. It's still weak. I want to see some confirmation somewhere in here and then bounce into, hopefully bounce into like this 462 area. But super weak on the on the memory name.
There was something crazy that just happened here on Tesla, guys. Look at this volume print that just, big time. And it printed a candle, but it looks like we're gonna breach it. So huge. Yeah, I mean, this one's been a pretty good one here for us. Took us 2 attempts to really get the ball rolling, but now it's just really starting to scream. So a lot going on. I've isolated volume pivot. I'm sitting on approximately, let's go, what would that be, 30? I don't know, 15% of my position roughly, and I mean it's doing pretty good for us, or 20% I should say after I take this last little bit out, just in case we don't break this high. I posted up at 80s, and then I'm like, wow, what's going on? Because we just had a massive volume spike as the rest of the market is continuing to climb. If it breaches the 1382 mark, the high of that wick, I think we can head into 85s, and I'm going to look to take some off on it. There it goes. It's going to print 85s. Let's go over to Adara and see what we got going on with Sector Watch.
First of all, worth mentioning here, I'm seeing a report from the information suggesting that DeepSeek is going to be raising capital for the first time. Their valuation will be at over $10 billion. So again, DeepSeek reportedly raising capital first time ever at a more than $10 billion valuation. That is reported by the information. Let's talk about these sectors now. Obviously, most of these sectors are strong, so we'll start with the strength, and then we'll go to actually what's interesting and what stands out. Electronic tech strong across the board, with GE notably up about 5%. Same with Boeing. So some of these kind of defense and industrial plays doing quite well. Finance to the upside. Robinhood, as mentioned here, up a cool 6%. Coinbase up 6% as well. Retail trade strong. Health tech strong. Producer manufacturing, hard to find a red name in here. Only one is Lumentum. You've got consumer durables to the upside. Consumer services to the upside. Health services. Commercial services, non-energy minerals, so any of these like kind of metal-related plays, transportation looking incredible. In terms of what's a little bit weaker, I mean, utilities to the downside as a group, process industries mostly weak, and industrial services to the downside. But the weakest sector by far is going to be energy minerals, in tandem with the pullback on oil as we get news that the Strait of Hormuz will be reopened for commercial vessels. And I just got another headline I'll get to in a minute on that. We have this weakness here in energy minerals. Now, tech services mostly strong, with the exception of Netflix down on earnings. The reason I laughed there is because we got our, and I am not joking, 12th Truth Social post since 8 a.m. from President Trump. That's right, he has posted roughly 4 posts an hour on average here since the time of 8 a.m. And I'm going to bring this post on the screen so I can show you guys. He just posted less than a minute ago, quote, Iran has agreed to never close the Strait of Hormuz again. It will no longer be used as a weapon against the world. President Donald J. Trump. He also posted a couple minutes ago that today is a great day for the world, all caps. So incredibly active on Truth Social. I think, like I said, 12 posts since 8. I think it's got to be at least 6 within the last hour. Back to you.
Never, ever?
Never, ever, ever? Oh, my mom used to sing that to me.
Oh, what?
Ever, ever? Yeah, man, come on. Come on, man.
Well, that makes me feel even older. Damn.
Yeah.
Look, man, I'm just simply saying, like, when you're sitting next to somebody, you start humming something, you probably don't want them to say, oh, my mom used to sing that to me.
Ever, ever?
Yeah, because I don't feel old enough already, Joe.
Hey, man.
But hey, man.
We'll all get there. We'll all get there, man. No, I didn't even mean it like that, to be honest with you. I'm just saying, I very rarely hear that song. No, come on, man.
You slapped the color into me on that one.
At heart, I am.
See this?
See, I am.
See it? Look.
Bah, bah, bah.
But see how it switches?
Let's see.
Boom, get a tan
damn.
instantly.
Yeah.
Instant tan. That's how hard you smack.
Smack you into next week, Neil. Oh, instant tan, yeah. But see, Katina Man, outcast, bro. Yeah, exactly. A good trade here on Tesla. I mean, it's been working. Attempt one, we weighed. It was just unfortunate we get out there. We posted up once again to get it, but now Tesla just being that dog today, it broke out with the rest of the market as it head toward the high. Neil and I were looking at this volume spike. We're like, yo, what the heck? And I'm like, if it breaks that, it could squeeze a little bit more. So, yeah. Let's rock and roll. What's this with love to all? Joe Sweet talking about his mom always gives respect. Yeah, my grandma and my mama, love them, man. Yeah, exactly. Joey, I love Joe and Neil combo. Yeah, I mean, hey, man, Katina Man's on a beach soaking up the sun in the beautiful Gulf of Mexico.
He's chilling.
Yeah, he's chilling hard. It's 10:43. I'm going to ask you a question. You can choose whether or not to answer it or not, but you're on vacation, all right? You're enjoy. It's just you and the wife. Aaron's with the grandparents. It's just you two. It's 10:43. How many beverages deep are you by this time?
Me, just probably just one.
Just one?
Yeah. I'd be light. Like I probably had maybe I had like a mimosa with breakfast.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Then,
cool. Zero.
No, like it's
barely buttons.
Like maybe one at this time.
Yeah.
Like I'm not much of a. And if I didn't have something like it would only be like a mimosa. Or something.
Yeah, exactly.
If I didn't do that, then I'm not really drinking until
that's
late
fair.
afternoon. I don't really do alcohol as much anymore.
No. As you get older, zero. A lot of zeros.
Yeah.
Somebody said 10, which is 6 or 8. Says Lolo. 0 says other zinc.
10 seems a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, but you're on vacation. You have to be on vacation. This is where you let loose.
10 seems a little crazy, even if you're on vacation.
But I mean,
I'm not judging anybody.
0.
But I'm
put it in the chat. How many would you be? 2 maybe.
Lot,
3 over here. So I mean, there's a lot. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of zeros coming from Romo. So I mean, a lot of people just don't drink that much anymore. To be honest with you,
I don't
15
drink much.
Says.
Oh, I have to let everybody know. At some point, it got to 70 again. I got out of Intel.
Yeah.
And it's just that was the plan of action. It's VWAP to 70. And I just think 70, I'm not shorting the 70 level. I said this before, I'm not shorting the 70 level. Well, this is the chart I wanted. I just think we're at an obvious, on a Friday, resistance play for them. Micron, we got that trend break. I guess I didn't hit save here. We got that trend break. Kind of went step one, but it hasn't pushed into the volume weighted average price yet. This is a bit different because it's against the grain here. So I'm playing against the grain. Mm-hmm. So take the break, prior bar high, went step one. So the stop goes to just underneath break even at this point. And understanding that this is unlike the other longs today, like Intel strong when we're going long. IBIT, we're at 78,000. Anyway, so that continues to go. But yeah, IBIT strong, Intel trending higher. But when going against the grain, it's a little bit more strict. Oftentimes, if it's a good trade, you'll just leave your stop where it would be. But I tend to move my stop up if it's going to be shallow, because Micron's been relatively weak. But I am shooting for about this 462. I like the confluence of that level in that it's the 2-day high as well. So you have confluence here showing you that's a good exit target. If you fail VWAP, that probably continues to be a short. So about 10, 15 minutes to go. Come on. Someone just said, come on, AMD, stop making me wait. I don't know what the problem is, AMD. The NASDAQ's at the all-time highs. Mm-hmm. The SPY is at some all-time highs. Yeah. Tesla's over 400. NVIDIA's booming. So many things are working. And the strongest stock in all of tech yesterday is going nowhere. Yeah. It's making higher lows, but that's all it's doing. It's holding the higher low bid, but it's not doing anything with the higher low bid. It's kind of like you can take the reservation, but you can't keep the reservation. And that's a reference that you most certainly, Joe, will not understand because you're a hater.
Whoa,
and you don't love Seinfeld, one of the greatest shows of all time.
Okay, yeah.
So that's one of my favorite episodes. You could take, you're just taking the reservations. Anybody can take a reservation.
Yo, honestly,
you gotta keep.
I like Kramer. I think Kramer is pretty funny. All right, because he's silly.
Give it a second chance for me.
I can, but I think George and Jerry is not he's the opposite of funny. To be honest with you, I think he tries too hard to be funny. I just don't think anything he has to say is funny. That's just me personally. right? I don't
No, that's fair, man. But it is one of those shows that I find there's somebody that you will, like, whether if you don't like Jerry, you're going to love
Angry wife
George.
agrees.
You're going to
Angry
love
agrees with
Elaine.
me.
There's somebody for everybody.
So
And I really think you'd love Curb. All right.
Curb Your Enthusiasm. Listen, I'm like, there's this show. It's just completely dry humor. Like English humor, I think is the best, and I'm referring to like England. The People Just Do Nothing is one of the funniest shows on the planet, in my opinion. Trailer Park Boys is just that dry stupidness is what I find just absolutely hilarious. And when you're trying so hard to be funny, and I just that's why I never really liked Seinfeld. And I told you about the story of like how it would just always be on in the background at my one buddy's house. You know, you had that one friend who was like, it was like essentially your second home, and they just lived down the street from you, and that's what it was. It was just always on in the background.
My roommate from university.
Yeah.
So again, I think it was for my first 2 years of university, I had the same roommate, and then third year I roomed with a dude on my track team, and he moved in. We went to different. So like Sean went to Laurier and Waterloo's on the same street.
Yeah.
So my roommate, another guy from high school that we knew, went to Laurier as well. So we're a different university. And we lived together. So I went to one school, he went to another, but we were roommates. So he wanted to live with some dudes from his program, and I was gonna start rooming with a track guy.
Yeah.
So he moved in with these 4 other guys from a different university, but I would always hang out at their place.
Yeah.
So much so that they'd leave the door open. They were like, I would just come in. He was like, I need to borrow something. He just left some stuff in his room on his desk. He's like, you just go pick it up.
Yeah.
I walk in, it's like 1:30 in the afternoon on like a Wednesday. I just walk into these dudes' house. They're always watching Star Trek Voyager.
That's crazy.
Every time. And they're just lazing on the couch, 2 or 3 guys. I walk right in, I stand there. I'm watching for 5 minutes. Nobody even turns around. I walk into his room, get what I'm coming for, come back out, watch another, just stand there, no one even turns around. I go and say, look, I'm not trying to be that dude, but you just let a brother walk into your house, walk into my boy's room, be around doing whatever for 10 minutes, and none of you checked. I'm like, I know it's me, but you didn't know it was me because you didn't even turn around. What the hell is wrong with you guys?
They were dialed in, man.
And you know what's crazy? I'm not making this up. These dudes got broken into a year later.
Oh, really?
Straight up. They got a bunch of their stuff jacked. We're going to get to some super chats. We have 10 minutes to go. Remember I said VWAP was a target, stay on target. I'm a have a target kind of guy. If I see a level, I'm playing to the level. Like you bounce off prior close, you break trend, I'm playing the trend to that level. So if Micron goes more, congratulations to you for holding it. I'm going to take my 4 and run. Let's do super chats up here. We've got Riches83. Well, you might have just told everybody your email address. Thank you very much, Neil and Joe. May I request for a technical analysis on Adobe? You absolutely can, and you will also get it. And, well, you know what? Let me go to the 15-minute on Adobe as well. Wow, what's so joke? Do you see another one?
No, someone said.
What? You're already chuckling.
Someone's like.
Okay, so first thing, I know it's a lot of, like today is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
The markets are at all-time highs. I'm going to start with what I don't like about that 3 months. Because I think the last time Adobe was in, this is what I didn't like. You just recently broke a monster support on Adobe at 280. Right? Like if you look at the structure on a really high time frame, like you just broke down, like this last quarter has been nasty losing that support. All of that said, you could be so late to a bounce here that you could spend an entire quarter just regaining like the 250 to like 320 level, and then that would be a stone's throw. So I think it's in a bottoming pattern there. It has yet to even break on the daily chart. Like it needs to break the 260. Like it hasn't really even done it. I like some catch-up plays. I'm not sure like this is the one that I'm in love with. Like for myself, I was half joking. Like when I said the bottom is in on Oracle, I didn't buy Oracle myself. It was just sometimes you just say stuff, and I'm not doing any dances over saying the bottom is in on Oracle, but this does look better. Like, see, this is what Oracle's doing, and then Adobe down here, which I don't think has as good of a business by even a close long shot, has yet to really make that break over the 50 period on the daily. So I'm a little bit more skeptical of that one. I know we have a few super chats too. We've got Papacito. Hello, thanks for the show. Can you guys give tips for trades? Once they are I feel like I move, once you're in them, I feel like I move stop too early and you miss. So yeah, I think what usually happens, and then we're going to go to Money Talks and come back, is when you set up a trade, you know what, I moved my stop here and it was the wrong thing to do. Like I was long on Intel, still putting in higher lows. I stopped it out instead of just hanging on. I did re-enter the trade. That was a bit of a mistake. I think in order to move your stop, either the structure has to change. Why did I do it? The structure didn't change. Oh, I know why. Yeah, I know why. I moved it because it was this is why I did. Because it was a false breakout. Like there's your high in the pre-market, there's your lower high, and then it was like a fail of the volume weighted average price. What turned into kind of a short setup. So for me, that meant get out flat and then re-enter when it looks good. So to me, you have to have a good reason. See, I would just reason through why I was moving the stop, because what I thought was a long setup now just flashed a pretty big short signal. So I'll do that pretty much every time. If you can say that you would do it every time and it wasn't some one-off gut feeling, then what you should be doing overall is if you have a trade structure like bottoming tail candle, hold a VWAP, long here, stop there, a movable object. That is a trend trade. I'm not moving my stop because I know, and should I have held it longer? Fine, but like you know what you're doing. That's your plan of action. It's long here, stop there, let it fly. You know, and like with Micron, trend break, long here, stop at the prior bar, and go into the volume weighted average price. Now, when it's against the grain, once it breaks through first resistance, I might start trailing it higher. But I think you have to have like a plan of action before your trade that you can explain as what I'm looking for, where I'm wrong, and all that kind of thing, so that you don't necessarily second guess yourself. It would take something pretty convincing because you've already lined up the risk that you're allocating toward that trade. And then you're just executing after the fact, not going so ad hoc.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know.
Still.
It's still rolling it. I don't know, Papacito. I don't really know what to say to you. I'll say some nice things because you don't really say nice things to me. But I mean, you move the stops too early. Just stick to the game plan. Put something in there and just abide by it. All right. And hopefully you didn't go oppo here today because Tesla now up 4% on the session and just absolutely squeezing. Let's go over to Adara. We got a couple more. Did you take a look at Danny's? We got a couple more super chats as soon as we get back from Adara.
I'll be brief. We do have some Fed speak coming up. We're going to get 11:30 a.m., I believe, Fed's daily. Then at 2 p.m., Fed's Barkin. There is a comment from 12:15 from Fed's Waller, but I think he's just going to be repeating an old speech. So either way here, Fed talk on watch. Nothing super massive for the rest of the day. U.S. dollar fighting some resistance now at that 98.20 area over the last 3 days after previously last week rejecting that 99.1 level. Be aware, we did break through yesterday's low. We've noticed here, when you get these kind of ceasefire announcements, the U.S. dollar, which I guess sometimes may be viewed as, of course, reserve currency, also sometimes safe haven, it does tend to push lower. We got the gap down when we first had the ceasefire announcement, the 2-week ceasefire between the U.S., Iran, and Israel coming through Tuesday night. The Wednesday, April 8th, we do get that gap down. Today, pushing lower as, again, Iran saying, hey, Strait of Hormuz has been reopened for commercial vessels and only with coordination here from the Iran Revolutionary Guard. So that's a bit of an update. We did not have any economic data today. And we do have, I guess, as a result of this news with Iran and likely some inflation concerns with energy being alleviated, at least for now, bit of a change here in what we're expecting for the cuts. Now, as of the last couple of weeks, we've seen first rate cut likely to be September to December 2027. That's being bumped up to June 2027 with actually some Fed funds tools apparently showing that we might get a cut sometime this year. That time will still likely not be April, though, in the meeting just under 2 weeks away from now, 29th of April, 2026. Still expecting nearly 100% chance of a rate hold. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara.
But weren't we talking about that? I know what you're here. We'll pull it up.
Yeah, totally.
You're like, hey, some of this buying pressure, essentially. Some of this buying pressure off of these lows, so you're starting to see a little bit of that. But we were talking about this just before the open, like you get that pull back into the volume weighted average price, and then it's tank city after that. So, yeah, it's been a pretty good one. We got a couple more super chats there. Daniel's son of Daniel Gouda Guru. Okay, I like provolone, to be honest with you. I think that one's a good fit. Can we refer to today as the day silver went totally spam? For sure. A lot of things are going absolutely nuts here today. Bitcoin doing that. We had a couple more. You put $5.
Is spam a good thing?
Is spam a good thing? No, I don't think. I don't think so.
The silver's up, so I feel like going spam to me would be going down.
Oh, okay.
Like spam is bad. Unless you look, whatever you're into. Going long. David says going long on Vandalay Industries. Go long on latex. Be the master of your domain. Be the master of your domain, everybody.
Freep, get that one. I don't really get.
Like I said, give it a chance.
Oh, okay,
give it
right.
a chance, Joe. Give it a chance. This one's for you, Joe.
It's a massive cult. Yeah, Joe, check out Black Books and it crowed. If you love British humor, happy Friday. Yeah, remember
IT Crowd.
IT Crowd, yeah. Remember Little Britain? Anybody ever watch that show? That show is like, oh, what is going on?
I know
here?
Keeping Up
Yeah,
Appearances, Yes Minister, Benny
Yeah.
Hill's. My parents used to let me watch Benny Hill when I was a kid. I'm not sure that was appropriate, but it was really funny.
Yeah. Yeah, this is
Very inappropriate.
Love IT Crowd. Is it good? Yeah, okay. We'll check that one out here. We'll see if we can find that. People just do nothing absolutely hilarious. But something has to be going on with Tesla. Let's take a look at it from a daily because it's just continuing to climb higher here. Man, oh man, some days this thing will just beat you up about this thing will just beat you to a pulp essentially and then just go on. Yeah, trend break here as well too, Neil.
Oh,
bang, bung, over there. All right, Papacito, I see your thing. Papacito with 17.9. Joe, you're wrong about me not being nice to you. I wish you to print sorry if you felt bad. I remember you said no offense taken, and you still took some. This guy is, I don't know. I have to meet this individual in person, man. This guy is crazy all the time. For the longest time, he'd be like, hey, for days, I would see what he said, right? Like, I pay attention to what he has in the chat. And for days, he'd be like, hey, Joe, man, thanks for the trade. I seen you were going long this name. I went short and printed up a storm. And, like, every day I would see the exact same thing. And it's just like, brother, like, come on, man, cut me some slack, Papacito. But aside from that, man, it is what it is. It's been a good one. But, yeah, I mean, you can laugh at it a little bit when it's a good one.
So I just saw in the chat someone saying, I've been waiting for, it's a Mr. G. I've been waiting days for them to talk about AMC and they won't do it. Now the thing is, maybe you're watching the morning show. I know in the afternoon, at least several times in this recent bounce from 1 o'clock, AMC has been mentioned. We specifically were going over dip buys in the market and people talk about how, I didn't buy enough and this and that, and how like percentage-wise, AMC is literally one of the best dip buys you could have made off the $1 level. We did mention it, and it is continuing. And I remember specifically when we were asked about it, it's like, well, it had a pullback day, but the trend is still intact, and it's got plenty of room to the 200-period moving average. So you know what? I don't like the stock. I don't own the stock, but the trend is your friend to the end when it bends. The only thing that I would have some caution with, the market's at the highs and trying to pull back. The memory chip names are not cooperating, right? Like I know the last trade was a long in Micron, fair enough, but it came into VWAP, and the structure of this is saying if it cannot get above 462, this thing is looking like a short. And it's the same thing with SNDK. Like that's even weaker. And we just hit the high of the day. SanDisk just broke the low of the day. So it's always important to keep in mind where the relative strength and weakness is. What I'm going to be looking for at lunch is maybe catching the next dip buy in Intel.
I'm ahead of
get over there. We'll let Joe. Man. Joe's doing with Sean off, by the way. Joe's all day on the show.
All day.
Like, and it's not just when we start at 8:30 or 8 o'clock. We start at 8 o'clock now. We used to start at 8:30. It's not just that. Like he's in earlier, preparing the upgrades and the downgrades and the options report that he does, preparing to trade during the day.
Thank you.
And then he has to do this, somehow eat, and then come back and do the afternoon show for everybody. And then yesterday we stuck around for a little bit to make sure we got the Netflix earnings to you guys.
About that. I'm joking.
No, so
I'm joking.
You know, like give some love for Joe putting in mad work. So when I'm going to be enjoying lunch, and by the way, I don't have the email for lunch where I tell you I do the whole like what is for lunch deal, but I don't actually know what lunch is. So I'm going to do the thing where I guess. I guessed wrong yesterday. We ended up with it was just like a barbecue chicken and some sticky rice. It was good. But I guessed fish yesterday because we hadn't gotten fish this week. So now I'm even more convinced that we are going to get plagued with tilapia today. So that's my guess is going down that road. I'm pretty sure that's what it's going to be. We'll see. But like I said, it was delicious yesterday, so definitely happy with that. I'm looking for possibly an Intel bounce. I'll see if we can get back into Bitcoin. That's another one we'll be watching. But I feel like it's been a pretty clean one, like three. I was able to hit the longs that I wanted and then catch one sort of out of nowhere. And then the term I like to use is maybe get away with one and go long a weak stock and then win anyways, which sometimes works out. I do want to look at, I just realized there's a couple of things we didn't acknowledge. We haven't looked at Apple today. Apple, high of the day. We haven't looked at Amazon today. Amazon, not at the high of the day. We haven't looked at Alphabet today. I'm just going through the Mag 7 while we're letting Joe get ready. That Google chart needs me to get rid of those wicks, but it's underneath VWAP. It's hard for you to tell, but believe me, it's not looking that good. Microsoft breaking out. So you got Apple and Microsoft relative strength. You've got Tesla relative strength. NVIDIA somewhere in the middle. You've got Amazon and Google kind of meh. So while we're at all-time highs, try to remember who's participating and who's not. It is important. The memory chip names are not participating in this move either, but all systems go. I'm going to go find out what lunch is and enjoy that. I'm going to throw you over to Sharif while Joe gets ready. We'll see you back. We'll see you back for the lesson of the day as well, but take care. Good luck in your longs. Or shorts. I don't know if you're in them. Probably not. I mean...
What's this guy doing? I don't even know what he's doing. But boom, right back at you, baby. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. Yes, you met him. You saw him. He was on the morning show, but that is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. There you go, Rob Van Dam. Let's say hello to everybody, Joey, as we typically do. Save, man, woman. We are at the halt phase of the market, roller coaster at the top. Shout out to Hangry Wife, Bovin, happy Friday, right back at you, OG. We got Judy Hamilton, we got Taylor, Texas Boy, and Durant Gordon, Papacito, 420, Bud Monster joining us. Yeah, from the other side of the pond. Shout out to my man, Gorev, Honky Kong. I like that one. Instead of Honky Tonk, Honky Kong, 25, Arcane Sway. Shout out to Kenya Flowers, Kirk D, Andrew Chow. We got Rain, Fire, Timo the Day Trader, Pablo. We got the Calope Project, Angry Rob Entertainment, and Go Chico Gains, King Clutch. I like that one. Sierra, K. Kazi, Slow Motion, Lolo. Shout out to Green Saber and Cadwave. Strobes in the house. Shout out to Escape Planet. Happy Friday. Right back at you. We got Old Wise Trader. Yeah, he says. Howdy Dowdy, Options and Deep. Yuckerberry, Cubesy Mo. CompuCare team, shout out to my man. I think your name's Ivan, right? CompuCare team, pretty sure. Bjo 9000, TT Mass, morning right back at you, TT Mass. And then the OG. I saw you this morning because you were talking to Neil in the chat. D. Westermeyer from the Midwest, the good old Midwest. One more here. We got Indy. Right back at you, Indy. We waving right back at you, girl. Adam James Abroad, the prickly one. Video to come from him, by the way. Remember how we were talking about Bitcoin yesterday and El Salvador and their official currency?
Did he
went and took videos of like the Bitcoin ATM machines and like how the whole thing worked. Yeah, on the gram.
What a nice guy.
Yeah, he's awesome. So yeah, that is the look. All right, we're gonna let Joey get set up because he's just getting in. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring in my side charts and talk about what I'm looking at. Look, there's some nice stuff right now. Obviously, it feels like a very long day. Everything's in the Ville of Green right now. The Mag 7's up. Big names are all up. Small caps are okay. They're not great. EFOI, you know, the biggest, the baddest in the market right now, up 230%. Gotta tell you, don't like the way this is looking. This is looking like stair-stepping down. Level, break, level, break. Now we're barely holding on to VWAP. We're below 7. Leave it on here for now, but don't know how I feel about this. CRMX, a bit more expensive, but a bit, well, not a bit, very directional, just breaking through for the first time on the day through the 10 EMA on the 5, trying to hold above 30, but it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lower highs in a row. So CRMX in focus. Criminal, CRML, big day for this monster today, 40.5%. Who does this thing think he is, man? Oh, my days. In any event, 1375 high, barely holding on to 13. It looks like, everything's retracing right around 11, which is kind of normal. So we'll see if we can pick up what is holding support at key levels. We'll have to wait and see. UCAR as well. This one looks pretty good, but it has a tendency, as you can see here, vis-a-vis these topping tails, of breaking down or retracing, I should say, when it makes an intraday high. It did it in the pre and did it right now. Just got into a day high at 11 o'clock at $1.96. Basically that $2 touch and boom, all the way back down to $1.70. Let's see if it can hold the WAP, man. The VWAP, $1.65, give or take, is where VWAP is. BZAI, another good looker. Breakout in the aftermarket yesterday. Don't know why and don't care, okay? 246 high. Here comes 240. A clean hold of the 10 EMA on the 5 and a curl back up. Alas, we're still about 6 whole pennies below the high of the day, but we've got everything going in our direction. An aftermarket breakout, a breach of the aftermarket high in regular trading hours this morning at 1025. Above VWAP, above the 10 EMA, and kind of be honest with you, feels a bit flat topish here with real selling, not the wicks, but the closing prints coming in at 240. Nary a closing prints, in fact, none above that 240 level on BZAI, something to look out for there. Then we have an ETF here. I guess MSTR is up big. I'm just assuming it is. It's up 14 2/3. MSTU, a derivative of it, of course, looking real good. So if you're going to trade these derivatives or ETFs, leverage ETFs as we call them, keep an eye on obviously the parent asset. SMU, a little bit more expensive as well, but 1780 right now with the 1925 high. This one is breaking down a bit. I want to see what it does here, though. And the reason, it's a zone for me. It's between 18 to 17 and a quarter. And I know it's a 75 penny zone, but that's the way it is. Topping tail candle into about 18, and then the volume weighted average price, along with the actual breakout level where the closing prints were rejecting, right at 17 and a quarter. So this is a buy zone for me in and around 18 to 17 and a quarter. We'll have to see how this one does. And then last but not least, AGAE. This was a monster. Yesterday, it literally faded all day. This was the short in the world of small cap gappers because it couldn't catch a bid from like 9:30 onwards. It's back. It tried to make a move above yesterday's pre-market or aftermarket. Yesterday's pre-market high. In today's pre-market, right around 73 pennies, broke down yet again, held 50, so it holds yesterday's lows, and here it is trying to work its way back above the volume-weighted average price. I don't know how I feel about AGAE as a long. I got to tell you, as we saw yesterday, it was kind of a tough long to take. So EFOI, Joey, trying to work back above that ordered 7.5. So going to keep an eye out on that. What do you got on over there, my man?
Yeah, same thing here, Sharif. We're just sitting in this same trade. I am looking for somewhat of a reload spot, but I'm not going to reload it here. I think this is a little bit too shallow of a pullback. I want to see something like you retrace about 30-40% of that move, and then indecision prints. You may not get that, but that's okay. I'm totally fine with that. We'll hold on to this little bit for a runner, and if it decides to put in more new highs of the day, then so be it. But considering we're so strong, the straight's open, I think it's rally on, and we were talking about it from the first thing this morning. It's just like, hey, risk on today, guys. Be patient, wait for things to start to break out, and sure enough, if you just gave something multiple attempts, you had the good chances show up. Right? It took us 3 attempts essentially to really catch the long end of that trade. First one worked out for us. Second one, we get stopped out. We post up. We miss the entry. Doesn't fill us. But then we wait for that pullback and then we re-engage once again. And that just gave us the ability to catch this whole trend. So I'm happy for it. I'm thankful for it. Maybe we can extract a little bit more from this market. But let's see what Adair has for us.
Couple of headlines here. One of them is geopolitical and the other is not. We'll start with the stock-specific headline. A little bit of a spike here in GTLB, already pulling back some of it, but I guess Society General Americas or SG Americas, apparently some speculation that they could be taking an activist position in GTLB GitLab because I guess there was a filing for SG Americas which suggested this was the case. So again, possible activist involvement here for SG Americas in GTLB. Now, More news here in Iran. USO bouncing a little bit here off the lows. U.S. Navy advisor reportedly telling seafarers that the status of the mine threat in parts of the Strait of Hormuz is not fully understood, and they should still consider fully avoiding the area. Now, this is interesting because President Trump, probably about 45 minutes or so now, said that Iran has either completely removed or is in the process of completely removing all of these mines from within the deep sea, within the Strait of Hormuz. So this is something a little bit different we're being told now. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Adira. And I agree with you. Someone just mentioned a good point. It's like, yeah, Racer Exxon is like, hey, yeah, risk on. But are you buying all the way up here? We're going to roll through a couple of the names. Let's pull up these super chats first. We'll talk about those, and then we're just going to see where we are from a daily. And I mean, at this point, are we going to wait for some form of a pullback? I think that might be the narrative. Let's hit super chat 1 there if we can, Assassino. That is going to be... No? Okay, all right, we'll talk about it. Teriyaki, $4.99. Guys, why is NVDA so weak? I mean, at the end of the day, you got to take into consideration that it's just been on a monster run, and now you're seeing a slight rotation. Okay, there's a rotation into maybe Tesla. You can see it going into the cryptocurrencies, silver, and Robinhood. So you're just seeing a little bit of a movement from NVDA and some of the other chip names that were strong over the past couple of sessions. A little bit of weakness, but you can find the strength in some other names that have tailwinds. Tesla with the Gigafactory, PDT rule for IBIT. You're getting a bounce in silver. We were talking about the options activity not too long ago. So there are signs of strength, and it's unfortunate that they're not participating on this rally, but sometimes that happens, right? Like you just have this strong move with something that's been kind of moving outside of the market, start to take a little bit of a breather. And we have to look at this from a daily and say, hey, we're not too far. Now, we're only about 5% off of the all-time high, a little bit less than that, or a little bit more, 5.4% to be exact. But we're just going like 7 straight green days to the top side. So, and inside one, yeah, and putting in a break above the pivot high. Am I buying all the way up here? No. Can we wait for one more pullback? I think so, and then we can engage.
One more pullback. All right, here we go. We're in 2 positions, EFOI and UCAR. And here comes EFOI. All right, watching. Holding, got, what do I got? 39s, 59 showing up, looking for continuation in the $0.75. No, thank you. Appreciate you. $0.50 seller, big seller at the $0.50, can't shake them. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that 750 area, looking for continuation, knowing full well we likely will encounter resistance at 75. There's 3 candles that reject that 75 penny area. So holding here, nothing really for me to do on this to see, unless to see that we can get through. There we go. We got through the $0.50 seller. They killed him. He's dead. So let's see if we can continue to move up here. There it goes in the 60s, man. Good look. Looking for more. I don't know why I'm having trouble getting prints here, but in any event, I'm waiting at 69. Current bar high is 65. Looking for more. Looking for that continuation. 69 is my one, well, 71 was 1R, but I decided to put it at 69. So that's how we're going to do that. Looking for continuation. We're not getting continuation quite yet. I'm expecting resistance at 75. I just want to make that very clear. There's several candles that did reject that area. Let's see if we can offload a little bit here. It looks like I might get stopped out of my other position on UCAR, as that one is not holding trend, sadly. So we'll have to keep a close eye on that one. Let's take a quick look at UCAR anyway. Yeah, so my stop on UCAR is 163. It's at 166. It's going to have to hold VWAP here for me to stay interested in this one. Current bar low is, I believe, 165.5. Prior bar low was 164. That's what I'm looking at. And there goes EOFI through the high. We take that one. That's a nice winner. And we took good size on that one. That was one risk unit. Looking for a little bit more. Continuing to watch into 8. It's a topping tail candle into 8. So we blow through that 75 penny level as a level of resistance. Now we have to keep an eye on $8. $8 whole dollar level could be trouble. We're going to Adara.
Unfortunately, we're still seeing tensions here in Iran, guys, and in the Middle East. I'm hearing reports of a briefing here with Israeli armies or IDF's top commanders saying that Iran remains weak and can be struck again if it refuses to negotiate. So again, at a top briefing, sounds like the IDF's top commanders are still willing to strike Iran again. Furthermore, adding that there are military actions that have yet to be completed within Iran. So Fortunately, some tensions still remain, without a doubt, here in Iran with Iran and Israel. Back to you.
It's a war zone, obviously. Okay, continuing to watch here. UCAR, double bottom into 165. Looking for a move now. I see resistance between 175 to 180. That's my issue here with UCAR. And we have a topping tail candle into 2, obviously. So that is my issue here. It's holding up at VWAP, but I don't know if this one's got the juice to kind of take out the 75 penny seller first and foremost before we can start talking about 180. But what an ugly turn of events here on EFOI into $8, coming back in to 7.5 pretty quickly. Joey, if this loses current bar low at 736, this could be trouble.
Uh-oh, we don't like trouble. But you gain a little bit there in UCAR. That's nice.
I'm out.
You're
I've
out
been
of it?
out. Yeah,
you
I got out.
Profit in though. Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, it still says you're in.
No, that's UCAR.
Oh, yeah, so saying
I was
UCAR.
talking about EOFI.
Nice. Man, feel empty without the stream deck over there. So we'll hit that stone cold over there for Sharif as he's cooking up a storm over there. What other one that we don't really hit that much? This was what today was. Risk on. Show for show, eh?
Show.
That's crazy.
I love that.
No,
movie.
aside from that, guys, man, like it's been a pretty good one. We're fortunate enough to just be in a good position. I hope everyone had the opportunity to do the exact same thing. I mean, it can go either way. We were thinking long. Tesla was lagging the market as it was continuing to climb higher. It was just prolonging the breakout, and then sure enough, when it did, it just went with some extreme vigor. So I mean, it's been a pretty good one. Bitcoin around $44. I like seeing that. Let's go over to a couple of our Mag 7 names and look at them from a daily and just say, hey, because RacerX signs, like, are we buying these things all the way up here? I think out of all of them, I like where NVDA is sitting the most, okay? I could be totally wrong, but let's move through our watch list. Let's see what we got going on. Zoom, I don't even know why this thing's up here. We have NVDA, right? Then we have Apple. Not too bad of a placement, but you want to wait for a pullback. Google, absolutely monstrous, going to put in a new all-time high by next week. Microsoft, see that's a move that you have to be cautious about. Adara, let's get back into this here.
Yeah, we have a bit of a spike here in oil. More news. We do have Iran reportedly considering closing the Strait of Hormuz again if the U.S. blockade persists. This is being reported by Iranian state media. Now, you might be wondering, I thought U.S. ended the blockade. They did, for everything but Iran, for everywhere but Iran. So again, basically Iran saying if the U.S. continues blockading them, they're going to have to just reclose the Strait of Hormuz, which again, they just reopened or announced as reopened literally less than 3 hours ago. Back to you.
Okay, thank you for that. I mean, that's not going to be good. You might see a little bit of a reversal. Be cautious. Wait for Donald Trump or Bloomberg to post something in regards to that. But right now, we're going to go with what we have, and it's continue to climb a little bit higher. See, Tesla, trend line break, that could be a good opportunity. I just have the feeling because we move so fast, so quick, that we're going to have one more of those pullbacks, and then it might be the green light to go. I talk about it time and time again. You're leading into earnings season. And now, if we do price a lot of this a straight reopening relatively quick, and then they decide that they want to close it again, you're going to see that start to be baked out of the market. But then once again, it opens, the conflict tends to cool down. Then I think that's the point where we see some all-time highs, especially in the names that are only down a couple of percentage points off of them.
Well said, Joe. I do agree with that. Selling here on EFOI, aggressive. Watch out for the loss of 736. If this loses prior bar low, it could be a lot of trouble. Prior bar low, 736. Current bar low, where we're at right now, 746. It's lost a $0.50. Continuing to watch. This could be a topping tail candle and another lower high off the 984 high, and then this could be the short. Keep an eye out on that. Here comes UCAR. We're nicely in the money on the car. Let's go, baby. We got size on the car as well. Let's take it out a little bit here. As I mentioned, 1 hour for me, 70. Well, it's 81, but I put it at 79. It breaks prior bar high, but no continuation through 80. Looking for a little bit more. Come on, Mr. Carr, let's go. 75 showing up. We've got 71s. We wet the beak at 70. There's 77 again. There's 78, Joey. Looking for a little bit more. Big seller at 78 on UCAR. Can't shake the seller. Nothing's coming off the gateway, meaning that we've got a hidden order here, and we're not going to be able to shake him at least on this attempt. So earmark that if you're in there. 78 seller, hidden, so iceberg, whatever you want to call it, order there. And as I see it, EFOI is dropping. It's dropping big. I told y'all if this loses prior bar low, this is going to lose VWAP, and then this could lose the double bottom that we put in at 10:55 and 11 o'clock, the low of which is 620 and 623. So be on the lookout for 6 1/4, 6 1/5. If it loses that level, it's going to be Free Fall Friday on EFOI, right? But we don't want Free Fall Friday on everything else, Joey, because we want the long term to look good, right?
It's been looking good, man.
There's my guy. There is Luis Barbado. I love when he's in the chat, bro. Short, LOL, I am short since 10 o'clock. Luis, my man, Luis. He's always doing it live. You know what Luis is doing. He's,
Only way to do it,
printing.
man.
He's printing on the short. Luis, let me make my argument to you. So this was the trend line break, but I used to have a bias, Luis, that when these broke and they popped back up pretty nicely, especially off VWAP, that they were good longs. I think that was correct for a time. I don't think that's no longer correct. And what I'm seeing a lot more is these bounces ended up being lower highs, and they're great setups for the short. So I'm going to start looking at these trend line breaks off VWAP for an attempt back up, less as a long and much more as a short. Thank you for commenting about that. Give me an idea what you're thinking. And there goes UCAR, Joey. There's 1R. We're looking for 2R now at 87. Let's go ahead and set up some trades. 187. And we ain't talking about that kind of 187, though. I don't want you to get the wrong idea. You know what 187 means, right?
Come on, man, my boy.
I love this guy. He's in a good mood today. That's good for me.
Yeah.
All right, man. We go. Everything is self-centered. Like, I like to promote other people, but there's usually a little bit of a selfish reason as to why,
of course,
right?
Man. You need the feel it in the air.
This guy's singing. Oh, you must be up big on the day.
Yeah, we're out. Not
you're up. Dude, you're not singing unless you're up big. I know you for a minute now.
One day I'm gonna be just down, like on the brink of shutdown, and just start breaking into song.
Just throw everybody a curveball.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody knows what the hell's going on, right?
Who knows?
Yeah,
what if I took like 10,000 shares right here, and then we got stopped out, and then we only took like
Who are you, Katina? 10,000?
No.
What do you got there? TSLA? Oh,
yeah,
seriously. Real big.
Hey, man. All right. Aside from that, we need more of that robot laugh. I love that thing. Bart. Bart, need you ask more than once. Anytime, man. That's Spice Adams. It's Spice Adams.
I don't even know who that is.
Yeah, he's like an ex-NFL player. He's my type of he's my type of sarcasm. Dude, you gotta watch some Spice Adams videos. Like he has like this basketball thing. Yeah, like watch him play basketball. It's absolutely hilarious.
So he's not good, in other words.
No, bro, he does it like as a joke. Like he'll jack up threes and be like nowhere even close. He's like so dramatic with his fake outs and stuff. But yeah. That was a good one. I sent it to Katina, man. I'm like, hey, man, we're like, there we go.
What's he up
Tesla.
to?
I don't know. He's chilling on the beach just like you were. Man, what kind of rotation is this that you were on the beach not too long ago and now Katina?
Hold on, sorry. Were you not in Tulum not that long ago?
How many months ago was that?
I don't know. What do you want? You want every month? What is this guy, bro? What is this guy?
Come on, man. Joe, oh my days. Tesla call swing went crazy. Says, my boy Stevenson. I gotta hit this for him. That's my guy right there. I'm so happy for you, brother. Keep doing what you're doing. We got $5 super chat.
$5 on
maybe
it.
10 ships moving in the Strait of Hormuz right now. Live map at Mine Traffic website. One is a cruise ship, Celestial Discovery. What? Okay, I don't know if they're ready to take on some commercial.
Oh no, she wasn't ready.
Yeah, she was not ready. But I mean, there it goes. Sharif, Robinhood on the 1 minute. We're climbing back, a nice indecision. Palantir all the way up to 147.91. We had a high of just below 149. I bid at 44.17. Tesla heading back towards the high, and then we're only a couple of pennies on the TQQs off of the high of the day. So there's a lot positive going on. I'm going to say it one more time, and it probably won't be the last. It was a risk on. As soon as you heard that news that Adara and Sharif brought to us this morning, the Strait is open. It's you want to look to participate. The market baked in it being closed. Now they're going to price it back in that it's open, and you have to look for potential longs in this market, in my opinion.
Well said, Joey. Done both trades. So UCAR failing. So I'm out. Simple as that. Profit on everything so far. Look, Bovin, the OG, with another great call. Bovin, if this breaks through 19, let's just say maybe even 18 3/4, this is going to be one hell of a bull flag. This is a beauty here. So a big boy breakout. And I got to tell you, the breakout came late in the day. It wasn't doing much in the pre nor the open. 10:10 a.m. is when we get that monster green candle with volume. 236,000 shares. But here it is again into the high of the day. I'm talking about INFQ. 1883 high. It's up 20 3/4. The OG Bovin strikes again. I didn't even have eyes on this one, Bovin. I don't know why. Maybe because it's not up that much. Oh, it's lower down on my scanner, hence why I glanced over it. I do suck for that. But in any event, 19 coming up here, 1883. This is a good look. How do you get in? How do you get in? Okay, well, immediately you start thinking 18 and a quarter, right? Because look at all these bottoming tail candles bouncing off 18 and a quarter. Then you see this crap over here where it held at 18. So then you say to yourself, well, where am I getting in? Well, let's flip to a smaller time frame. Let's go to the 1 and see if we can spot, 1860. It's a zone for me. 1870 to 1860 is a buy area. This thing is all gas, Bovin. Here comes 19. I want 27, says Buffett. I love it. Bro, dream big, man. Dream big. You don't know. This could turn into a multiple halter. Let me see what the float is. Joey got excited all of a sudden. He's like, multiple halter? Say less. Bovin, we got a float. Nah, I don't know if this one's going to be the multiple halter you want it to be, Bovin. It's about 170 million share float. So that's a little big for him. But there goes 19. Here comes 1915. Guys, this thing is ripping. INFQ is a big boy breakout right now. We could be on the way to 20. Look how beautiful that green candle is. And it is supported by relative volume, 230,000 shares printing on this candle. What's the spread on INFQ? 10 pennies, 13, 9, 7. It's ranging. So high single digits, low double digits for now on INFQ. Let's load that up on a trading screen here. Take a better gander of what we have here, not EFOI. We're not going to do anything with that. INFQ, is this on the NQ? Better be, Joey. So 1932 high. We're at the $0.25 again. And here we are. We're showing 30s on the ask. So we could break through that 1932. We're going to talk a lot more about this one when we get back from Madeira with the crypto segment.
Yeah, I'll be brief here. There's just a lot of strength when it comes to Bitcoin, as there is with this whole market. I mean, BTC here, 77,770 more or less here. Right now, it's worth noting high of day just above 78K, so we're about 300 points removed here from that high of day, but continuing to push higher. This sort of rounded bottom structure that we've seen on BTC did hold incredibly well. We finally get that breakout. Next level of resistance is going to be that low that we had on Friday, November 21st, that level being 80,000 halves. So we're a little bit ways away from that. Chance that we don't get there today, but just be aware heading into the weekend. Definitely, this is going to be your first level of resistance to be aware of on this daily chart. Also worth noting, we are at a more than 2-month high. We're at our highest level since February 3rd, 2026. Let's take a look at the weekly. Great look here in the weekly, as mentioned here, like 10-week high for BTC. That 80K and a half level, still the most obvious level setting up, but really nice bounce here for Bitcoin. Be aware though, this downtrend on the weekly from that all-time high that we made the week of October 6th, that still could be coming into play. So just be aware, could still make this lower high. Either way though, nice breakout at least for now on Bitcoin. Ethereum looking very identical to Bitcoin from a technical standpoint, continuing to do so. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's all fun and games here in Bitcoin right now, Sharif. We have a trend line break. This is what I'm looking for. Am I going to add a little bit into my long term? I think so, right? Like
that's a statement, because you were pretty sour on Bitcoin for a little bit.
Hell yeah.
I like hearing that, though.
But yeah, but didn't I say this for the longest time? It's
Yes,
like it's
you did.
downtrend until we break it.
Yes, you did.
Right? So I'm like,
Why'd you say that? Because you need to see the technicals, right?
exactly. I wanted to see what we got going on.
Now you know how I feel about Netflix.
Hey, listen, this morning, you're like, it was cropping. You're like, I'm so happy.
Yeah, I just don't like it in general, but hey, you gotta get.
I've always
I've got to
liked
be
it,
objective, because we're
though.
always reporting to people. So like, even
Yeah.
when I'm in a name, like when there's bad news, I say there's bad news.
Yeah,
Even though I'm in it, right?
Even if it's a good name, like you have to report the bad news.
Yeah,
right?
man. I mean, like,
exactly.
what kind of people
And I
would
mean,
we be,
let's
right?
not beat around the bush here, Sharif, or you would say let's cut the crap. Bitcoin sucked for quite some time.
Yes, it did.
And it's like, I mean, we're not saying like, it's like, come on, like, you know that one friend, you would just like dominate in whatever, in a sport or like chess or any form of game, and he would win that one time and just be like, yeah, whoa, yeah, and all this stuff. Like, come on, don't forget, we're still down 38%. Like, we've had a couple of strong days, but this is just could be potentially the beginning, and I'm not saying that it's over or the bottom for Bitcoin or anything along those lines, but it's a step in the right direction. At least we're not moving lower. And
Are we breaking out from technicals, though? Are we above certain technicals?
This is what I have.
We could be on the way to 80 here, yeah.
This is what I have, right? Like, so remove this. So you have this
what's
point.
that left? Can you go to BTC? Just go to BTC for a sec.
Yeah.
Because there's that flat bottom there that we lost. So what is that? What is that? 88? No.
Oh, here?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go
87,
down.
87.
That's 85. 85. We need 85.
So we're going to use that. Yeah, I mean, like, that could be the next step. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, we broke through it. We're on the backside. I'll give you 3 examples of where this same pattern can potentially have worked, and it has. Right? We're going to kick things off with Netflix. We had that trend line break. Okay, great. It went on to a nice run, sold on the earnings report. And then we also have Tesla, a downward channel break, and then off to the races we go. Is it going? Does that mean it's going to happen in Bitcoin? Absolutely not. But I mean, the way the market's moving right now, why not take the chance, add a little bit here, or put on a swing position? And if it fails and it heads right back into this middle of this range, just get out of Dodge. I mean, there's no point in holding on to it. The others went pretty quick, so there could be some strong movement and a couple more strong sessions for Bitcoin to come. We are starting to pull back a little bit, but step up. Maybe we can find a potential continuation in today's strength. Tesla's just been an absolute monster for us today, 5% on the day.
That's amazing, bro. That's amazing. Yeah. So Tesla, number 1, Mag 7. Who's next? Apple, 3 1/3. Then I think Softy, 2 1/2. Amazon's up 1 3/4, but it's red since the bell. So Google's about to take out 1%. Let me look at USO. Who's that for? Chris. Thoughts on USO for you? Think it will hit $100 anytime soon? Let's look at USO. By the way, INFQ is unreal. Let's look at USO. I was looking at this one today. It was like, what, 1 mid-teens? Yeah, it still kind of is. Let's go look at the 4-hour here. All right, so clearly an area of support at 110. Look at these bottoming tails right there. That goes back from the 23rd of March to the 25th of March, where we danced with the lows, the wicks, going to 108, but look where the closing prints are, right around 110. This morning, the low of the 4-hour here, lo and behold, 110.35. There is support at 110. It's also the 200 moving average exponential on the 4-hour, not like I typically use that a lot. In addition to 110 featuring, it also featured as resistance when we lost the trend on the 10th of April to the 11th. So about 2 days, 110, we couldn't break through. Then we rocketed up in the late part of the day on the 11th. So I feel that 110's got to kind of give way before we can start, looking at that 100. The $100 level would be below the 200 exponential and the 200 simple on the 4-hour. Just before we go to Adara, let me take a quick look at the daily. 110 also generally, the 50 exponential on the daily is a little bit below 110, right around 109. 100 doesn't feature really as technical support or resistance, unless maybe just for one day, the 5th of March, before we rocketed above it on the 6th. So I'd say 110. 110 is the important area here. If we lose 110, we could be on the way to 100. But you know how this is. This is a geopolitical story, right? If we start hearing about ships making their way, oil carrying ships making their way out of the strait en masse, heading to Asia, heading to wherever else, then we're probably going to not have to worry about the supply issue of the equation. We've been worrying about the price issue for a long time. Supply started rearing its ugly head as the what's the thing?
Dude,
the conflict
I got salmon.
became more prolonged. So that's my look there. I think it's going to be very headline dependent. Unreal. Bovin, what is happening with INFQ? It is now above $20. We were talking about this one like at 18 and change. This one is ripping. So I think you might get your 27. I was trying to poop on your parade saying big float, this and that, but this is rocketing up. So is CRML. Watch those ones. We're going to talk about those ones when we get back from Adair.
More weakness in Figma and Adobe here. We know that some of these design names dropped pretty sharply on Tuesday afternoon after we got reports that Claude by Anthropic was going to be releasing a new design feature. That design feature has been officially released as of about half an hour ago, and it looks like these dropping again. I just saw this coming through now, but again, if you're wondering why Adobe and Figma are maybe a little bit lower and certainly weaker than the market, looks like it's because this Anthropic launch of Claude design, which again, we already knew about or at least had reported, because it is going to be competing with Adobe and Figma. This is the second time this week these stocks drop on this same piece of news. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. We're looking for tickets here, Joey.
For what?
So the soccer game I was telling you about.
Oh, yeah.
Look
yeah,
at these. Look at these. One, like right at the center, 134, 227 US.
Oh, that's not
too
bad.
bad.
That's not bad at all. That's not bad at all.
literally because my old man's got age-related macular degeneration, so eyesight's starting to go. So we got to be super close, otherwise you can't make out the players.
Yeah.
But that's where we're going to sit right there. So that's Egypt versus Brazil, Saturday, June 6th. 6 p.m.
Okay.
We're coming for you, Assassino.
Oh.
He's like, what's going on? He's sitting there on his phone. I caught him off guard.
Yeah, you got.
Shout out to my man, Assassino.
Got my guy. No.
This is a squeeze here, Joey. This is trouble. The shorts are in trouble here, man. INFQ is ripping. It's at 20.5. This is going to 21, Bovin. This is ripping, guys. INFQ, large float. I don't know what the short float is on this. I have to use Perplexity here. Give me a second to find out because this is absolutely ripping. Perplexity, what is the, hurry up, man. What is the short float on INFQ? Hurry up. Let's find out quickly here. Give me a sec. Okay, 2.5%, nah. Based on Fintel data, which reports short interest of about 3.4 million shares, a short interest of 2.51% of the float. Other sources are close but not identical. Stock analysis shows 2.56, while Stock Titan shows 1.4. So in any event, I don't think it's a high float, but here comes $21, man. We're at 20 3/4. This one's on its horse, and it's about to hit the whole dollar. Trade it carefully. It's getting extended.
Good stuff. Yeah, this market's really strong. Robinhood heading back up to that $93 mark. Might be only a matter of time. We were talking about silver not too long ago. We don't want to just continuously go on about the same names. One trade for me today, and that's probably going to be it. I mean, it's Friday. It's been a good one. Attempt 1 worked out for us. Attempt 2 didn't. We had posted up around these lows. Didn't catch that fill. We wait for the pullback at the volume weighted average price, and then it was AC Slater to that one. Off to the races it goes. Now, I want to take a look at silver as at $74. The volume weighted average price tracking relatively well here. Support level right at that $74.30 mark. So that's not too bad of a potential bounce zone. The exact same thing going on with IBIT, guys. IBIT starting to come back in a little bit. I think we breached that 77K mark on the coin itself. Good look, 44.11. Now, as for gold, holding VWAP, watch out for this support level on the shelf potentially. Any liquidity grab south of that, then you might want to just wait and just in case you can catch a fill a little bit lower. Now as for Meta, another name that we were talking about not too long ago, look at this bounce off of the lows. Like, what a big time recovery. 522 all the way up to 684. That's a 30% bounce. We're only about 20% off, or 13%. We're not talking about that here on Meta off of the high. So it's been a pretty good look there, just a little bit under 14%. Now, as for AMD, you tap into all-time highs once again just right after the open, and then you sell a little bit. This is going to be a breath. And we were talking about this potential setup in Tesla. It's like, okay, you have that 5 consecutive days, you have the breakout day, you breach the downtrend line, and then you have that inside session, and then sure enough, today you're just off to the races once again, putting in a 5% day on Tesla. Wait for that pullback. Maybe we can re-engage. What are we off of this $500 mark? 20% still, roughly 18.25. So not too bad of a look. Consecutive strong sessions, a nice streak that the overall market has been on.
Bro, are you looking at this?
No. 35%.
Dude, he was joking about 27. We legitimately could see 27.
What's it at right now?
At 21.25. Dude, it was just at 18 and change.
Oh, okay.
I mean, minutes ago. This is ripping up, man. INFQ is unreal. I don't even know how to get into this. That's always my issue when we get extended. I think it's too extended for me, guys. I'm gonna have to pass on this one. That could be, you know, a big mistake, but I just don't like punching in at highs like this. I need a support level. At least give me 20 or something. Give me the whole dollar level of support, but it doesn't look like the buyers are waiting because they keep piling in. In fact, it looks like 21 is getting defended right now. INFQ on the NY, guys, it is up 35%, was just up high double digits, like 19, 18, whatever, moments ago. This is a great look right now on INFQ, pardon me. Keeping an eye on this one. Mr. Coco says 21 is your support. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about as well. If it doesn't turn, right, it can zig and zag a little above 21, a little bit below 21, and still maintain 21 as support. If that's the case, if we get back away from 21, given that we're pulling back at least a little bit on the micro time frame, I could try that. I could give that one the old college try. While I mull that over, Adara's got news.
To be aware here, a little bit of a pullback in the market. We'll take a look at oil as well. President Trump reportedly making some comments to Reuters. So a lot of these are things we already know. But I think the big thing, as he said earlier, that U.S. will keep its blockade on the Strait of Hormuz in place until the Iran deal is finalized. Now, the way he's wording it here, it's unclear if he means the entire blockade or just the blockade in Iran. His earlier post implied that the blockade was only going to be in Iran, but if I get more details, I'll let you know. He said that once a deal is reached, he might go to Islamabad, Pakistan, which is where the mediations have been taking place, but he says he has not made that determination yet. He also said the U.S. is going to work with Iran to recover its enriched uranium and bring it back to the U.S. No money is going to be changing hands as part of this deal. So, yeah, a couple different comments here coming from President Trump. Again, reported by Reuters. If I get more, I'll keep you posted.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Everybody's talking about NPT, so I feel obliged to cover it, even though I'm not going to trade this given where it currently is, because it's below the volume-weighted average price and substantially below the pre-market high. And I really not, being hyperbole at all. I mean, it's 641 high. It's barely at 450 right now, so it's $2 off the high. Percentage-wise, about 28.5% off the high. Fine. I mean, it could recover. There's no reason why it couldn't. There's more buyers than sellers. We know what happens, right? Simple math. 470, 469, whatever is the volume-weighted average price right here, white line. It clears that. We can have a conversation. We're probably going to encounter some resistance, I'm assuming, at the $5 level, seeing as it is the whole dollar level. But MPT looking real good. Went green to red, man. Like decidedly green on the day to red on the day. Joey, look at that. We lost the bid at 950, but found a bit of a support area at 350, then rocketing up right back into the volume weighted average price. 44% and change. NPT you should focus on that. Now, back to INFQ. Who's that person telling me 21 was support? Here it comes. Is this going to halt? 2009. Why is this slowing down? I can't see the halt level. It hasn't shown up yet. But here's $20. Remember, we were talking about 20, possibly as resistance or as support. So let me go ahead and change my stop there. And here it is below 20. Continuing to watch. I don't really see support, Bovin. I got to tell you the truth. Unless 20 holds as a whole dollar level, support doesn't come until about 18.5 to 18 and 2/3. Look at that top from which we broke. But 20 getting defended now, Joey, continuing to watch this one.
Yeah, absolutely. You watched that show, Miguel? Little Britain? No, man, it's definitely older. But as for Mr. Leahy, no, I don't think it's reload time, to be honest with you. Could I be wrong? Absolutely, especially if we're going to continue on this path. But I would want to see something south of this support level, right? Like, I think this was just overextension. You're getting involved a bit too much. It was more of a squeeze. We pieced some more out. I didn't even hit this. I was just...
You're pumped today, bro. Yeah, well, I like going off on that kind of note on the weekend. I hate to go into the weekend in a mood. Yeah. Because you traded like a donkey. Right. I hate that.
Like
a
going
crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy. No, but see, the thing is though, you don't want to get too up either, because that means when you have a bad day, you're just like, the emotion fluctuation is not good.
I try not to feel the emotions in the moment because it influences how you trade. But those emotions have to manifest. If you keep them in, you're kind of asking for it. So I try to have that emotional response outside of trading.
You'll release it somewhere where you shouldn't necessarily want to. Yeah. Quick to trip there. But no, in all seriousness, like it's pretty good. Like someone said, it's the haircut. It might be. I don't know. I mean, we'll take it, right? Like any form of edge, it's good in my opinion. But no, a lot of good things, man. Like you said, Shreve, heading into the weekend, we're gonna try to hit a run. We're gonna massage the legs out. We're gonna be hitting the gym. There's gonna be a lot of positive things. I'll be living vicariously through Katina Man as he's on the beach. I wish I was on the beach. Shreve was on the beach last week, so it's just like, Joey. All right, like
that jerk chicken too by the beach was like, let me tell you.
That's some good stuff. Oh, did I tell you about the salmon that I had last night? The maple barbecue? Yeah, great.
The first thing he said when he walked in.
Yeah.
He's like, I had maple salmon yesterday. I'm like, did you make it at home? He's like, yes. And I started clapping even more because we know that's a lot better.
It's a lot better. But yeah, I mean, aside from that,
Is that Neil? Who's that? It was Assassino.
No, in all seriousness, guys, I don't think
NPT halted down.
Okay, you got the halt down in NPT,
go ahead,
nice. At the end of the day, I don't think it's a reload position just yet. I think where you would want to look for a little bit signs of strength is in IBIT and maybe SLV for the continuation. Could I be wrong? Like there's multiple occasions in which resistance is acting as support. This could be one of them. I would like to have the reload closer towards the volume-weighted average price where you retrace about 30 to 40% of the move, even a little bit less, and look for the continuation on that one. If it's going to be buy program all Friday, then by all means wait for that. Look at what the volume by time profile is telling you. If it's really starting to decrease and you have that divergence between price and volume, you're moving lower, but the volume stepping lower as well, then that's when you want to look for some form of a turnaround.
All right, brother. All right, we're going to give EEOI another try. Just broke through 8, and there's an epic struggle taking place here between longs and shorts, as this one could be changing trend, but it is a dangerous one. This is the one that Luis is short. There's a monster seller at 10 that just showed up. Huge seller in the mid 8s here. So we're in at 8.10. Monster seller now selling at 5s. Let's see if this one's going to lose the bid. You can tell the algo setting up pretty aggressively on this one here. So continuing to watch, looking for look at all that orange that came in. It didn't even shake the seller. 8s showing up again. Let's see if we get a price spike up. I stop out at 774, which is current bar low on EFOI. So that's what I'm looking for there. Yeah, it looks like it's going to lose 7, and this one's heading right back down, right back above 8. It goes, but this one is probably locally a bit weak. If it loses current bar low, as I mentioned, I'm out of this one. Taking a small position because this one's a little dangerous, so we won't make as much if it moves up, but we're going to take the rep nonetheless. We're looking for 829 as the first area. Current bar high is 826, so it has to breach current bar high. It's trying to dance back above 8. What I want to see, though, is does it have the juice to take out that seller at 810? Because last time around in this single-digit area, we couldn't shake the 10 seller. So trying to take a look if we can move back to 10 to kind of get an idea of how much size is waiting for us at that 10 penny level. But now the seller's selling at 3, selling at 2. So we're stair-stepping down at least locally here on EFOI, Joey.
All right, good stuff, man. Let's see what we got going on in the chat. Let's go through a couple of names. We're going to head over to the options chain as well because we haven't really been looking at it too much. And I think it's going to be a massive teller. We're talking about OPEX today. Let's go April 7th. That's 7 days away. We don't want that. Let's go to today's expiration cycle, the 17th, and see what we got on Netflix. We were referring to that 110 mark. Excuse me. Look at that. Man, oh man, we were talking about it this morning. Leading into today's session, the open interest slashed in half, okay? So maybe profit takers there. There's no reason to hold on to this. It's not worth anything, okay? You close that up, you allow it to expire worthless. Now let's head over to Tesla, as it's been one of the stronger megs this morning, and we're just going through where are we going to potentially fall into? Where can we climb to? And I mean, this $400 mark with that 45,600 contracts at that level, holding up, and you're breaking through. We're now trading around 406. That's something positive. 470 is out of this world. I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case, but we got that 420 mark, which is typically a popular level. We'll keep an eye out on for those in the coming days and potentially weeks. Now, as soon as I get the green light to go, I'm tapped in. Green light. Let's go over
green
to
light, red light.
Yeah, let's go over to Adara.
Comments from Daly and comments from Trump on Watch Feds Daily saying that if the conflict in the Middle East persists, there's going to be more inflationary pressure for a longer time. Makes sense. Other than that, she's kind of repeated a lot of talking points we're already aware of. But President Trump saying here, and I think this is key, a lot of the things he's saying right now are actually things that Iran has made very clear they don't necessarily agree with. So President Trump saying Iran has agreed to an unlimited suspension of their nuclear program. So like before we were hearing about a certain amount of years they'd have to wait. Now he's saying they've agreed to an unlimited suspension. He also said the U.S. will not be releasing frozen funds for Iran. Now we know two of these things seem to be at pretty high up on the list of priorities for Iran. So again, wait and see if they respond. But President Trump saying again, they've agreed to not getting these frozen funds released and also to not having nuclear. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara.
I wonder how much in terms of frozen assets the U.S. has of Iran's, at least domestically in the U.S., whether at banks or anywhere else, if they were able to freeze it in Europe, because that's obviously a point of leverage that they can say, wow, oh man, I couldn't get to fill there. Joey, this thing just popped up into about...
Stop, my boy.
Yeah, waiting. EFOI, guys, here we go. Here comes the $0.50 seller at 40, 41, looking for continuation. There it is again, showing 41's 39 seller. Look, I think this is breaking trend. I don't know how to feel about this. Buyer at 25. There's support at 25. I just saw that quickly. You got to keep your eye on both sides of the level too, baby. Both for what's backstopping you and what's blocking you, right? Looking for the move again into the $0.50. Current bar high, I believe, is 40 on the dot. So we haven't quite made it up to that $0.50. Let's see now, is that buyer at 25 going to show up again? He's showing up at 26 here. So now we're stair-stepping up. This is bullish. And there it goes, Joseph, into the $0.50. Looking for a little bit more now. This is a bullish setup, right? We see the buyer stepping up on the bid. And that's obviously very good for support. Now, watching here, let's see if we lose the bid at the $0.25. We're right back at that $0.25, and we're losing the bid. I'm out. So we'll have to get out there, as we did lose the bid at the $0.25. Didn't want to risk that one flushing against me. Keep your eye, EFOI, I should say. Tom Train. Sharif, it was ANNC that we have the $10 billion of Iran money. What's ANNC mean? I don't know what that means. Tell me what you mean, Tom. It was ANNC that we have $10 billion of Iran money. I don't know what that means, but that's okay. We got plates, a save manual. I'm not sure what any of that means. All right, so yeah, what are you looking at?
Just how great this market is here today, Sharif. It's a good Friday. I mean, it's good to get back on the green side of things in regards to obviously Bitcoin showing some signs of strength again, because it was cool for so long. We like seeing that. Robinhood, same thing. You were down 55% off of its highs. It's nice seeing that start to climb back. And even in Palantir, you go down 35-40% in Palantir, and then now you're up to $148 as your high of the day, and you have the SPY continuing to climb. I mean, enough is enough. Let's pull this up, and I think this is going to be a great teller of just how strong this market is. Let's pull it up, man. We're going to take a look at the portfolio watch.
You're going to look at the portfolio,
Yeah,
That's a dangerous proposition.
Oh, man. I mean, it's still neck and neck. Yeah. Hey, man, sometimes you got a danger zone. You know that song?
How much of Iran?
All right, let's see. How come we can't pull this up here, Fabian?
Fabian.
What the heck, man? Why can't I get there? Why doesn't it pop up?
EFNS, Bovin says.
Okay, yeah, there it is, tracker. I got it. We got it there, brother. It's all good. We survived. It's at the low. I mean, there
it came in quick.
Yeah, he was like, boom, what are we saying? Nothing's wrong with the software, man. I promise.
I know, right? Just criticize Fabian's software. You'll see him move like you've never seen him move before.
I promise, man. The guy ran over here. No, I just couldn't get this bottom tab to pop up. But there it's go. Yeah, we're good now. Thanks, man.
Joey,
yeah.
As of April 2026, the exact total of Iran's frozen assets is difficult to pin down, but the total amount of Iranian capital locked in overseas accounts is estimated to be over $100 billion globally. I think they could do a couple of things with $100 billion. That's a hell of a negotiating point, though, no?
Yeah.
When you use that, you probably don't have full control over all the $100 billion that gets released because it's globally, right? You probably you may have some persuasion being the U.S. president and whatnot, but
yeah,
that's
I see where
interesting,
I see where you're getting at, but like at the end of the day, like Zuck just is like planning on in 2026 spending 100.
I get it, bro, but not everybody's meta though. I mean, like, come on,
You know what I mean? It's just like, hey, man, it's crazy to think because 100 billion is an absolutely insane number. But yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Can they shut everything down?
Could use $100 billion in a heartbeat.
Well, we could use.
Do you look at our budgets? It's like always like about 9 or 8% of the U.S.'s budget, give or take, right? Like,
yeah, but from a GDP standpoint, right, we're about like what?
We're
like
2 trillion change now.
Yeah, so that's about what 10 to 8 or 10% of the right of the U.S. GDP. So I mean, aside from that, guys, yeah, shut it down. They did it to Russia. I mean, we'll seize all your assets, and it's like until you do what we want, we're going to hold them. So.
That's a good point. All right, guys, EFOI is failing again. So look, it's stair-stepping up. I don't know if Luis is in the chat, but it's stair-stepping up. I'm out, so we did well on this one. However, it's losing 8. It's holding above the 10. There's a lot of topping tails. I'm assuming those topping tails are people exactly like Luis who are short this thing. Luis says he's short from 10 a.m., so Luis is likely short at around, I want to say $9 to about $9.50, give or take. I stopped out 2/3. Okay, Luis is in the chat. Luis, you're short from around, I'm going to say 9 to 9.5, given the time that you got in, right? Because I see that topping tail candle, that monster topping tail, the high of which is about 9.84. So you're in and around there, I'm assuming. But this one is too choppy for me. Unless it can break above, I want to say 8.5, 9 even, I think that there's better trades, quite frankly. And one of those trades is SMU. 870 average because I added on the way down. Makes sense. That does make sense. Here's what I'm seeing here on SMU. Not a big mover. It's about 26% in Greensville, and it's done quite well both in the pre-market and the aftermarket. I don't want to say it's been respectful of the moving averages because it hasn't. You can kind of see the 20 and the 10 kind of look like lines of best fit. What I do like about this one is that it's got a lot of higher lows. So if you are getting it at an area low, to me, the move would be to put the stop at the prior area low because it hasn't breached any of those quite yet, right? Here's what I mean by that. To me, this is an area low right here, and that's another area low right there, another area low, and then yet another area low, neither of which is below its predecessor. So obviously some selling here at 18.5. Now, 18.5 features here in two ways, both as resistance. Take a gander at those topping tails, 1125, 1130. But moreover, it's support. It was using 18.5 as support from 1030 to when it lost it at 1055. So 18.5 here is going to feature likely as a resistance level. Now, the way that I look at this is this could be a flat top break, right? Because you got how many attempts now? We got 1, 2. This will be the third. If we can clear the third of $1 and get up to half, that would be 3 attempts at that 1850. So something you could set up for there as a possible long. We'll have to wait and see. INFQ, Bovin, I think this one might be changing its tune. Let's get a quick look here at INFQ, see what this one's up to. Here comes 20. Great hold at the 10 EMA, still south of 20. Now this one could be a bit tough, right? Because it rocketed on the way up to 21.28. So there's going to be a lot of bag holders and or shorts that are going to try to use all the different levels that we have from that 21.28 to where we are now, 1990, as resistance. So I'm going to watch this one closely. I don't want to jump in quite yet to INFQ, but I like the look of this one holding up at the 10. The current bar on the 5 both breached the high of the prior bar and has a higher low. So that's setting up in the right way. But let's take a quick look at the multi-time frame look here on INFQ. Pardon me. All right, here, so top left is 1, top right is 5, bottom left is 15, bottom right is hourly, okay? So continuing to watch. So the 15, still bullish on the 15. So I was thinking maybe it would diverge on the 15 relative to the 5, but the 1145 bar, higher low. The current bar, which doesn't have much of a body at all at 12 o'clock here on the 15, also a higher low. So I want to see a break and a decided break through 20 possibly before I get into INFQ, but we're going to watch closely, see what happens there. Shout out to my man, Adam James Abroad, Joe, Sharif. Check out the memory names. We'll look at it a second. We got to go to Adira because she's got it happening now. Then Neil has his lesson of the day.
Take a look here at this market hanging out near intraday highs. And of course, a lot of this has to do with the excitement over the fact that we could see potentially, because there are a lot of caveats and asterisks here, an end to the conflict between the U.S. and Iran and Israel. We do have S&P 500 as of right now. I mean, we've been rejecting this 711 area, but other than that, nice push to the upside at 8:45 a.m. We had a post from the foreign minister of Iran, Saeed Arghachi, on X, and he said that they're going to be reopening the Strait of Hormuz for specifically only commercial vessels. It's not going to be open for military vessels, and even if a commercial vessel wants to pass, they still need to coordinate and get permission, etc., from the IRGC, the Iranian Guard. So there is still a lot of things left to kind of settle out here. Maersk, the latest shipping company or shipping related firm, to come out and say they still want to exercise caution. They said they've been avoiding the strait since the conflict began. They've been following advice from security partners. Those comments are coming out currently. But again, we already had Hapag, Lloyd, and some Norwegian firms as well coming out and saying, we're going to wait and see. We're not going to get involved right away. As we saw, market near highs, but struggling to push higher. USO near lows, but struggling to push lower. So kind of doing the inverse here. We did have as well, I think it's worth noting, with this whole situation, still lots of comments coming from Israel, coming from the U.S., not all of which are, in alignment. Iran and Israel both seemingly not super ready to end the conflict right away. Here are just two of the 12 to 13 posts President Trump has shared over the last 4 hours. He said the Strait of Hormuz is completely open and ready for business. They said the Navy blockade will remain in full force, specifically only to Iran, but it'll be lifted for everyone else. He also said at 10:40 a.m. that Iran has agreed to never close the Strait of Hormuz again. Now, we're going to have to wait and see again if there is a response. I suspect there might be, but as of right now, no response yet. We're all wait and see. NFLX waiting to see if it can push into a new intraday high here above that 98.75 level. We've had some analyst notes on this, a lot of which are not super, exciting or friendly. KeyBank and Wedbush both reiterating overweight ratings with roughly the same price target, that mid 110s level. Guggenheim lowering its price target, and Citizens maintaining market perform, as we mentioned, NFLX to the downside on earnings. What they had here was a double beat, but a lot of that beat was mostly because of that termination fee with the Warner Brothers deal ending. Furthermore, with our friends at NFLX, you had the announcement that Chairman Reed Hastings is not going to be running for re-election of the board. In and of itself, not really a massive headline. He hasn't worked for the company on a day-to-day basis in 3 years, but market did not seem to like this right away when it came out. Weakness in the guidance for Q2 as well. But what's never weak? The Neil's lesson of the day. So we're going to get Neil's lesson. It's going to happen right now. So don't go anywhere. He'll come to you.
No pressure. Thank you, Adara. You know what? Speaking of weak, you don't want to be weak with your entries in trading. You want to feel like when you enter the stock, you are this. Hitting that bang. Getting it at the exact moment where you could look back and say that was absolute perfection. Sometimes in order to do that, maybe you have to look in two places. Today, what happened before the market opened up? Everybody was obviously looking at energy prices. You can see very clearly for a couple of days, we didn't care too much about USO. Market would go up even if USO was going up and the relief rally was on, but today it was a different beast. At 8:45, USO dropped $4, continued, eventually $6. And oftentimes you got to look for something as a leading indicator, and it's not always going to be the futures. It might not be a sector ETF. In this particular case, it was going to be USO. It was driving the market. So when looking for entries for longs, sometimes it's as simple as where were 2 moments after the open. We open right about here at 9:30. 2 moments after the open that are key on USO. Spoiler alert, the move into VWAP. There's your move into the volume weighted average price, and then the break of the low of the day. Now, I was in a long in Intel, and I was talking myself out of it when it was losing VWAP, and I had just gotten out. But then confluenced with the break on USO into VWAP, the retake of the volume weighted average price, and it was the fact that USO had pulled back, and of course, oil down, NASDAQ up and risk stuff up. That's the inverse relationship you're looking for. So I get back in at pretty much the moment that USO has confirmed the turn on the stock that I already liked. Now, ultimately, could I have held it? But you can't go back in time. I can only look forward. I get the reversal candle when USO shows a hold. I now have my VWAP long. And it was even better than that because there was one other long which didn't even make sense. That's an upward trending stock. So you can just sort of say, yeah, but Neil, you were going to buy the dip at VWAP anyways. Yeah, you're probably right. I was probably going to buy the dip at VWAP. It just gave me another reason to do so. But in this particular case with Micron, in this moment, that is when you had USO breaking the low of the day and flushing through the bottom. At that point, there was a weak stock which flashed a buy signal. So it gave me it gave me another reason to get in. With Intel, it was I liked it at VWAP and I liked the trend, and then I also have the confluence with USO. In this particular case, it was I have the trend break, go to VWAP. I also have USO breaking down, which caused a little bit of extra momentum to the upside. And in this particular case, it probably mattered more because Micron was relatively weak. With the case of Intel, again, you can always just make the argument it was upward trending, you're buying the dip in an uptrend, you're buying it off VWAP, you're gonna do that, and you're gonna do that with confidence on most days. That's very fair. But catching along in something which hadn't been weak, which was a rejection of its high, which was clearly relatively weak compared to not only the market, but specifically to the chip sector as well. Sometimes you need that extra confluence. And I don't know that I would have been looking for a long entry if it wasn't for, in that moment, USO breaking down and leading the way, showing you the way. I'm not saying every single day you're going to go over and look at, well, oil prices are going to lead the market. And no, there's days when it matters, when you see a move like this. And there's other days where it's just sort of trading inside and it's not a big deal. But it's not as if it would be hard to decide whether or not USO is a big deal today. It flashed that it was, so it was going to give you some potential signals where you might just get a little extra confidence in an entry that maybe you would have already taken, or maybe this is a B that turns into an A, something along those lines. And the best part about it is we had been ignoring, it had gotten to the point where we didn't even care about the moves in oil for a couple of sessions. But you leave it up, you have it in the back of your mind, and when it flashes you that it's important again, you take heed, you take notice, and you let it help your trades for the day. So that's a pretty simple lesson for you guys. Hope you enjoyed it. I can tell you, we'll take it. We'll take it. By the way, the trailer, look, first of all, the new He-Man's got like Idris Elba. The cast seems legit. But I don't know, man. I don't know about that. The new Street Fighter trailer looks okay, but I don't know about the He-Man. I grew up watching He-Man, so I'm looking for a reason to throw money at them because the nostalgia and all that. So, well, I like Mortal Kombat more than Street Fighter, Joe, but the Street Fighter movie, the new one, looks better than the most recent Mortal Kombat. By the way, I guessed right today, which I don't think was much of a feat because we haven't had tilapia in 2 weeks, so it was pretty obvious that eventually they were going to give us tilapia. But you know what? See how I polished most of my plate off? I haven't finished all the vegetables yet. It was good. This was on the scale of normal tilapia, this was pretty solid. It was a good amount, so I got the protein in there. The mashed potatoes were pretty solid. The vegetables, they've been crushing it with the vegetables this week. You get a good healthy amount. I haven't touched the salad. We even get I get like a side salad too. I haven't even touched. But it was pretty good today. So I can't hate. The tilapia was pretty solid. What do we look? Oh, we're going real Street Fighter Turbo. Oh yeah. Okay. Are you playing this right now?
Oh yeah. Let's do this.
Who are you gonna play as?
Ryu. Always Ryu.
Always.
And Ken,
Okay.
Always, baby. Let's do this. Let's go. Zangief's gonna get it.
Man, Zangief
You're dead,
sucks.
Zangief.
You're
You're dead, Zangief.
Worst. That's like the worst character out there. By the way,
Oh,
you better not
I'm
lose.
really good, by the way.
If you lose, this is ridiculous.
No perfect.
Uh-oh.
No!
Sharif, you better not lose in front of everybody.
You're done, my boy.
If you had lost, I was gonna talk so much. I was gonna talk smack if you lost. Can't do that.
Right. Brendan's looking at this screen. He's like, what is happening? I'm going to have to shut this down before I get fired.
All right, you guys go take over, man. Good luck in your trade. Oh,
Thank you very much for that, Neil. Yeah, we're just having a little fun while Neil was dropping his lesson of the day, guys. All right. No, man, I love Street Fighter. Do you know how to do the OU kit? The uppercut?
No.
You don't know how to do it?
No, my boy.
Oh, we're going to have to load up the game again then, Joey.
I was a Mortal Kombat guy.
All right. You're a Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
Do you know the moves in Mortal Kombat? Do you know how to, like, get over here?
Brother, I haven't played in so long, man. But all I know is I was just like Sub-Zero. And I was a Def Jam Fight for New York guy. Def Jam icon, for all those who know, man. Those were our fighting games, was Def Jam. Def Jam Fight for New York was probably the best fighting game of all time.
It was really good.
Yeah, it was really good.
To New York, you know, baby. You know exactly how to do it. Tekken, were you a fan of Tekken?
No.
No, you weren't about that life.
No, it's like
either?
a Japanese game, right?
Ah, okay.
UFC 3 as well too. I was a crazy Def Jam Vendetta. I never played that one. I played the second one, Icon. They kind of ruined it. Anyways, aside from that, guys, let's get right back into the markets. As the TQQs are climbing a little bit higher, you're getting the pullback in Palantir. You failed to make a new high right here on TSLA. Even though it's consistent higher lows, I think we want to be a little bit more patient on this pullback 5-minute time frame. I don't know if this is the top. It's giving me that vibe, but anything can happen. I've seen someone in the chat talking about the RSI being at 90. I mean, yeah, it's overbought, whatever you would like to call it. I personally don't use the RSI, never used it. Because that's the thing about certain indicators is like, oh, well, the RSI is saying this, but the market's totally doing something completely different. It's just like, what is going on here? I don't know. Somebody help me, please. It's just like, I don't know. I don't go with it. Go with what price action is telling us. I have one indicator on my chart. That's the volume weighted average price. And I look at the options chain. Aside from that, it's just like, what is price doing? Does it always work in your favor? Absolutely not. Yesterday, we were just trading. We were up, we were down, we were up, we were down, and ended up finishing the day down. And today, we were fortunate enough to just be one and done, and that's going to be the only trade that I put on here today.
That's what I want to hear, man. Honestly, if we weren't on the show and we had 3 hours to fill, I'd probably take one or two trades a day.
Yeah,
that's just the type of person I am.
Yeah,
I would go heavy into the one that I really had a lot of conviction in.
Yeah, exactly.
And maybe one or two because there's only really one or two really good small cap gappers per day. It's not a hard and fast rule. Sometimes there's more, right? But
bro, make your money and get out. Lock in the profits. It's that simple. Like the best of the best traders are like, okay, yeah, we trade from this period to this period. We made it, we lost it, whatever it is. We hit our daily goal, we're out. We hit above it, we're out. Like I'll come back tomorrow, I'll review my trade. I'll document it, but my hands are officially off the keys.
Joey, I got to tell you, I'm not liking a whole lot right now. There's not a whole lot moving in the right direction right now unless you're looking short. Yeah, Assassino. I mean, I don't make up the rules, right? Here's the deal. Mike P. Rider. I love when Mike P's messages get held by Streamlabs. He doesn't even say anything bad.
No, Mike P will always get the pass from me regardless.
Oh, yeah, most of the time. Yeah. Well, when I see it. I mean, it's not like I'm filtering it.
Yeah.
I'll unblock it. EFOI, Joey, has resistance at 8.5, okay? So we've got a lower high in this 5-minute, but a higher low. So I was involved in this one. We got into it through 8, but it's putting in a lot of resistance. Now, I got to tell you, I was of the impression that this candle here at 11:15 was going to be kind of where the tables turned for the longs. Alas, it wasn't like that. We came back down to VWAP, and we held VWAP, and here we are again. So I'm starting to think I have to look at EFOI a little differently here. I was looking at it with skeptical eyes that this one was going to lure me in and it was going to be one of those ones that puts another lower high and then fails VWAP, fails the area low. I don't know if I feel that way, and I certainly, maybe that word's too strong. I probably won't feel that way if it does clear 8.5 and 8.5 decisively. So Trump, I expect an Iran deal in a day or two. That's being reported by Axios. So more volatility coming in there. Keep your eye on the market. President Trump just said something there, and Axios reported it. So EFOI, continuing to watch this one. I'd like a decided breakthrough 8.5. Have we gotten? We did get above 8.5. 857 on the prior bar. Prior bar went to 852. Current bar high is 841. So that's 3 lower highs in a row on EFOI. CRMX, which is like CRML. I'm pretty sure this CRMX is an inverse or a leveraged CRML. Yeah, it is. Okay, so it's two times. So I should probably take one of these off. In any event, the charts look very, very similar. I'd probably just trade CRML, even though CRMX is leveraged at VWAP 12.25 thereabouts. Joey looking like there's some support there on criminal. NPT, Luis, this is what I should have taken as short. This one rocketed up and everybody was like, yo, watch out, NPT, this is moving. And they weren't wrong. This one was like at $3 and then rocketed up to 477. But that 477 was the volume weighted average price or thereabouts. And this one halted down. So NPT could be really interesting here, especially if it makes another attempt at VWAP. I don't know if the second attempt at the short is going to be nearly as good. We'll continue to watch it. But I got to tell you guys, I hate to put it this way, but I don't have anything good at the moment. There's nothing that's setting up for me. I'm looking at the scanner above. I'm going line by line. IFRX could be something here. It's very low volume. What is this thing? 2.34 million shares. Who are we going to take off? We're going to take off BZAI. Yeah. IFRX. Let's look at this one. So it's low volume in the sense that it's only done 2.34. Is that a new audio animation there? Yeah, so that's what we just spoke about right now. President Trump, I expect an Iran deal in a day or two being reported by Axios. Thank you for that. Is that you, Fabian?
What is that?
I kind of don't mind that. That's kind of like breaking news.
Like the Jewel.
No, it's like a breaking news like headline.
Oh, okay.
You know when they, on CNN or any of the other news networks.
Hit it one more time.
Hit it one more time, Fabian. Oh, not that one.
Bro.
Not that one.
Come on, hit it, man.
There it is. That sounds very, it's very important. Something
I'm not really getting the connection there.
You're not getting it,
no,
eh?
No.
That's okay.
That's all right,
fine. It's not for everybody, Joey.
It isn't.
Mandarin music for Sharif's wedding day. Bro, can I tell you that I debated doing that?
What's up?
Okay, so I perfect or I improve my Arabic by listening to Arabic music because they say certain words and certain sentences that my parents don't say, right? So it helps me improve there. So I actually debated listening to Mandarin music to improve at Mandarin. It's just
that makes sense.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. So
we'll see. It's not a bad idea.
Yeah, hangry.
Sharif needs to be more CNN. Oh, I don't know, brother. Immersive learning. Well, aren't you doing the same thing, Fabian? Aren't you watching that that podcast? Is it a podcast or is it a vlog series? Yeah. He watches a lot of Japanese podcasts. Are you learning the language a little bit? Japanese? Its wiring is bearing to hear like the grammar. You know who you can practice Japanese with, right? Mark, you know exactly. Mark is married to a Japanese woman, and he also speaks Japanese, so shout out to him.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's sick.
Yeah, Mark kills it. And there's a bit of an overlap there between the letters. He was actually kind of helping me out. But also eat a city walk.
Yeah. Also eat
at City Walk.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. Let's not go there. I was like genuinely talking about something that would help me. Yeah, you guys are just you guys are trolling me there. Okay. Taylor Batty says AGAE, let's get it. Let's take a quick look at that, see what that one's up to. It lost its spot on the side chart, so I haven't been monitoring it for a while. AGAE. Let's take a quick look here. Big couple of days, for Aggie over here. Let's take a quick look at the 5. All right, good call. Back above VWAP. So look, it's not doing a whole lot, right? It's kind of a bit of a slower mover. 35 million shares traded, but it is a 64 penny name at around 20 after 1, so it's not a lot. And moreover, take a quick look at where the majority of the volume came in. It came in pretty early in the day, 6:15. And when you look at these most recent volume bars, just hovering over 95,000 shares, 41, 95, 55. Compare them, juxtapose them to these where we were doing about 2 million, 1.8, 1.2. So a lot lower of a volume, but hey, man, money talks. And this one is pretty much at the local area high. That is AGAE for anybody who's looking. Continuing to watch here, INFQ. This one seems to have a lot of support for whatever reason here at around 19.5. Look how many times we get into like that 19.5 area and we defend that area. But we did reject 20.25. So I'd like this one to get above it. Now, it's kind of forming a bit of a bottom here. That's one way to look at it. The other way to look at it is we're still putting in a downtrend with these lower highs. That's what I'm saying. I want to move above 20 and a quarter, 20 and a third. That probably lures me into the trade. In fact, I still have active. Yes, I do. I still have it active here. I have a breakout trade on INFQ to trigger at 43, and I gave it a buffer to 47. Let me explain why. Take a look at this 15-minute chart. This is the 15 on INFQ. I said, if this bar here, the 12 o'clock bar on the 15, breaches the high of the 1145 bar, I'll get long. So what I did was, so the 1145 bar, the high of which is 2035, the 12 o'clock bar, 2034. But I didn't want to get caught on a perfunctory breach by a penny or two, so I said no. Put it in the mid to low 40s. That way there's a bit of a buffer. So if it does break out, you know, by a penny or two and then the short step in, you don't get caught long on a breakout trade and it ends up losing the bid, which is exactly what it did, but it didn't breach prior bar high. It was 1 penny below it. So INFQ stays on the side chart, but it's going to have to get above that level I just spoke about. And on the one, it's still very clearly a downtrend, Joey. So that is my look there. Nothing for me to trade at the moment, sadly.
Good stuff. Just taking a sip of water there, guys. I was looking at the exact same thing while you were talking about Sharif, so no need for me to go over that or any of these small cap names. Adam, I see what you're saying. We can talk a little bit about AMD and see what we got going on, but we were talking about just the fact that essentially, man, this is choppy.
Bro, AMC's at hot.
Yeah,
Yo, AMC's up 20%?
Yeah, AMC, yeah. AMC's been on a run, bro.
All right, we're gonna have to trade this.
Hop on that, boy. Inverted hammer candle at the highs, though. Keep an eye out on that one, Sharif.
It's about to breach it.
Okay,
it's about to breach
That's the long.
it. Yeah, good call.
Play that peekaboo, and then maybe off to the races you can go. So, Adam, this is what I want to go over from yesterday's session, and this is going to be in Palantir, right? Like, we're going to take a couple of steps back, and Neil and I are both short from a specific level. I think we was like 142, and we were looking for the break of that 141 or whatever it may have been. And then leading into the close, it's just like you see a supply zone, but what I'm getting at here is if you can place yourself and if you can have the ability to identify and see where a buyer is continuously stepping in and you just see the bounce and the bounce and the bounce. Yesterday what happened to me is that I was looking for the break of a level where a buyer was just continuously stepping in and I'm like, wait, what am I doing? This might squeeze against me, so eventually I get out, you take a small loss, but then I just positioned myself exactly where that buyer just kept stepping in, and that was around 141.90, and we had the ability to take it for a move, and I missed a couple opportunities, but then the imbalances come, and then off to the races it goes. But what I'm thinking about here in AMD is like, yeah, it's stop loss hunting, but let's see if we can identify somewhere where buyers and sellers are starting to step in, and if you can post up just before the lower end of this support level to see if you can catch a fill there without the momentum really starting to pick up to the downside, then maybe we can position ourselves in a good spot where we can have a successful trade. Now, if we're buying in the middle of this or we're selling in the middle of this chop zone, absolutely, especially if you have your stop too tight at the higher end of the range or at the lower end of the range. It's like, what is going on? I'm just in Chopsville, USA, and it's just I'm not having a good time here whatsoever. So what can we do is just position ourselves where the risk to reward is the best ratio, but also where we see buyers and sellers continuously stepping in. And I think that's the mega importance of the tape. Being able to identify on things where that happens on the time and sales is good. Does it work all the time? Absolutely not. Sometimes you get chopped up and you're like, what is going on? This is frustrating. And at that point, it's like, what can we do? What can we identify? It's either you're in sync or you're not, and you have the ability to pick up that resistance zone, sell the resistance, or buy into that support where you have a higher probability of that bounce happening. There goes Bitcoin right towards the high of the day. Bang. Like an absolute monster move into 44.44.
I love it, Joe.
Nice move. I see you got a picture up there. Let's go over this super chat before you get into that.
Your thing?
Showing my love again for the floor. You guys rock. Says William West. What's up, brother?
Love you, William, man. Dropping 20.
West. We like that. WW. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much, William.
Much love. We need a thank you button that Neil was talking about.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
I think this is equally as good as the thank you button.
Awesome. Stone Cold. I'm gonna need The Rock's music. I'm not gonna lie.
Can you smell?
Did you see any highlights from WrestleMania?
No.
This guy's like,
No.
No, did you see? You didn't see any highlights?
No, sir.
They always do this thing where a lot of the OGs come back, and they always put them in the same segment. So, for example, John Cena came out, right, and he beat up some guy, and then The Rock came out, beat up John Cena, and then Taker came out, beat up The Rock, and like every time their music hits, that crowd just goes berserk.
Yeah, that's the best
right?
part, man.
Because these are all OGs, right?
Yeah. Like, bro.
I only really saw that part
what is
of the. Pardon me?
Someone called us a goober.
Goober.
What's that?
I don't know, man. This is what Ram just sent in the group chat there. So this is the straight up Hermuz, and I love Ram how it's like the what's it called, the price candles, and like they move perfectly with the straight. It's like down we go on the market, and boom, right back up we go. So yeah, this is I think a very, very good representative picture of what the market has been as of late. As you can see on the position board, I am in IFRX, or about 4 pennies in the money. Here comes 160. We're in at 156. We're looking for a continuation here. I got to tell you, though, light volume, about 3 million shares. Here comes 160, posting up there. Let's post up at 63 as well and see what we can get from IFRX. There's 60. It's got to cross for me to get the print. The volume's picking up. We're about over 3 million shares. Let's see if we can catch some sellers offside. There's the print into 60, showing that we could be into 61 quite soon. Taking out the sellers at the 60 penny level. There's 61. Now some selling coming in here. Shout out to Bovin for giving me this one. I don't even have eyes on it, full disclosure. So, oh boy, you guys go buy Adara, a long stem rose for that rapid news. Adara, he just dropped 50 in the chat. Shout out to William.
Thank you, William, very much for the kind of words and the support for the show. Happy to be here with more news.
There you go. You're getting the love from everybody, William, and thank you very much for the multiple super chats. And we will appreciate you, no doubt about that. There it goes into 162 now, Joey. IFRX is on its horse here. Let's see if we can get up into that $0.00 or where we're going to find some resistance. Maybe we can actually do some technical analysis, right? Maybe discover where we could find some resistance. Let's flip to the 4-hour on IFRX. Okay, blue sky setup there, daily. Okay. So resistance for me is at 175. Take a quick look at what we did on the 27th of October of last year. Double top, in fact, at 175. So let's see if we can get up there. You'll be lucky to get up to 170. I'm going to take little pieces out at a time. We're above that 160. No, we're not. Okay, so there is resistance here from early October, October 3rd, October 6th. So I guess that was the Friday and then the Monday. We were resisted at 163, above 163, where I'm waiting, by the way. Then we've got that 174, 175 on IFRX, up 34 and change, Joey.
Good stuff, man. Yeah, honky conk. I mean,
honky tonk, man.
Yeah, man. Hold on. This is what?
What? You know the honky tonk, man?
Bro, why isn't my stream deck working? Who took this away from me?
Yeah, Fabian, he giveth and he taketh away.
Where's the volume?
Yeah, I don't know, bro. Do you know the honky tonk man?
No, I know the song now.
No, like the person, the wrestler. You don't know the honky tonk man?
No.
Well, he was before you were born, to give you some...
oh, all right, come on. Oh, you set me up for failure
I'm a
there,
honky tonk man.
I mean, at the end of the day, man, it's a pretty good one. We're working on you guys to keep the super chats. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, man, it's great being here. Aside from that, it's just like, what are we looking at? We had AMD, Adam James. Did you think about that? Because I mean, here it is. Even though it's starting to form somewhat of a flag, I think it's just sideways. So if it decides to break, you'll be able to see the volume essentially step right in, especially at the higher end of the range. If you're going to break out, then that's where you can participate. You do have to give yourself a little bit of risk. And then this thing being $278, that's $3. So you have to drastically reduce your size. Okay, so let's keep that in mind. Same thing with NVDA. Just going back to us just finding supply zones and where we can get in at support and resistance. It's the same narrative with NVDA. watch out. Like, if this name decides that it wants to break out on today's session, which is kind of giving me those vibes right now, then this market can continue to scream higher. Like, we don't even have NVDA participating on the rally up, and we're still putting in a pretty strong session. That's some solid signs of strength. All right. How's my guy CrowdStrike been doing today? Oh, it turned red. Good stuff. You've been fantastic. Thank you for your participation. But let's go through the Mag 7, and we're going to look at it from a 5-minute time frame. Not participating, Apple starting to climb in. The name, we're like, hey, what's going on over here? It's like, yeah, well, don't worry about what we're doing. We're still going to be relatively strong up into 271. Google, same thing, not too far off of the high of the day, but not breaking out like the rest. Microsoft was weak earlier in the session. Amazon moving lower, not doing good. We know what Tesla's been doing. And then as for Meta, we can look at this, and it's not doing anything. So if NVDA, Meta, and Google decide to pick up a little bit of steam in the latter half of the session, and the market holds up relatively strong while we're moving sideways, that's going to add most definitely an additional leg higher in today's market. And the way that NVDA is looking right around this 200, I wouldn't be surprised. It's really choppy. You want to catch as low as you can towards this trend line. If it breaks and you have a 5-minute candle open up on the backside of it, then by all means you would probably want to look to get out of the trade. There goes IBIT, new high of the day. We're not too far of it on Tesla. The TQQQs have put in a new high momentarily, so it's been a strong one. Risk on, but it's unfortunate that 4 out of the Mag 7 aren't really climbing like the rest. But that's fine. Breadth is strong, and that's kind of what we want to see. People saying MSTR is going bonkers today.
Yeah,
$154, yeah, to 173. That's a 12% session in MSTR.
Adam James freaking abroad. Saka out. I know he's out. So it's going to be Medaweke and O'Reilly in. Sharif City. No, bro, no. And you know what Pep said? If you guys lose this match, is it Saturday or Sunday, Adam? Then the title is over. Look, I don't think you guys are going to lose. You're at home. You guys are playing better than us, except when you play Madrid, because you guys look like absolute dog, you know what, playing Madrid. But you guys look good last week, though, against the Prem. So there goes IFRX, Joey, into 166. This one is breaking out. So we've got this one on at 56, looking for continuation. Remember, the bias here is 75. I think we've taken out 63. Maybe. We'll see. Above that area that we got into. There's 67. There's another area high. Now you know where I'm going to post. Oh, we don't have too many shares left. Okay, let's let this one run. Also, I got into AMC, tight stop below 184. This is going to lose the bid here. There was support at 85. If it loses 85, I'm out. We're in, what are we in? We're in at 89. So AMC, AMC, not treating me well here. We'll see if it holds up at the 20. There's buyers at 85. You can kind of see the buyers stepping in there vis-a-vis the size coming in on the gateways. So watching AMC pretty closely, looking for a possible move into 2. That was my thinking here. Arsenal going to bottle it again. Sorry, man, says Pete. Look, I don't know, man. It really is bothering me how they're playing lately. It's an entirely different team than the team that was playing basically for, I would say, 2/3 of the season. This last third was it has been absolute dog, you know what. And a lot of that has to do, of course, with the time of the year, a lot of injuries. But, you know, we had a lot of depth. And I was thinking that, you know, we would be able to deal with that because we bought so many players. We have so many redundancies in all these different positions, but it hasn't been good enough. I think a lot of the issue as well has been team selection. I've been very disappointed with the teams that Arteta's choosing to play. I have no idea why in the last game we did tie Sporting, so we advanced. But he played Hinakapi on the left again and then Mascara on the right. These are 2 guys that he bought to play center back. I get Timber is injured. Calafiori is injured. But you had Ben White on the bench. Why is Mascara starting ahead of Ben White? In what universe is Mascara a better right winger than Ben White? It's just, there's so much stupidity in the team selection. So I've had issues with that as well. Yeah, they have been disappointing lately, man. Panuru 1972. It's been quite disappointing. Again, as I mentioned, an entirely different team than the one that started the beginning of the season. So I don't know what to make of it. I think it's a combination of things. I think it's team selection as well as fatigue, given the time of the year and obviously the injuries. We have a lot of a lot of major injuries. So what it is, man. Sorry, Trader TV Sports Talk. I apologize, but got to vent a little bit. All right, topping tail candle on IFRX. Watch out here. This could be a reversal. Very ugly topping tail candle on the 162. We're losing the bid. We're coming back into 57. I'm going to stop out here. We'll take out a 2-penny winner on the last remaining amount because I don't like the way this is looking. If it wants to come back in, hold up at the 50, we'll get involved with that. Otherwise, Gonzino. Watching AMC popping back into 88. We got 89s. Let's see if it's a hold of the 20 exponential on the 5. I do see support, as I mentioned, at 185. Hence why I put my stop at 84. We get stopped out, we get stopped out. Not going to cry over that. We'll continue to watch AMC, though. And as I was telling Bovin in the chat, INFQ, I still have a breakout trade on this one above that. It's 2043. That's where the breakout trade is. If it gets into that level, takes out an area high, I'll get long. It doesn't, I don't get long. Simple as that. John Del Segno, POWI, and NVIDIA key data center and chip partner is Blaster Party 9000. I love it. Let's take a look at POWI for the OG John.
All right.
Loading it up, Joey.
All right, man. I trust you. light volume, John, but your point well taken. 56, I want to say 05. Closing print, we're at 59.53. That's the 5-minute chart. You want to look at the 15, maybe it gets a little cleaner. This is a multi-day runner, it looks like here. Let's take a look at the daily. Ah, nice. This is a decent break. Look at this, Joey. Talk about a downtrend break, my guy. What's that in, my guy?
POWI, NVIDIA supplier, according to John. Haven't looked really into it.
Okay, what time frame? Oh, daily?
That's a daily. That's a decided downtrend break, eh? And then you also look at this.
What's that?
You know what the red line is, right? That's a 50. The blue's a 200. What'd that mean?
I mean, we got that nice cross up there,
golden cross. You got the golden cross. So you got a lot of good technicals on this one, John. POWI.
Yeah.
Not a bad one. Just to give everybody information, Power Integrations Incorporated, $3.3 billion market cap. Designs, develops, and markets analog and mixed signal integrated circuits and other electronic components and circuitry used in high voltage power conversion. Products are used in power converters that convert electricity from a high voltage source to the type of power required for a specified downstream use. And this conversion entails, among other functions, converting AC to DC or vice versa. That takes us back to grade 11 physics there, baby.
Yeah, exactly. It's very true. I'm trying to remember my...
Those were good days.
Those were good days, man. I was actually really good at...
Call out Bovin. The ADL. So
for our girl Leanne here, criminal Lily Love, I mean, this is what we can look at right now as at 12:55. Who are you, man? You're just giving me. Anyway, aside from that, there it is. You want to keep an eye out on it. If the support level breaks, then maybe you'll get some more downside here. But also, if you sit on the backside of this trend, you can see we have those consistent lower highs off to the race as it goes. Now let's take a look at CAR. Someone in the chat talking about that. $480 at Avis Budget Group. I mean, I'm not going to be trading this. What the heck is going on here?
What up? What is this?
It's CAR, man.
What the hell? Oh, that's Avis. Yeah. Dara told us about this story last week because I had no idea because this started breaking out when I was on vacation.
Yeah. This is Avis.
That's insane. That is an insane move. What are we up?
350%. That's crazy, man. Yeah, I mean, for a $100 name, too.
Unreal.
That's insane.
Unreal.
I'd be looking for the back end of this, to be honest.
It has to be.
And look at the volume supporting it. That is absolutely insane. So people are just getting rinsed left, right, and center, as you can see on the. This is the highest congestion. I don't think you'll ever see anything compared to that within this name. That is so a beautiful look on CAR. So we went over criminal for Leanne. We went over that name. Short squeeze 110% Grunfeld. Dude, sell anytime. I mean, I don't know about that one. Can CAR reach 500? Watch out. Like, there's going to be some signals that we're going to be keeping an eye out on this one. And if you see them extended around the highs, then it's just like get out of dodge for that potential short. You don't want to participate all the way up here. It is literally, I don't know, this might be one of the greatest green runs of all time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 straight up days.
That's pretty crazy, bro.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy. And I mean, we have a couple of small red breaths in between this, but in the span of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, right? You go 11 for 14 for green days compared to red. That's a pretty good winning record, if you ask me. So the market off of those lows, a sharp V-shaped reversal, and you establish and print new all-time highs, not only in the SPY, but in the NASDAQ as well, which was lagging. We only dropped to a low of about 10%, a little bit more, and 8% respectively in the SPY. And then it's like, okay, yeah, cool. That was all fun and games. That was a nice pullback, and the run continues. All right, so that's why I think at some point it's only a matter of time that we have NVDA start to participate. You have the Mag 7, the majority of them down 20+%, and then now them only a couple percentage points off of their previous all-time highs. I think this run's going to continue, especially leading into earnings season. If not, it's buy the dip because it's been proven on multiple occasions that's the thing to do, and if it seems to be working out time and time again, especially in this bull market.
I hate Mac, bro. Why you kill me? I had to look at what that meant. Hoay the lads, often stylized, I should say, as Hoay the lads or Howay the lads, is a classic rallying cry from the northeast of England. I'm talking about Newcastle area. It's essentially the regional version of come on or let's go, and it's most famously associated with the fans of Newcastle United and the rivals, of course, Sunderland, much hated rivalry in the northeast there, and usually spelled Howay. It's encouragement, impatience, and disbelief. I didn't even know that, man. Thank you for putting that in there, and thank you for the $2 super chat. We appreciate you, brother. I don't know if you're trolling me or you're supportive, but either way, I'm going to look at it in a good way. Thank you for that, by the way. Guys, there goes AMC into 192. We're into 89 now. I'm looking for the next profit taker at 93. It is a 94 penny high of day on AMC. Look, let's put some respect on this one's name. You don't have to agree with why it's moving up, but you have to agree that it is. It's up 18 2/3, and it's on the way possibly to 2. Let's see what kind of short sellers we encounter. We double topped at $1.94 last time around, so we'll see if we put in yet another lower high here. Hence why I have my profit taker at around 193. Come to think of it, I should put this at the mid print, 192.5, in case it doesn't cross 193 and I don't get the print. So I'm going to look at that, see what we can get on AMC. 18 1/4, 18 2/3. Put some onions on that. What? What's going on over there, bro?
I like that, man. I love it. It's my favorite vegetable.
You like onions, eh?
I do, sir.
Well, it's like good for your internal system. My understanding is it cleans you up. Sia's in the house. What do you got? You got Timbits?
Man.
It is your birthday. You're in Aries. I know that. I knew you were Aries. Thank you, Sia. I'm going to take a chocolate one, even though I had a cookie. I had a cookie this morning. You're not going to take anything?
All the carbs, man. It's all good on the carbs and everything. Giving heat. You're going to crush that, man. Okay. You know what your new nickname is, man?
What is it?
The Justifier.
Damn, I could say that too with the alcohol, right? Go on vacation last time, I don't drink, and I drank up a storm.
The Justifier, man.
Hey, man. If you can burn it off, I guess it's kind of okay, right?
I had French onion soup on my dad's birthday.
What?
French onion soup.
Why is that important?
Well, someone said. Well,
onions.
Not too long
right,
ago,
my bad.
So.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Justice. Watching, guys, there's a monster seller at 92 here, man. Look at the difference in the size. One sec. Between the bid and the ask. You got 200 on the bid. You got 1,000 and change on the ask. There is a huge seller at $1.92 here on AMC. Let's see if we can take out some of these levels, man. But this looks like we could put in a lower high. That would be trouble, I think, for the long on AMC, because it's a 94 double top. And then we come into 92, and then there is aggressive selling at 92. Let's pack the patience. Let's see what we get. We're going to go to Adair with news.
Keep an eye here on VEEV. I zoomed out to a daily chart for this because I think it's worth noting how much destruction has occurred in this name. Viva Systems, though, perhaps unsurprisingly given his playbook, is being purchased by Michael Burry. He is adding this to his portfolio, his tech portfolio, according to his Substack. He's been buying up some of these beat-up tech names. We know he got into CRM yesterday, so very much in character here. VEEV being added by Burry. Back to you.
Yeah. Good. I've been following Martin Shkreli on the Pharma Bro on what's it called, X, for a while now, and he just trolls everybody. He just looks for any anybody who puts anything controversial out there. And then his comments, ironically enough, will get more likes than everybody else's comments. I have a feeling a lot of people are following this guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, even though he has such a bad reputation for being that, you know.
He was the most hated individual.
Yes, I know, but what you're seeing on X is a little bit different, right?
Shkreli.
He was right on Prax, says JL82. What is PRAX? Let's take a quick look. What is that? Look at the daily on that thing. Prax. Oh, I guess he was bullish on that. What the hell is this? Guys, look at this. He called this out? I didn't know that. I got to start following this guy a little bit more, man. PRAX, this is a rocket ship. When did he call it out, JL82? JL822, because this is up like 600%. I want to say since the fall. Yeah, he says, yup, Shkreli did. Interesting. I'd like to know when he called it out, because that's one hell of a breakout. Well, if the farmer bro is going to know something about biotech, right? So not really surprised by that. Guys, there's a lot of selling at 92 here. He says months ago, by the way, he made that call. That seller has added more to their position at 92. So this is a little concerning. Let me take out a little bit here, just in case we don't get above that 92. But little Shkreli, big boy, 803. Little Shkreli, yeah, he's a bit of a little dude, but that's okay, right? Whatever.
Yeah.
Screen. Oh boy.
Yeah, that's funny, eh, Neil?
It's hilarious. It's hilarious, bro. Of course it's funny. Because you blend in, bro.
Man. Oh,
look at who did it. Just go like this for me for 1 second. There we go, my guy. He's a good sport, man. I love this guy. Yeah, that is uncanny, though, man. Yeah. That is uncanny. I love it. It's Pitbull.
Yeah.
That is pretty good, Scott. I like it. It's good jokes for a Friday, man. Shout out to your boy Joey Options. He's always a good sport about everything, man.
Yeah, exactly. That's the one I'm going with. Jeff Bezos. Why don't you throw Bezos in there?
Yeah. You want the richest guy, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Why not, right?
But Dr. Evil's pretty rich too.
Well, Mike Myers, yeah, he's pretty good. Well, Dr. Evil, he wanted $1 quadrillion,
yeah,
eh?
1 billion. No.
Yeah, and then like number 2 had to tell him, man, Dr. Evil, a couple of million is not that much anymore. You're gonna have to ask for a little bit more,
that there,
right?
Yeah, up that.
Shout out to Mike Myers. Birthday.
I want to,
Joe Bezos.
Joey Bezos, man.
Joey Bezos.
Joey Tate, man.
I kind of like that.
All right.
You want Joey Tate or Joey Bezos?
I like Joe Wilson the most.
Tell me how you really feel, Sia. Yeah, she just said ew about your boy there.
It's your boy, no? After he got his.
I gotta tell you. Yeah. He destroyed his image there.
Joey Gaines, we like that one.
There you go.
We'll just go with Joey Wilson because that's the name and that's who we are essentially, and that's who we want to be. No, aside from that, guys, I mean, Joey Clean. I mean, there's a lot of Joey that we can. What did they say?
Joey Clean.
Yeah. What did Ramin say?
I like that one.
Shout out Ben Affleck.
Ram?
Yeah,
she's
in the
She's
chat.
probably bullying somebody in the chat.
It was me, clearly.
Take your time, Sia.
We're all right. Robinhood, guys. Nice hammer candle right off of the volume weighted average price, 91.96 right here. And then let's see if we can get that bounce back in towards the high of the day. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case considering this pre-market run was really strong. You have this outlying volume candle right here about 10 minutes after the open, and then we've been holding up VWAP well, and I think that's kind of been the narrative of this session, is that it's been risk on. Wow, TSM to the downside, not participating. The chips have been weak here, guys, and the manufacturers. So 366, essentially you have the break below VWAP, you punch through that support level of 371, and then you print about $6 lower than that. So tougher look. Maybe you'll get some form of a continuation to the downside, but this isn't a horrible for a potential bounce. There is going to be a supply zone at 369.41, and then maybe you get some more continuation. Are we strong in the quantum space again? No. Going right back to doing essentially nothing there. QTUM quantum. Defiance Quantum ETF, not very liquid. Applied Digital, where are the rest of? Why aren't these grouped? They always scramble, and it drives me nuts. IonQ right here. Not doing anything in the sector and the space has been hot as of late. Hasn't necessarily been the narrative on today's session. There's definitely a rotation into other tech names here.
Oh, good call, Bovin. IMSR, nice breakout. This is good. All right. AMC just lost 92. And I think the sellers could be in here, outdoing the buyers is kind of what I mean by that. Let's take off CRMX. Let's put in IMSR. Good call out, Bovin. Volume on this one, IMSR, about a little over 2 million shares, but the volume, look at that, it's local, meaning it didn't happen earlier in the day. The biggest volume bars just manifested 1245, 1240 bar, hence pushing this one into an area high. Resistance, likely at the $8 area if it makes it up there. Support, to me, is the breakout area at the $0.0025. The 10 EMA is a little bit higher, pardon me, than the breakout area. IMSR, we're going to put this on the side chart here so it can update. Yeah, let's see what this one has to offer, Bovin. It's a little extended. I'd like for it to come down at least into the high 60s. Maybe we can get a bit of a dip trade there. Not a bad look. What was this one doing? Sorry, let me just see here. Prior. So it's been on a multi-day run. Let's look at the hourly. Yeah, it's coming from highs. Let's just look at the daily quickly. It's probably not very good. Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm not surprised about that. A lot of small cappers are like that. Look, a couple of good days. I think this has found a little support there at $6, give or take. Ever since the 9th of April, it's been putting in some higher lows. Not a bad look. I'd like for it to come down a little bit, though. I don't want to punch in at highs on a kind of an illiquid stock like that, but we're going to keep it up on the side chart. Also, EFOI, right back at VWAP. That presents you with a couple of opportunities. We know Luis Barbado was short, right? And he's been winning out so far. He had basically 9 and change, and then he added into this one. I started changing my tune about this one because it didn't find resistance at the requisite level, but now it's broken trend. But it's right back at VWAP, so it could make possibly yet another attempt at 8. That presents you the 75 penny winner, given that we're at 7.25 at VWAP. But that's not going to be the trade for me. Going to keep an eye on it. If it changes trend, if it loses, I want to say that double bottom at 620, then we could look short. If it takes out 8.5, I'd look long. But it's kind of in no man's land right now and nothing to do for me. I still have a possible breakout trade on INFQ, as I mentioned, above this candle high, the 1205 candle on the 5. I've got it in the 40s. That hasn't come into play yet. But what I'm starting to see is some support here for the higher lows at the 10 EMA. But by that same token, I'm seeing lower highs. So you're kind of seeing a bit of a compression pattern. Could be a bit of a bull pennant. Make of that what you will. I've got my order ready. So if it does breach that area high, it'll automatically go up. What's going on, Joey?
Yeah, Shane Gillis is hilarious, man. No, he's just making fun of Bobby Lee. I was just listening to something. That is hilarious. That's the type of stuff that makes me laugh. I don't mean to interrupt.
It's okay, brother. I just don't want to do a quick analysis there of that one, but I really don't have anything else.
All right, man. Just data burn for NVIDIA today. Yeah, Tom, that's essentially what it is, man. Not going in
pull up Street Fighter again, my guy.
Yeah, you got some time to play some games. I mean, it's Friday, right? Yesterday felt like Friday more or less than today does. So I got to think what we got going on this evening. I mean, it's been a good.
What do you got on the weekend?
It's just get active, man. It's get prepared for the summer. We want to. I don't want to say peak in the summer, but we want to get somewhere along those lines, fitness-wise. We'll work the legs out today, and then we'll be up bright and early for another run tomorrow morning.
You're missing leg day. You're missing out on a whole lot of testosterone.
What are you doing if you're not hitting leg day?
Right. U.S. CENTCOM, yeah, that was from a little while ago. Over 10,000 U.S. sailors, Marines. Oh, this is a test. Okay.
Yeah.
Marines, airmen enforcing blockade of Iranian ports and coastal areas.
Good stuff.
Good.
I mean, there's the bounce in Robinhood, guys, off of VWAP. I mean, Palantir showing the exact same thing. So we're starting to really form this consolidation here, this price compression pattern on Tesla. Now it's just a matter of where we're going to go from this point. Could you see an additional breakup? Yeah, but I don't know, man. It's been on a pretty big run. We've had some strong up days. Let's see. Only time will tell. Be patient, and there might be some more reload opportunities, Adara.
Yeah, just be aware here, guys. Keep an eye on the market and on USO. We are getting some more reports here from CBS suggesting yet again we might be getting some talks in Pakistan or Islamabad. This weekend, U.S. officials could be returning to Islamabad, Pakistan for the second round of talks as soon as this week. We've got J.D. Vance very likely to lead. We know President Trump has said that he wants these talks to start within the next 2 days. So this could align with that timeline. If I get more details or anything more specific and concrete, I will let you know.
I wonder why he's sending J.D. Like, what is... Well, why is he sending him then?
So there is a theory that between this and sending JD to Hungary to try to get Orban a win, which didn't work, basically people are saying that President Trump is testing him. He's saying, can JD get me the results I want? And now people are saying, given that that did not happen in Hungary and that did not happen in Pakistan, Islamabad, we're now getting the sense that he could maybe once again be the number two to Rubio in Trump's mind. And this is further exemplified by, I don't know if you saw any of those split screen images, Sharif, but you've got JD Vance saying, hey, we didn't make a deal, cross-cut with at the exact same time President Trump partying with Rubio at the UFC event in the White House, right? So it's very clear maybe who is number one and number two
It's very
in a certain individual's
Yeah,
mind.
that does actually make a whole lot of sense. It would be interesting, though, whether Trump's, hand-picked successor, let's say that, actually ends up going through the primary. Who do the voters vote for? Because they do that whole primary thing in the States. We obviously don't have that here. Candidates are selected internally by party members. You got to be a card-carrying party member to vote for the candidate, not the way in the States where I think you can just basically sign up and then vote in the primaries. Nothing really restricting you from that. So it'd be interesting to see kind of how the voters feel versus how President Trump feels about who should succeed him as the next Republican candidate. We still got a couple of years. JD has all the cards, people are saying there. Depends on how the state and the primaries work. That's good. That's actually a good point. Not all the state primaries have the same rules. I do remember that from the earlier primary. Guys, IMSR is breaking out. Good call out, Bovin. This is a good call out by you, brother. This is the second one you've had a really good call out on today. There's IMSR into 790, 792. This one's on its horse, and it could be into that $8. It's not up big, but it's up 11.5%, and it's done decent amount of volume, about like 2 million and change. But the chart pattern is good, and I also want to mention the majority of the volume that's done on the day is coming in locally, right? Not from earlier in the day. So IMSR. If you're looking for something strong to the high side, looking good. We're going to Adair.
Yeah, keep an eye here on PLTR, seeing reports that Palantir is apparently in the race and contention here for a new AI-powered software tool for the air traffic management. This tool could fundamentally change how the U.S. airspace system operates. So again, sounds like there's a potential FAA and or U.S. airspace contract on watch here for PLTR. Back to you.
Rob updated that computer, so it could be something with that if you want to get Rob. Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about Palantir here, as Dara just brought up. Sharif get something rocking and rolling. We're going to do the news here momentarily, but I think this is what I'm going to be looking at with this name. It's not. I know this is exactly what I'm going to be looking at. Are we ready to break? I don't know. We want to use this as our key pivot. We do have a couple of touches. We can classify this as a whipsaw move, and you start to come back in. We're off of the lows. It's a good amount, but is this going to be enough in order for us to breach some of these technicals? Now, we know that the software names, including Palantir, have been hit pretty heavy, including some of the cybersecurity names. So it's just like, hey, it doesn't give me the same vibe that we're getting in some of the other stronger tech names, regardless of the run that we've been on. I think that has a little bit of something to do with it, considering it's just up a substantial amount, an insane amount if you ask me. Like November of 24, you can do it. There we go. November of 24, you get 459%. That's a substantial amount. Things will cool down, and it's going through a growth cycle, right? So Alex Karp and company, we know where they stand. How disruptive could these new AI tools be potentially for the Palantirs, the CrowdStrikes, the Zscalers, the Microsofts, the PanWs, the Palo Alto networks? And I think that's a question that has yet to be fully answered. Time will tell. We're already starting to see some of the efficiencies within AI. We have Andy Jassy and Jack Dorsey laying off a bunch of individuals from their company, respectively. Oracle doing it for other reasons. They need to sell assets and start funding for their AI build-out, essentially. So, I mean, there's still a long road to hoe. And I like what Mitch was saying on Wednesday, just the fact that it's like, okay, we're in a different phase of this AI kind of revolution and boom. And I agree with them. I think we're still in the early stages. I mean, we are on about the LLMs. You had the originals come out, the first to market with the Chat GPTs, and then you take that next step into the agentic features, right? What happened?
The IPO.
Did it go?
I totally missed it. The
It was a
drone
one.
IPO, man.
Okay. Yeah, it looks pretty crazy.
AVEX.
Pull that up, AVX.
Sorry,
We'll skip. Did that thing go to Para? Yeah, AVX.
Did well on the NY.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the NY. I'm such an idiot. I should have put an alert.
All right, man. We got
Look, it's going. It's up 21% because we were talking about the IPO yesterday that did nothing. That's why. This is a 2-penny spread too on this IPO, man. And it's a good one so far. So let's give everybody a little bit of the information on this one, Joey. If you don't mind my interrupting here, I do apologize.
No, go ahead.
Here is the information. So drone maker, let's load this up a little bit wider. It's coming near highs, guys. AVEX on the NY. You see the ticker right there. Let's just load this up and see what we can read here. Drone maker AVEX. Shares jumped 15% in their debut on the NYSE on Friday, signaling growing investor appetite for defense-linked businesses as governments ramp up military spending. Modern warfare is being reshaped, as we know, by unmanned drones. Shares of the private equity-backed firm opened at $23.01 a piece, higher than the offer of $20. So right away, that's a check mark. It opens up higher than the offer. Now I want to see what the range was, giving it a valuation of $2.5 billion. A company such as sold 16 million shares to raise $320 million in the IPO, provides airborne intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance offerings to the U.S. government and its allied forces, has 2 operating segments, tactical systems and global solutions. Its core unit builds autonomous defense technologies and contributes about 75% to its total revenue. Global Solutions provides aircraft modification and engineering support across manned and unmanned platforms, relies heavily on the U.S. government, which accounted for 78% of its revenue in 25, expects that cuts or delays in the U.S. foreign government budget could materially affect its revenue, of course. But I do like government revenue because it's our government, government revenue, government contracts, because they are pretty sticky. Here comes 24.90. Here comes 25. I think we just got into the high of the day. I do believe this is the day high right now. AVEX on the NY up 24, almost 25%. I'm going to look for a clearing of 25. I'm expecting a lot of resistance at that whole dollar level. Let's take a quick look to see what we can see at if we touch it. It's still, let me just load this up on the side chart over here. Who am I going to take off? IFRX. Let's load AVEX. So the high of the day is 24.95, but we did breach above that 1210 high, which was 24.90. So that's a new high a day, Joey, AVEX. Probably keep an eye out on that one if you're a small cap gapper inclined. Well, this is not small cap gapper, sorry. It's an IPO, but it's going to be trading like a momentum name. So
it's good. Sounds good, man. I mean, we're just waiting for this dip below this 1450 level for a potential reload in Tesla. You can see that we're starting to really form that wedge around these highs. The market just slowly creeping higher as well. So I think at some point we will get it. You might not, but I have a little bit of a hunch that we get a little bit of a dip, maybe in the latter half, closer to 2 o'clock. You get that dip, and then off to the races we can go. Well, I was going to pull something up, but now I just totally slipped my mind. Oh, yeah, the news. Are we firing that up?
Yeah. Well, we got Sia, so she's ready to go.
Let's get that started.
Just get the thumbs up. No, she's still fixing
working
it up. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, she's having some tech.
Remember, because Rob updated that computer, right?
Yeah, totally. So, I mean, we can continue with what we got going on.
95 penny high, guys, on AVX. We're right there. The seller's at 95, and there's nothing posted on the gateway. So this is a hidden seller at AVX on 95. There it goes into 99s. Here we go. We're about close to the whole dollar. 25 showing up here on AVX, and there's a lot of size from what I can see at the whole dollar. But there's a lot of selling coming in too, just south of that whole dollar. There's 98s again. It's being bought up pretty aggressively, and the spread just opened up 15 pennies. What the hell just happened there? It was a penny spread. So a lot of bamboozlement. Keep your eye out on this one, guys. It could really rip through 25 if it does catch the requisite bid. So that should be in focus here. We're going to try to keep an eye out on this one as we do the news, Joey. So Yeah, I don't know exactly how to feel about this one quite yet until we either get above or reject the $25 area. Separately, I'm still holding AMC shares here. I was buoyed by the fact that it did find some support. Now it's putting in a bunch of lower highs. So I'm starting to run out of patience here with AMC, especially since we haven't even been able to get up to 92. And that's where we knew the seller was coming in, because that was a monster seller at 92 that we couldn't shake. And now he's selling at 91. We'll see. If it gets above that 92 penny level, I think we could easily hit 2, but we'll have to see if that manifests or not. Right back now to AVEX as we work our way right into that $25 area again. Would you take a breakout trade on this? Or would it have to be?
I haven't been paying attention, so I'm not locked into the stock. I haven't been.
Would you take a breakout trade? Like, would it be more nuanced about for an IPO? Would you have like
what am I playing the breakout of?
At 25. Flat top. Look right there.
I wouldn't know. No.
Keep an eye on that.
No, because you wouldn't take that. No, I wouldn't take that. No, I wouldn't. Could I be wrong? Absolutely. I was just about to say what you have.
Yeah.
What you have there is like usually when you have that kind of double top and you have that peak, you get that punch through, and then it comes right back in, which it's doing right now. So
I'm gonna give this an attempt here. The reason I go here, 24. Let's go 48, and we're gonna go down a little bit. The reason I get in here is because there's the topping tail candle at 12.55, the high of which is 64. This could be an area of support, and you can kind of very clearly see that on the one right there, guys. See where we rejected. Let's see if we hold up at this area. I've given a little bit of room. I've got 75s on because of the spread was ridiculous. So let's post, see if we can maybe catch something on the way up, and then maybe we'll hold through the break of 25. Now they're selling at 74. If we stop out through the $0.50, that's cost of doing business. We're going to keep a close eye on this one, see if we can take something through 25 or what the situation is going to be. Let's have a look at AMC as well. Where is that one at? Okay, back into 92 we go. So now let's see if that staunchy, annoying seller at 92 is going to continue to keep us down. I'm posted at 93. I'd like to see if we take out some of these sell orders here. Look at that. It's completely stagnant. Not even moving. So, yeah, that seller's still there, and they're in spades, Joey. I'm going to keep an eye on this one.
Good stuff. A nice bounce off of that 1420 mark here in Tesla. I mean, we are now breaching the top end. So this potential compression pattern on the 5-minute, and you can see it within that 3-minute, may be broken, and you can open on the backside of that trend, and maybe you get a continuation towards the high of the day, or it's going to fail and breach the support level of 404.90. We were looking at the options chain not too long ago in regards of where we can potentially fall into and or where we can climb into, and I think it's been the latter. It's been the latter half of that. Almost. No, we are around 5%, 4.5% on Tesla, 9% here on TSLA. At the high of the day, you have 10%, so another big-time move in these names. So we'll keep an eye out on what we got going on here. Palantir is creeping a little bit higher. I thought that we would have breached that level already. Hasn't necessarily been the case. We established one here on IBIT at 44.44, and then now starting coming into 410s on Bitcoin. And VWAP is pretty close. So watch out for a second leg into the second half of the day. Now, support level coming in, you reject that trend line. I believe this is the session where it just needs to absorb a little bit more liquidity, stop those trapped longs up here who are buying a little bit too high, and then maybe get a continuation. That's the narrative I'm getting. That's the feel I'm getting here on Tesla. And the same thing with NVDA. It still hasn't broken out yet, so we'll keep an eye out on that. Are we ready now?
We are.
Look, something might have just stepped into the NASDAQ. Sri, before we hop into the news, we have to look at the overall market.
Do it.
There's definitely some news headlines stepping in. Look at the volume kicking on the SPY, or it could just
down?
be, yeah, big time. And a clean flush. This is something that I was talking about. Now you're breaking through support. Is there anything that we need? Let's head over to the lower interval and see what we got. Outstanding volume print. Can you be an offloading of shares? But watch out. You have that aggressive flush lower. You absorb the liquidity, and guess what? You're just back to where you were moments later, and that seems to be the case, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's a headline coming up momentarily.
All right, and just as you were mentioning that, Sia mentioned that she's ready to go, so let's start the news, Sia.
So let's talk about Apple first. Apple shipments in China have jumped 20% year over year in Q1, despite we know the smartphone market in China, this is significantly outperforming, Apple is outperforming its peers. Now, this growth is coming despite the overall, like I said, smartphone market declining as we know it in China. 4%. That's the decline currently. Now, why is the smartphone market declining in China? All thanks to the rising memory chip costs and the supply chain disruptions. So Apple and Huawei, sorry, I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right, were the only major players showing growth in the quarter. And now Huawei remains the #1 in the market with a 20% market share, following by Apple, close behind at 19%, and Xiaomi shipments have collapsed 35%. This is largely due to the tough competition and the prior subsidiaries. Now, Oppo has slid 5%, Honor has lost 3%, but Vivo has seen a slight growth that is 2%.
Looks like we just got the catalyst here for that push down in the market and the push higher in oil. According to what I'm seeing, Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson talking to state TV in Iran and saying that if the U.S. blockade of the Strait of Hormuz continues, Iran will reciprocate. So as we know, the U.S. says that the blockade has mostly ended, but they're still going to keep it on for Iran. Again, Iran saying that if this continues, they're going to have to reciprocate. So NASDAQ dropping lower, USO pushing a little bit higher here on this news.
Yeah, thank you for that. So here's my thoughts. Here are my thoughts on Apple. So one thing you can clearly see here, what it says, most vendors are raising prices to protect margins. However, Apple hasn't done that. Why? Because Apple protects their supply chain through LTAs, long-term agreements, and they're able to use their weight to sway suppliers into giving them not only longer-term agreements where they lock in the price, but also better prices. So Apple, by their size, by virtue of their size, better positioned to weather the memory price storm than their competitors. Does it mean it's all blue skies from here? No. Those LTAs, according to my understanding, expire anytime between August to October. What does that mean? That means at least for the 18, prices will be higher for their components, which means that they're either have to give up margins or increase prices. Either way, that probably eats into their demand or their margins. Now, my understanding is Apple's strategy to kind of weather this and to keep their margins intact is to push people towards their higher end brand, which is the Pro and the Pro Max. So my understanding is they're going to try to put certain features on the 18 and 18 Pro, or the Pro and the Pro Max, that aren't available on the regular iPhones. That way they kind of force you to choose their more expensive product where they have higher margins. That is my concern going into the fall, that if memory prices persist, Apple's margins can't. They won't be able to hold up. That's the one thing. The other thing that I'm quite buoyed by, and that this really doesn't have much to do with the story, is the umpteen amount of new products coming or rumored to be coming from Apple this year. I don't remember Apple having so many new launches in 1 year in a really long time. So that is, again, it's all speculative because you know how Apple is super cagey until it's actually launched. So if any of these rumors are true, I like it. I also like the fact that the if you believe the rumors about the foldable, the one that's going to turn into an iPad, it's going to be between $2,000 to $2,500. So it's going to be like literally a computer, like a MacBook Pro.
Yeah.
And you know, I'm not saying that that's great for everybody, but for those who are going to buy it, they're going to pay up the nose in terms of margin.
But again, well, I mean, as for price, yeah, absolutely. But how high of a margin product could that be if you're offering that type of price? I think it'd be on the higher end of things, right? It'd be a solid product. Listen, we know with the Apple ecosystem, if it's a quality product, people are going to flock to it. It's just like the 17. Now, we were talking about the cost of memory storage here, Sharif. That's going to amount to about 12 to 13% of the complete value of the iPhone to construct it. Are we going to see an uptick in that? Absolutely. After those agreements start to expire, exactly. Then sure enough, you're going to see a slight increase, but Apple is willing to eat up those margins. Now, as for the rest of the China smartphone market, we're seeing a decline, but we have Huawei and Apple bucking the trend. Overall decline of 4%, and then you have Apple 20%, which is substantial, and Huawei a modest 4%. But it's better than going opposite. I just think that this whole AI movement and what Apple had to offer with that 17 had a massive part, and also with the fact that they're not increasing a price. But you can replicate Apple, you can try to be as close to it like the Xiaomi phone, but you're never going to be the iPhone itself. So I think that just is what's really a major player in the longevity and the quality of the product with Apple.
And to be quite honest with you, I think if the new Siri and the new Apple Intelligence comes out at least semi-good, I think the volume for new iPhone 18s, especially if people really actually like the new AI, could increase, or could make up for the contraction in margins. And I want to read something that Ichiro said here, because it's actually quite astute. He's like, historically, Apple tends to eat their margins if they know it's a temporary issue causing component spikes. I actually have to agree with that. Right? And so that will be a bit of a short term, but nonetheless, headwind, because that will eat into the margins. But my only question is, do they make up for it on volume vis-a-vis a better AI? That's where
I think it's crazy that good enough or like around average is good for Apple, because people will just go and flock to the technology. If
you know what I want to see, Joey?
What's that?
Like when I'm in text, like I'm in, you know what I mean? I want the AI to be contextual. So for example, say I'm just looking at like a message from my mom Dukes or something, right? And then there's something contextual in there. I don't know whether it's an appointment or a suggestion for a product, whatever the hell the situation is. I want Apple Intelligence to be able to understand the context, what I'm doing at the time, and to give me, you know, things that I may want to do in that scenario. I don't
like the summaries that it gives you.
I don't care about the summaries. I want like contextual. You know, I don't care. I can read, right?
You want the more agentic feature, like, hey,
there you go.
It's like, hey, okay, you have a date in there. It's like, oh, appointment. You put 2 and 2 together. Do you want me to schedule this? Do you want me to set you an alert?
That's like the basic end of the spectrum. You know what I mean? Like, it can get more complicated than that. I just want to see something good come out of Apple. This is going to be 2 years, guys, since they announced Apple Intelligence at WWDC 24. It's been a fiasco since that time, only buoyed by the fact that the iPhone 17 can't stop selling. What do we got next to you?
Yeah, we're talking about NVIDIA's AI chip competition in Europe. So European chip startups, specifically, I will talk about USLID, are raising $100 million plus funding rounds to challenge NVIDIA in its AI infrastructure in Europe. So the narrative forming around this is the next-gen architecture that is phonetics, multi-chip systems. These are replacing the GPUs, as we've talked about this on the show before. Now, multiple startups, including USLID, Optalices, Fractile, and Arago, are pursuing 9-figure raises. So over $200 million are already deployed into early-stage AI chip production in Europe companies this year. And the industry is pivoting towards an AI interference efficiency, which is not just raw compute power. And NVIDIA is aggressively defending its position with a $18 billion plus in R&D spend, $20 billion acquisition, Grok, GROQ, not GROK, assets, and $4 billion plus phonetics investments.
Like that, look at you, Sierra. You know exactly which Grok we're talking about now. Here's the deal. Look at this number, Joey. U.S. funding for, again, small companies in the what's it called? The chip supply, AI chip supply chain. 4.7 billion. That's just U.S. That's one country. Europe, 800 million. Do they need to step up with a lot more money in order to compete?
Well, that's what I was about to get at. Like, it's great to touch on the story, but let's get realistic. We're talking about $200 million.
We're talking about practice?
Like brother, like what is this is laughable. Competing with NVDA, are you kidding me? How much came up off of the market cap in NVDA over the past couple of days? How much has it increased, right? Exactly. So it's just like, what are we talking about here? $200 million in funding. You got to start somewhere, though. You do. At the end of the day, but like this is Trump change.
But this is part of Europe's problem. Look at the AI stack when you look at Europe. Okay, let's look at the LLM. Mistral, the only one that I can think of that's any good. How many American ones? There's a lot, right? We know. And then look at the chip production. ASML is really Europe's claim to fame, I think, when it comes to having any sort of involvement in the AI chip stack. ASML, you can't make these chips without ASML. It goes that way. But I feel like America controls ASML as much as Europe.
Exactly.
It's like they tell them, no, you can't sell to China. Deep ultraviolet, extreme ultraviolet. It's like, is this an American company or a Dutch company? You know what I mean?
But how much does this have to do with over-regulation in Europe as well, too? Like places like the UK, right? Like it's just like, hey, man, you guys are essentially putting a stranglehold on yourself, blocking data center build-outs as well, like the OpenAI getting one that's like, hey, it's kind of on the fence right now.
And they didn't want to open it in England. They pulled back a little bit.
They pulled back. So it's just like, hey, like what? I mean, it's good. You got to start somewhere, but I think you're holding yourself back at the same time. And that's what we talk about, being first first to the market, and I think that's where the United States really shines. Is that, hey, we want to be the best. We want to be the crypto capital of the world. We want to be the best in class when it comes to artificial intelligence and robotics. We talk about some of the regulatory restraints, but it's nowhere close. They have the freedom to build and put out these tools that are revolutionary, essentially.
Agree. And I want to mention one quick thing, that this story focuses a lot on the shift of AI chips from training to inference. Inference, obviously the new game in town as you look to actually use all the data that we built in with these models for uses, actual uses, other than just giving information. And that's what this is talking about here. So it's not, the point I'm trying to make is not specific to Europe, but to build on the point that we've been talking a lot about lately, which is inference is the new deal in town now. And that kind of, for a moment, put NVIDIA on the back foot. But then they made that acquisition of Grok, G-R-O-K, again, for that exact reason. So I don't think NVIDIA is behind when it comes to that. Guys, AMC's failing. It's probably headed back down to about VWAP or 180. Keep your eye on AMC.
The whole market is falling right now, Sharif.
Okay,
Hood is back down to $90 off of a $93+ high. You had Bitcoin up to 44.40. You're down 60 cents from that point. And you have the TQQQs starting to head right in towards the volume weighted average price. And Tesla coming substantially off of those highs with a high of around 409. You're down $7 from the peak.
All right, see ya. Oh, she's not there. Oh, okay. So let's go on to the next story. I can do it. No worries. I can read. Joey?
All right.
Let's talk, Assassino, about OpenAI. So this is obviously OpenAI, not a public company yet, so you can kind of just read this through to Microsoft. They agreed to spend more than $20 billion on AI servers powered by Cerebras' chips. Cerebras is a private company. The deal structure includes an equity stake and long-term compute commitment where they're going to buy their chips like in the way that they did with AMD. The commitment is roughly 2 times larger than the prior disclosed agreement, which is a significant escalation, obviously. And OpenAI, as we know, they're doubling down on infrastructure. They need to meet the demands. They're always like Altman was saying that, you know, some of these image generation and video generations, which they backed out from Sora, were like melting their GPUs because they didn't have enough. So clearly demand and infrastructure is required. The focus again, though, with this deal is on inference compute, not training. How many times have we been talking about that? Efficiency and speed matters very much in inference, as obviously it's more agentic, so it's speed is a big issue. Signals, continued massive CapEx, we know that. Here's a Cerebras angle, though. They specialize in wafer scale chips. They compete directly with NVIDIA. They're known for their HPC inference and large language model training. So they're in both. They're in training and inference. And they're positioned as a serious alternative supplier in niche AI workloads. My understanding is if you're in niche AI workload, you're thinking Marvell, you're thinking Broadcom, you're thinking custom ASICs, right? The financing structure. OpenAI expected to take a minority stake in Cerebras. Spending could be about $30 billion over time, translating into about a 10% equity. Where did we see this? Oh, that's right, AMD, which promised to give up to 10% of the company if all the gigawatt additions are met, right? And then we also, you and I talked about this, it's 10%, but we're not assuming any future dilution that Lisa Su and company probably make along the way, right? We'll get your opinion in a second. We have to go to Adair.
Interesting headline here for MTCH, which actually does directly involve Sam Altman of OpenAI. So as you can see, a little bit of a spike here on MTCH, already giving back some of that move, but Wired reporting that Sam Altman's World project is actually going to be collaborating with Tinder, of course, which is part of Match Group. Tinder users around the world can now put out a digital badge on their profile, signaling to potential suitors that they're a real human. Interesting project here. I do mention it because there was a bit of a spike there in MTCH and the Sam Altman connection. If I get more news, I'll let you know. But yes, this is a real headline today. Back to you.
I've seen something interesting here, Sharif, and I don't know.
A real human. Where are we at, Joey? We're getting catfished by bots, says Fabian.
There's something else stepping into the market here.
There's a video that...
Hold on, Sharif. Something's happening here in the market. Yeah, there it goes. Aggressive move
Iran
down.
naval blockade considered a violation of ceasefire. Iran can take action if U.S. blockade persists for...
We already knew this. They already said this. If I get anything else, I'll let you know. But we reported that like when we had that last...
See you later.
...spike down.
See ya, AC Slater.
Yeah.
There was a video of a guy going out with a girl on Hinge, I think it was. Or it was Tinder, it was Hinge, I don't care. And She, unknown to the guy, used AI to fix up her picture. He then sat down, they went out on a date, and he asked her, point blank, did you use AI in your pictures? She said yes, he got up and walked away. What are your thoughts about that? But not that interaction specifically, but thoughts about AI kind of with the catfishing thing.
Yeah, but why would you even do that? Like, if you're gonna actually meet this person in real
Breaking
life,
news,
why would you even do that? Like, they're gonna see what you really look like eventually. So
I think it's just like touching up like you would with Photoshop.
Yeah,
I don't
like,
think it changes
or
your
like
looks,
using
but it
filters.
touches it up. Yeah.
But I mean that the touch up isn't in real life. Let's go over.
We got to go to Adara.
So here's the headline. This is the reason that we had this most recent spike in oil. Wall Street Journal reporting that a top maritime official has said that shippers should avoid the Strait of Hormuz over the mining risk now, or the risk of these mines under the water. Now, we know that we've already had tons of these shipping companies already coming out and saying that they're going to be avoiding the Strait of Hormuz. But either way, now the top maritime official has reportedly announced shippers just should be avoiding the Strait of Hormuz as a rule right now due to some concerns about these sea mines. I know the other headline that was mentioned here was Iran saying they're going to take action if the U.S. blockade persists. That headline is about 10 minutes old. The newest headline is this one about warnings here with these deep sea mines and the Strait of Hormuz. Another headline here coming through. Senior Iranian official reportedly saying that significant differences do occur here and remain between Iran and the U.S., including on nuclear issues, and they can only be resolved with, quote, serious talks.
For that, Adara, and I want to point out what I just saw on her chart, guys. Inverse head and shoulders forming on USO. Be careful. We could be headed back here to 121, 122. Yeah, this is a gnarly looking pattern right now on USO on the 5. Still down 8% though. So thoughts? Continue. Sorry.
No. I mean, we'll talk about this. Exactly. AMP, I couldn't agree more, man. If we're talking about catfishing stuff, then this is what happened in this market. You got to be careful of this headline sensitivity, considering it's like, okay, you have the straight reopen headline come out. Oh, okay, things are a little bit different. It's not everything as it seems. And sure enough, look what happens. Think about how many longs are trapped up here. You were up substantially. You're up almost 10% here in TSLA, 5% on Tesla. Now that's been cut in half. You're right at the volume weighted average price. I'm not going to call it a rug pull, but it's trapping a bunch of individuals, giving them somewhat of a false sense of hope. And then the headline sensitivity comes into the market and takes everything from that.
All right, let's talk about Tesla. So we already know that they're very ambitious and they want to make their own chips. With the Terafab, that's old news, right? What we do have today is what they're doing to advance that cause. And now they're looking to hire. Tesla is ramping up. It is hiring in Taiwan for its Terafab AI semiconductor project. We'll get to the Taiwan angle in a second here. They're targeting engineers with 5 or more years of experience in advanced chip making, especially the sub-7 nanometer and sub-2 nanometer nodes. Musk previously outlined Terafab as key for AI training clusters as well as their data center infrastructure. So many different, angles where this is going to cover, whether it's FSD, robotics, their future data centers in space, as he wants to put them. So many different angles that Terafab could basically play into in the Musk family of companies. The roles focus here on advanced processes like lithography, packaging, yield engineering. Packaging is becoming super important. I think the Wall Street Journal, it was either Wall Street Journal or Bloomberg, had a really interesting video on YouTube about the importance of packaging and how it went from being like one of the most, least thought about part of the AI chip making stack to one of the most important because of RAM. RAM is part of the packaging. Anyway, indicates Tesla's aiming to compete in high-performance AI compute, not just automotive chips. The factory is expected to support edge AI processors, satellite chips, high-bandwidth memory systems, and there's a heavy overlap here with Taiwan Semi, so one must wonder whether or not, they're going to lose Tesla as a big volume customer and whether eventually Tesla could actually be competing with Taiwan Semi in the same space. Tesla is positioning itself as closer to an NVIDIA-style vertical stack where it has the hardware component and the software component, like NVIDIA with Google, with CUDA, And the hiring push here, Joey, this is the important part for me, suggests that we're in the early build-out, and given that they're hiring now, analysts are saying we're probably about 2 to 3 years away from, you know, the first chip coming off the fab.
Yeah, you're talking about packaging. It's going to house everything, memory, testing, lithography, and production all under one roof. And he's talking about building this at a scale that's never been seen before. Do you think that he could overproduce essentially and flood the market at some point? Like, I understand he's going to be using the majority of them, but at some point it's just like, how much? I understand right now there's an extreme amount of demand for them, but is there going to be that sustained demand where you have to have this production at unprecedented levels? I don't know.
I think I don't want to put words in his mouth, but my observation is he's looking to meet Tesla's needs, and then later, possibly if there's excess capacity or that they're able to add excess capacity.
It's funny. So let's talk about Tesla's needs. Does the model?
No. You're looking for. It's a misnomer. Musk's company.
Okay, so like SpaceX. Okay, yeah, SpaceX, everything. Okay, yeah. I mean, but the majority of them he wants to implement into robotaxi, which would be the case, right? We still don't know that there's this massive demand for this thing yet. Not saying that there isn't going to be. I think there is. But what happens if it starts to fall short?
I don't think there's going to be an issue of demand. That's just personal opinion, because I think that everything is going to be chip-based. Whether or not, though, you know, he makes the best chips, I think that's kind of where maybe people say, well, maybe Taiwan Semi's got a lot more experience than you. Samsung's got a lot more experience than you.
They do have more of the experience,
exactly. Right? So I think that's the variable here, that, you know, these chips may not be that good. We already see a little bit of it, right? We saw AI5, and now AI6 is in development, which is cool. Get that. So they haven't even produced AI5 though. They're tapped out, so they're done the design phase. But let's go on to the next story. Still no computer there. Google expanding Gemini personalization with AI photo integration. Weren't we just talking about this? So Google is integrating Gemini AI with personal Google Photos via the personal intelligence feature. The new capability allows AI to generate images using the user's private photo library. Come on, bro. Features powered by Nano Banana image generation tool, so users can prompt Gemini to create personalized images like family scenes, stylized visuals. We don't need more fake pictures on the internet. It eliminates the need to manually upload photos, and it's fully automated, apparently. The AI can reference tagged individuals and user context from Google Photos. I think they can already do that because I know Apple can in their photo app. Nano Banana previously went viral. It was pretty good. Joey loves it. It was #1 in the Google App Store, Gemini that is, surpassing ChatGPT. High demand, even overloaded Google infrastructure at launch, and it signals strong customer appetite, of course, for personalized AI and visual content creations. The feature is opt-in only, and it's tied to the personal intelligence system. Google said that it doesn't directly train models on private photos, which is obviously a going concern with people sharing their personal photos on the cloud with these hyperscalers. The initial rollout, Joey, is going to be limited to paid subscribers, which is a monetization lever, and they're pushing obviously deeper into this personal AI ecosystem. So I don't know, man. What do you think? Here, we were just talking about catfishing on these dating apps.
Yeah.
Now you're going to be able to catfish directly from your Google Photos.
Yeah, well, I think people will get sick of it if they're not already.
I agree, bro.
Right? Like, people will get sick of that. It's just like, it's like everything. You have these fads come in, and then people get used to sick of it. But one thing that we don't want is that it to become a norm, which is, it seems that that's the path that we're heading on, right? Like Nano Banana surpassing ChatGPT, as you mentioned. It's just, how much can people take? It doesn't care. It's all about content and how much you can potentially absorb. But it speaks for the amount of compute power that you're going to continuously need, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So I mean,
I agree with that.
It's there, man. It's there.
All right, let's go on to the next one. Meta raising Quest pricing amid rising chip costs. Not like people really flocking to buy Meta Quest anyway, but hey, it's one of the better ones. Meta's increasing prices on its Quest VR headset due to rising memory chip costs impacting hardware margins. Talked a lot about this lately. The company explicitly cited global wafer component inflation, signaling pressure across consumer electronics supply chain. The move comes despite ongoing cost discipline. Remember, there was a reduction of about 10% of Reality Labs' workforce earlier in the year. Just to give you an idea of some of the price increases, the Quest 3S, 128 gigs, rising to $350. That's about a $50 increase. The Quest 3 has $256, also rising $50 to $450. The higher end Quest 3, $256, is rising $100 up to $600. This is all US dollars, of course. They also extend to the refurbished units, signaling broad margin protection strategy. Sure, Meta's balancing cost inflation versus the long-term VR investment thesis. Despite the layoffs, the company did reiterate their commitment to leading the category in VR hardware. I don't know. Have you ever put one of these things on?
I've never. I've yet to put on one of these.
Are you interested in this?
Yeah, I want to go to that VR place across
right down the road here?
Yeah, Sandbox.
Yeah, it does look pretty good, I'm not gonna lie.
I want to try it out. Just see what it's like.
Yeah. Can I say something?
Yeah, absolutely.
I saw this guy on TikTok. Fabian, where's Fabian? Oh, he's right there. Fabian, this guy had like this kind of multi-directional treadmill that was a circle. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Bro, I've never seen this in my life. No, that was the first time. And he's wearing a vest, and the vest, so if he gets shot in the game, he feels the shots. That's insane, dude. That's next level stuff.
It is. That's what you want it to go towards. What's that, Fabian?
It's called an Omni treadmill.
Yeah, man.
But like the thing that's kind of cringe, it's like it's so loud. It's like when you're walking, you just like it's plastic rubbing on plastic, right? So you can just slide on it.
Like think about a treadmill. Like if you don't have your headphones in, they're actually mad loud.
And then this is exactly
You go 360
so
degrees.
it's very like novelty, like VR. It's like you'll play it for like maybe a week, and then like that's about it. Like even if you
better than running into walls, though, right?
I mean, yeah, like
I've
you
seen
kind
people
of
do
have
that.
like your room
So
centered.
this Sandbox place apparently is just like one big room, but you can still see, right?
Oh, it's like AR.
Reality.
Yeah, exactly. So you can still see through the goggles, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Loser vest, says Auspicious Turtle. Thank you. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I thought it was pretty cool. I figured you know a little bit about it because I know you're about that life.
Yeah, there's some really cool games, like Beat Saber. That like some games just really get the funness of VR, where you can just be fully immersed. But it's like there isn't much out there that's still like
gaming support. You mean?
Yeah. Like there's a lot of like fan support where they would like convert a game into VR, which is like really fun especially for horror games. But I feel like we're not there yet. The quality of the VR, like the screens are.
That's what I was going to say to you. Yeah, is it?
You get more denser, faster rates. So the issues that we get, like some people get very bad motion sickness.
Well, that I can see. That I can certainly.
So if you like in a car and you can look at your phone, you're probably and not get sick. You're probably okay with VR. But if like you get that kind of nauseous,
I get mad car sick.
Then you don't want. You do not want to mess with VR. Oh my God, really?
In the car?
Hell yeah.
That's crazy.
That's why
you must be great to have on an airplane beside me, huh?
No, plane fine.
How's that possible?
I don't know. Plane, I'm absolutely fine,
Thanks,
dude.
Fabian, for coming on, brother.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Plane, I'm absolutely fine. If I have to sit in the backseat of a vehicle, I'm having the worst time.
Really, eh?
Yeah. That's why I drive.
My mom dukes like that too.
But you just take grab all. Helps.
Yeah?
Yeah, motion, yeah.
She doesn't listen to anything I say, but that's fine, yeah. Ready player number one. Thanks, Mac, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Great comments from you guys. Jerry Garcia, is that the Chilean nightmare? Yes, that is the Chilean nightmare. Shout out to Fabian. Thanks for coming on, brother. Let's go on to the next story, Joey.
Yes, sir.
AMD having another positive day. It was negative in the pre-market, but it had a monster day into all-time highs yesterday. Rallying after Taiwan Semi reported earnings early in the morning, and it was a very, very strong quarter, and they raised their 2026 outlook by 30% for growth, so that top line number. The reason this is a read-through is because TSM is a key supplier for AMD's, especially their MI300, AI GPU, as well as their new MI450, as well as their EPYC CPUs. So this is a direct read-through in that Taiwan Semi's increasing their revenue, and therefore they must be receiving more orders from AMD. And if AMD is asking for more orders, they must have more demand. So that's how that goes. Strong demand for advanced nodes, specifically 3 nanometers and below, as well as packaging capacities benefiting AMD's HPC, high-performance chips. They're increasingly positioning themselves as the #2 provider of advanced AI chips to the hyperscalers. Not a bad thing to have, obviously behind NVIDIA, but they have aggressive tie-ups with Meta, OpenAI, and Oracle. And Bernstein today took the opportunity to raise their price target on Meta from 235 to 265, and they expect their Epic server sales to grow 50% year over year in 2026, and they're forecasting, Joey, 2026 revenue to come in at a combined almost 46 billion, 45.8, but that pales in comparison to what they're projecting 2027 revenue to be, which is about $76.7 billion.
Yeah. I mean, we were talking about this name for quite some time. It was lagging drastically. It was absolutely destroyed for a long time, and then it just bounced back extremely well. It was supposed to be number 2 in this race in chip sales. It was supposed to be NVIDIA and AMD, and it took some time for it to find its footing. But essentially, it was NVIDIA and Broadcom. But I think from a growth standpoint, the potential is there. You have the Stargate projects here. You have the Stargate in the Gulf countries as well. There's just so many things aligning for this company to gain that ground in which it lost earlier in this race, and I think it's doing exactly that. We talk about the MI series chips continuously progressing. This is what we want to see. I have to give hats off to Lisa Su because I didn't think they would be able to play catch up like they did.
Yeah, did pretty good, especially because they couldn't get enough supply from Taiwan Semi because NVIDIA was taking all of it. So they couldn't even get the chips made if they wanted to, and they had to play second fiddle to the big boy.
Yeah. I mean, like, think about it. Like, it was Broadcom and NVIDIA for quite some time. Like, that first couple of years of this race, and then AMD just absolutely picking up steam. And if you want to talk about it from a performance standpoint, the actual stock, it's drastically outweighing what NVIDIA is doing.
And we're closing in on $500 billion too, by the way, on AMD, up to $454 billion in market cap. Yeah. Let's talk about Netflix having a great day today, down 10.25%. Revenue coming in at $12.25 billion. That is a healthy increase year over year of 16% and easily beating the $12.18 billion expected. Net income did rise nicely, $5.28 billion versus the $2.89 billion expected. That's an 83% year over year increase in profit. So you're probably wondering why. Well, they got paid for that failed acquisition of Warner Brothers. They got a $2.8 billion termination fee, which was obviously on the positive side of the balance sheet, bringing their net income up. It also had an effect on EPS, which came in at $1.23 versus the 66 they brought in home last year. Again, not directly comparable to last year's EPS print because of that one-time line item. The sell-off, though, in Netflix, according to this article, likely driven by the quality of the earnings, the one-time boost as the result of the breakup fee, as well as forward guidance concerns. Let's talk about that forward guidance. Full year revenue, they maintained the same guide they articulated last time, which was $50.7 billion to $51.7, so a bit of a $1 billion range on that full year guide, with Q2 revenue expected to grow about 13% year over year. Content spending, though, they're front loading that. So that could have a bit of a, short-term effect. What do I mean by that? So if you're going to spend, let's just say $10 billion in the year, all of 2026 on content, apparently the majority of that $10 billion is going to be spent in the first half of the year, meaning that it's going to affect profitability in the first half, but may not affect that same profitability in the second half, as you realize it quarter by quarter. Management is signaling margin pressure in the short term before easing late in the year, according to the report. And Joey, you and I talked about this specific point, their ad business.
Yeah.
It's growing quite robustly. $3 billion in ad revenue in 2026. That's what they're expecting. That doubles what they took home in 2025. And they had released the ad tier, recall, in 2024. So 2025 was a full year of ad tiers. Expansion into live sports, video podcasts, that's going to cost them a pretty penny, because we know sports, especially the licensing for that and the major sports, getting more expensive and more expensive. One more thing, Joe. They no longer obviously release their quarterly sub numbers, but they have about 325 million users or viewers globally. And as we talked about this morning, Reed Hastings, he's one of the co-founders, he's out in chairman of June. Management downplayed any link between the departure of Mr. Hastings and the failed WBD deal.
Like, I don't know. Did it deserve this 10% pullback? It was on a substantial run. It was outpacing the SPY and the NASDAQ, 14% year to date. We were just holding on to green, essentially, in the respective markets. I don't think that Netflix is going to be hurt in the long run. It's a pretty penny to sign these sports deals. Like, you had the Tyson Fury card with Conor Benn fighting on them as well too. You're going to get some pretty big NFL games, right? Like, you're probably going to get the Christmas games over there, the NBA series as well. So that's going to cost you a lot. But you're looking at 11 to 13% organic growth. I think that's good. The digital ad revenue is going to be that next driver in that segment that is really going to take things to the next level for Netflix. You also have the increase in North American subscriptions, right? Leading them towards that higher tier, and I think that's going to be the narrative, because if you think about it, if you hold on to that lower tier, it's just like watching linear television. You have that ad every 20 minutes or so, and people don't want that, so you're going to buy the next thing. People are going to always lead to Netflix. I think it's the #1 streamer aside from YouTube. People that can have multiple apps. It's easy to use. It's a good functionality, and I think that's what's going to continue to drive this name higher.
Let's talk about their regular content. How's the content on the
good? They have
right
a good.
now?
They have a good catalog. I think it's just tough. Like, it's so long. Would have been good for them to get what they have, what Warner Brothers Discovery had, absolutely. But I think their catalog right now is just fine.
Yeah, they'll have to create or acquire.
And I
Somebody
think
else.
they're just significantly better at creating documentary content than what other names are.
Really, eh?
Significantly.
Yeah, somebody was mentioning Alexander the Great's documentary there, but
Yeah,
sorry, brother. Streamlabs does what it does.
Yeah.
You mentioned something there that it didn't like.
And I'm
but I
talking
saw your
about like
comment.
true crime documentaries, right? Yeah.
Let's get Adira's take on Netflix.
Yeah, I actually agree with the documentary take. There's a lot of like weird, offbeat, like documentaries, like you had the White Hot about Abercrombie and Fitch. Shout out to ANF. You had that Bad Vegan one, which was also a bop. So there's quite a few. In terms of content, though, I kind of want to do like a deep dive into Q1 2026 earnings, because there's a lot that I think is interesting that is maybe in a good way and a little bit that might be of concern. If you start here, so what I like about what NFLX does, and I mentioned this yesterday a couple of times, is when they report their earnings, they also include their guidance for the next quarter in their reports. You can actually see how it stacks up. With that in mind, we are expecting sequential growth here for Q2 2026 revenue, even if that growth is going to be, a little bit below estimates. Operating margin, roughly 32%, decent place for Netflix, about average. Decent viewership last quarter. I didn't think that many, big pieces of content came out in Q1 2026, but you still got Bridgerton and One Piece Season 2, along with some specifically Japanese content with that World Baseball Classic. Apparently that did really well. They also had the BTS comeback tour. So yeah, a couple different things here potentially of note from a content perspective. I suspect we'll probably get better content going forward in the year. They just kicked off the year. They also teased, as Joe mentioned, some of these Tyson Fury fights and some of the fighting as well. But this revenue growth rate chart, if this was a stock, I would short it. This looks like a rounded top to me, right? This is their, with Q2 2026, we're expecting a further decline. I don't think that's a super great look. Now, another thing I found fascinating is if you look at their streaming revenue by region, it did decline here for North America on a sequential basis. And if you look at year-over-year growth, it's definitely escalating in some of these non-North American regions to a greater extent than it is in North America. So I think the expansion here of international viewers, as long as you can keep holding on to streaming revenue in the US, I think that's an excellent look for NFLX. And I think more international content for them is potentially a strategy to deal with the not having of WBD. I think that could be a good place for them to look, just continue to bulk up on international content, because it's clearly doing extremely well and its growth is outpacing that of the North American stuff, apparently.
Gary, just to build on your point, I know that they're really disrupting the movie making business in Egypt. They're paying these actors far more than the local studios are able to do. And there's this, so a lot of people don't know this, but during the month of Ramadan, there is this kind of very tame culture in the Middle East, because they basically don't eat from sunrise to sundown, right? So a lot of productivity goes down. So a lot of people, they just chill at home and they watch a lot of these TV series. And so that's one of the biggest times of the year where you have TV series released en masse. And Netflix is really increasing their footprint in that, from my understanding. My mom Dukes watches all that stuff.
That's good.
That I really care about it. But let's go on to the next story. Let's talk about Alcoa sliding as the Iran conflict disrupts alumina supply chain. So Iran conflict disrupted key alumina flows through the Strait of Hormuz, which is a critical choke point, as we've talked about. Alcoa rerouted millions of tons of refining capacity, creating many logistical strains as well as inefficiencies. Over 2.5 million tons of refining capacity offline and nearly 2 million tons of disrupted product year to date. Management flagged this as a meaningful disruption to the global system, which is tightening the supply chain dynamics. Let's talk about their earnings impact. Revenue fell sharply, 5% year over year on the quarter, and that missed expectations by about $100 million. 3.19 they printed. The street was looking for 3.28. Net income did come in at $425 million, but that is less than what they brought home last year, which was a little bit more than $500 million in profit, with EPS expected to be, coming in at $1.40 versus the $1.53 expectation, so a clear miss there. Margin pressure obviously increasing because they're having to reroute the supply and not go through the normal channels, hence it's costing them more. It's costing more in energy, more in raw material, and the rerouting logistics are pressuring margins. China routing created an oversupply conditions, which weighed on pricing in the near term. Aluminum is a big one here. I mean, it's one of the raw materials we rely a lot about. We know that President Trump put a lot of tariffs on Canadian aluminum that hurt our industry. Not that it has anything to do with this, but came to mind. Thoughts?
It looks like they're going to sell one of their smeltering locations as well for a data center project. So, I mean, divestiture, but this stock has been performing pretty good. Alcoa is one of those quiet names. When you go from the tariff tantrum all the way up to, I mean, where we're currently trading at is still 200+%. So it's pretty good. At $75, it's a little bit more than that, 210%. It's one of those quiet performers in my opinion. So a pretty good look on that.
All right, let's talk about Uber. They're expanding expands Delivery Hero stake amid European M&A shift. This is quite opportunistic from Google. Listen to this. So they're buying an additional 4.5% stake in Delivery Heroes from Prosus, that's the company. Transaction valued about $318 million or about 270 million euros. The purchase price is going to be about 20 euros a share. That's below the recent close, but when you look at the 1 month average, it's about a 22% premium to the monthly average there. That adds to Uber's existing position after its initial investment of $300 million in Delivery Hero in 2024. And the move is tied to Prosus restructuring its stake to satisfy, yes again, European regulators. They're reducing their ownership from 27 to 21, and that attempt, basically, this is linked to Prosus's attempted $4.1 billion acquisition of Just Eat Takeaway. So in order for the European regulator to approve that acquisition, they have to lessen their ownership stake in this one, hence why Uber is being quite opportunistic in, basically getting more exposure to this company. The European Commission is pushing for reduced concentration in the food delivery space, hence the reshifting of resources by Prosus. It strengthens Uber's footprint in international food market deliveries, and it reinforces their strategy of taking strategic stakes rather than full acquisitions. My understanding, though, and hearing Dara talk previously, is that Uber either needs to be number 1 or number 2 in a jurisdiction to operate. If they're number 3, they're leaving. So with that in mind, if they take that approach, does it make sense then that they take stakes in some of these companies that they don't want to have an Uber footprint in? I'm just going to give you an example. Country Z. They're neither number 1 or number 2, so they don't operate in Country Z. However, they'll take stakes in the companies either that are number 1, 2, 3, or 4, but they won't have an Uber footprint in that location. I don't know about that strategy, but that's what he said in the past.
I think that's not a bad strategy, to be honest with you, right? Like, okay, it's like, hey, we want to control as much market share as we possibly can in that specific region, and if we can't, we'll just invest in the companies that essentially do hold that amount of market share, so you don't have to compete with them.
Agree.
Right? So I think that's a smart play by Uber, in my opinion.
All right, Adara, give us your take.
With Uber, I think this is interesting because I feel like we hear a headline about them every couple days. They're investing in Lucid. They're going to be doing more with robo-taxis. They're going to be doing more with this investment. And I mean, to be clear, a lot of these headlines are really focused on either this international investment, or B, the robo-taxi stuff. So it's not like these headlines aren't concentrated. I like that they're clearly trying to go in these two directions simultaneously. But either way, it's interesting to see all these headlines ahead of earnings. Uber very likely to report within the next 2-3 weeks or so. So sometimes when we get really front-loaded with headlines from a company ahead of earnings. I kind of wonder, what are they trying to distract us from? Because of how steady this has been with Uber, I'm actually not too concerned. I think this could be a good report for Uber. Andre, can you please hit that thank you very much button? Because that is actually for Uber CEO Dara Khosrowshahi initially.
Thank you very much, Dara.
So yeah, thank you, Dara, for giving us, because again, this was supposed to be for Dara initially. Thank you to Dara for, trying to get these deals made here for the company. It'll be interesting to see if this actually does impact their earnings and more likely how it impacts their earnings going forward. But I'm very curious to hear what Dara has to say on this call. I'm also seeing a headline here. Let's see if this is moving. I spelled the ticker wrong here. VICI, a little bit of a pop-up here. Speculations that this company, which owns a lot of casinos, could become an activist investment target.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Let's look at the last story here, AVEX. That's this IPO over here. That kind of looks like a sound wave. Highs of $25, lows of $23. So you have a $2 range on AVEX. This is the story on it. So let's talk about this. They did raise about $320 million. They're a defense tech IPO. They deal in drones. They priced 16 million shares at $20 a pop, and that was at the midpoint. So the range initially at the IPO stage for institutional investors was $18 to $21. There was strong institutional demand, if you believe the reports, reflecting the growing investor appetite for defense and drone names. The company began trading today on the NYSE, the New York Stock Exchange, under AVEX, as I just showed you. But we know that there's very an aggressive sector momentum right now with these defense names, specifically drones. They're gaining traction amid rising geopolitical tensions and military spending, especially with what we're seeing in, or what we saw in the U.S.-Iran-Israel war, and what we continue to see almost daily in the Ukraine war, where unmanned systems basically are dominating the battlefield. And apparently, if you believe the reports, in 2025, 4 million drones were produced last year. Investors increasingly viewing defense tech stocks as a hedge against global instability. Their business model, Joey, they focus on intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance solutions. Their product suite include unmanned systems capable of delivering payloads and, I didn't know that. Okay, capable of delivering payloads and precision strikes. So not just reconnaissance, but actually strikes. Core customers, of course, the U.S. government as well as allied defense agencies. The market is reading through here that this is going to be pretty bullish for this company as a result of what's happening in the world right now. What do you make of this, Nick?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. It's pretty good timing, considering, right? Like, we won't really be going too crazy about other IPOs, but what we got from going on from a geopolitical standpoint and the tensions, it's not bad. I think if this was released a couple of weeks ago, it would be a different story, and you might see a little bit more bullish activity. Right now, we're just kind of moving sideways. But other than that, the timing you can't always get perfect, but it's not bad considering what we got going on around the world.
We are done the news segment. Guys, I want to mention that AMC is trying to work back into that 192. And I think if it takes out 192, we could see two, because that's the level that we kept getting rejections at. So be on the lookout there. Bovin says BZAI is moving up. Let's look up BZAI. Yeah, take off, Joe. BZAI, let's see what we got on that one. All right, what's this one looking like, Bovin? 45%. This looks quite good. Let's see what we can load up here on the 5. Get a better look at this. So this is at day's highs, Bovin, 254. It broke through that 246 area high. Did I cancel my order on that? No, I did. Yeah, I know. I was looking for that one to break out. No, that was INFQ. Oh, my bad. That was INFQ. And INFQ ended up failing pretty aggressively, so I don't feel too bad about that. Yeah, this is not a bad look. I want to see how this one clears at $0.50, because there's going to be likely some resistance in and around this area. So that's kind of how I view that one. There's others that are moving as well. Let's bring those into purview. IMSR. Bovin, you called this one out as well. This one's just barely off the day high, 815, coming back down into 805. This could be a buy, guys, at $8. Not only do you get support at around 8, but you have also the 10 EMA on the 5, kind of showing its head there. And when you take a quick look about how this one has respected or not the 10 EMA, you got a lot of support here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candles in a row that found support at the 10. So A move down into 8, low single digits could be interpreted quite well. What else we got over here? SMU has been giving up the ghost pretty aggressively. RMM, what's going on there, or Alpha? I don't know which one you're talking about. EBM? I don't see anything. Oh, FRM. Oh, I see that. Okay. You're talking about this one. FRMM. FRMM, sorry. There you go, into 3 1/3. Good breakout here, and it took out that 320 prior area resistance. This is another one that I'll be looking for holds at the 10 EMA, which is at about 320, give or take. So, sorry, let me throw in that ticker so you guys can follow along. FRMM is the ticker there. Percentage up on the day is about 40%. Very small market cap, 67 million, with about, I want to say, share float here. Give me a sec to find out. The float on this monster is 11.1 million shares, so quite small. And be careful with this one, though, because the volume just started coming in. I like that, though. I don't mind that too much. The volume really taking off here at around 130. You had initial volume at the open, but that was it. I'd say we've done more volume now than we've done at the open. So FRMM, the ticker there, and IMSR. I think those are the best two to be looking at into the afternoon. All right, they're locked. The boys are locked and loaded. They're going to take you into the afternoon show. Joey covering in. If you're just joining us, he's covering for Sean, who is gone until mid next week. Neil's still here, though. Send you over to the big boys that are that way.
Thank you very much there, Sharif. Thank you to Joe, who, hey, man, ain't like Joe's going anywhere. You guys are going to see him for the rest of the time. So let's round out, hopefully, it's been a great week for the market, and let's hope it continues. We're up over a point. We managed to sort of withstand a bit of a spike in oil in the midday, and the market seems to be getting back on track. I'm just noticing two things that are standing out. One of them is that AMC wants to, and another one is that ARM looks like it's going. So that's going to be a little bit on the radar. Lots to watch. No questions asked, everybody. And like the thing is, like you're sort of seeing this weird, I don't want to say weird price action, but like price action where we can be doing nothing, and then all of a sudden you get like crazy slams to the upside like this, or when we were looking in the middle of the day and you had the spike in oil down, and all of a sudden like I was in NVIDIA and you get a one slam and it comes right back up, or you get USO going left, right, center, and showing so much volatility. You're from one spike to the next. And the thing about it, when you get increased volatility, there's a lot of traders out there who their response to bigger and faster movement in the market is that they also want to trade bigger at the same time. And that sometimes is exactly backwards thinking, because position sizing is incredibly important, especially when we have increased volatility. So how exactly are you supposed to decide how much to risk and when to do it, Joe?
Yes, that's key, Neil. How much are we actually going to risk per trade when we're sitting within volatile markets? Now, with that being said, we know that the average true range and the span in which a stock can trade from an intraday standpoint starts to grow, so we have to be able to gauge our risk accordingly. With that being said, there's multiple things that we need to take into factor. The placement and what's been going on in the pre-market as well. So before the open, guys, we get the news catalyst that, hey, the Strait of Hormuz is open. And with that being said, the market decides to go on a massive rally. Just before the open, you can see that we come right back in. And with that being said, our average true range and the span in which the volatility is starting to uptick is drastically. So when we get in, we have to be very cautious of our placement, of our entry, and most definitely our exits. So what I want us to focus on here is I'm entering a long trade in Tesla where the market is volatile. I need to know where I'm going to get out precisely. Now, if we crack the low of the support level that we've established at 1335 on TSLA, I have to get at a dodge. Why? Because the market can continue lower because the volatility is starting to uptick. Now, as for our second entry, it's the exact same narrative. What do we have going on? How am I going to gauge my risk from an intraday standpoint. At the low of the day, the market is climbing higher, but Tesla is not participating. So when you're putting on sides, you have to be prepared to get out when you're supposed to, just in case there's continuation in the direction that is going opposite of the market. So we want to look for relative strength there as well. So the key to this is placement. That's going to help increase your risk to reward ratio, and then sticking to your stop losses in volatile markets. That is going to help you gauge on how much risk you should be putting on in that specific trade.
Exactly, and when you have those 2 points down, where you want to get in because of expanded range and where you want to get out, it suddenly can just turn into like that quick mathematics where you determine how much you want to lose in the trade, you've got your entry and your exit, and then you can just simply do that math. You want to make sure that you have that structure in any kind of any trade or the amount that you want to risk, so that you're not going based upon emotion. And you know when markets are moving, you're going to get more emotional. Having that system down in place is what is going to save you from losing more than you should. And the thing about it is, sometimes it'll work when you know you did something bad. The market's willing to reward you for that. So make sure you stick to your system, and then you can still get the winners without risking more than you're comfortable with.
Exactly, Neil. Very valid point. And that's going to lead to our next point here. The market was continuing to climb higher, and Tesla was lagging. Now, we have that positive catalyst. There's multiple factors that say, hey, we took our stab, we go 50% win rate on our first 2 chances, but now, with the market continuing to climb and screaming higher, is this our opportunity to exponentially bet size? I think so. Why? Because we have a break of the volume-weighted average price, but yet we're holding that. The market is near the high of the day. We're not quite there yet in Tesla, but we're holding key levels. And that's going to help us gauge, okay, if we're talking about volatility, maybe we're going to get that move in the right direction and move higher. So essentially what we have is a VWAP hold. This allows us to exponentially bet size. We increase our shares because one of the names is lagging what the overall market is doing, and that gives us a good risk to reward ratio. Where are we wrong? At the break of key support levels. If it breaks that level, then we get out of the trade. But if not, we have the right amount of size on that puts us in the right position to ride a trend all the way to the top in a volatile market. That is how you gauge risk in volatility and a headline-sensitive market. And at key levels is when you can exponentially bet size and put on these monster trades.
Exactly, and remember, when the volatility is higher, when the opportunity is bigger, your position sizing and risk control isn't defensive. It's the entire basis of the trade, because you know the move is going to be there, and you've got to make sure that you're able to hold on. I hope that helped. I think it's important, especially when we have the markets that we're in right now. We're going left, right, center, and you want to make sure that you have solid entry points, solid exit, and understand where you are, where you're going to get out, and then once you know what you want to risk, you should be okay, but you've got to make those determinations before you make each and every trade. Just going back to the market here, I will caution everybody. Danger, Will Robinson. Yeah, you have an USO bounce again. So with a little bit of a bounce off of VWAP here in USO, starting to look, I was looking for longs as we were breaking down. That was my first thought. Okay, like where am I going to find a long trade as we're bouncing? And I was sort of thinking IBIT. But if we don't fade back in with a lower high, then I'm not likely to want this bounce off VWAP here on IBIT. That's the first place I'm looking. Actually, that's not true. It's not the first place I'm looking, and I'm saying this with a genuine chuckle, because the first place that I was looking is something that might be able to run without the market doing much of anything, because we're slightly pulling back. It's Friday afternoon. We're just chilling at VWAP, and lo and behold, look at what's actually the highest at the high of the day and trending higher. It's AMC, and believe it or not, it has a level like a $1.84 where it's kind of triple bottom and is bouncing from there. So if this, yeah, I'm going to look for the dip buy in AMC. Bet you never thought you'd hear me say that, huh? I can't even keep it. No, but what are you going to do? Who knew? Right? Ball doesn't lie. Like, I'm looking for other things. Oh, you know what? Actually, no. This is I gotta say something else too. This one's on me. Maybe the biggest fail today. I always say that. Actually, I think I said this yesterday as well. Like sometimes it doesn't really make a difference how things are going, right? Like yesterday was like my best day of the week, and today will be like the second best day of the week, and like trading's been good. But you know what? There was the drone IPO. I didn't take the drone IPO at the open, and you can obviously see how this one worked out. So suffice to say, one of the things that we talked about when determining in any strategy what you like and what you don't like, and one of them specifically with this was, we care about, I'm just talking about trading here on our floor. Everyone do what they want to do. We want it to be in the right sector with the right amount of hype. This was in the right sector. This one had pretty much what you wanted going for it. And then it opens up and does like the perfect to just take the opening print trade and let it fly. It couldn't have been any more perfect. It wasn't even, whatever. Like I was literally doing the lesson of the day, not even remembering that it was open. And then after that, I got up and was like doing something else and didn't realize it was open when it came back down. Like that's one of those. There's a reason why I try not to evaluate my performance in my day based on my P&L, because this should have been my biggest trade this month. And I didn't have it, so it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter to me that it's a good day today. I feel like I missed that one. It is what it is. Like there's nothing perfect about anybody. Everybody, you're gonna make some mistakes. I tend to want to be a little bit self-critical when I don't get things right. I'm still looking for things that I might want to short if USO continues higher. So my brain went to Netflix is under VWAP after that guidance miss. I don't know if that's going to be the one. The thing that I took, I'm thinking maybe NVIDIA, because this was the under VWAP short I had when we had the negative headline, so I could go back to this. But that was a play sort of in breaking down into 200. It's a lot of consolidation there. I feel like I'd be trying to short on this consolidation. That doesn't seem like it's 10 out of 10. BM&R is relatively strong. I'm just sort of going over, relatively weak, I should say. So I'm just sort of going over some different ideas and trying to figure out what I like for this afternoon. Things have to always be really good on a Friday afternoon to me for a setup. This is a downward trend. Oh, you got salmon. That's right.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. This is on a downward trend with a bit of a flat bottom break in here that makes sense. So if USO continues, I might like this. Like at least this way I'd be going with something already weak instead of trying to, like you're diddling in the middle with NVIDIA and I'm just sort of gambling at the direction. Not gambling, just picking the direction. Now I'll maybe go with BM&R here because I can take a breakdown and then if it breaks the trend here, I have myself an easy out. And the way I sort of look at it is look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin relatively strong, ETH is a little bit stronger as well. So I know I'm going to be in something that's relatively weak if I get it, and that way I'm not fighting it. Green Saber asking, what is with all the inverted hammers in AMC? There are. All the inverted hammers in AMC.
That is crazy.
Are there that many? On what time frame? On the 3? These aren't, I don't know if it's that crazy. I wouldn't say that, maybe we're looking at maybe you're looking at a different time frame, but I don't really see anything too crazy here on AMC. Like the one thing to keep in mind when you have a cheap stock like this, oftentimes what'll happen, even on a bar like this, like it's not even really printing 192 likely. What's happening is it's sitting there at 91 by 92 because the penny spread, and there's just like dark pool prints going off at 92 or like very small prints on the few gateways. So it's not really trading up there much. Like most of the action is happening on the bid at 91, and so it makes it look like you have that kind of a candle. It exaggerates these types of candles because oftentimes when you have like that cheap stock, like that 1 or 2 cent wick isn't really doing much of anything up there. Like it's one thing to be said about a topping tail candle where real lit liquidity goes off on the topping tail and then the rest underneath. And there's other ones where like it might literally be 25 shares on the dark pool. And it didn't even really have that wick. So it's sometimes it can be a little bit hard to tell. Anyways, if this does pull back in, I am looking for a bit of a dip buy. There, you got to tell me how that salmon is. That looks good.
I'll tell you one.
Looks good. Oh my goodness, that looks good. It looks better than the tilapia was solid, but that looks pretty damn good.
I'll tell you one thing, Neil. It wasn't as good as the salmon that we made last night, though.
Oh, you made salmon last night?
Yeah, man.
Okay.
That maple barbecue stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, big time. We love salmon.
That's what it's at.
No, aside from that, guys, I mean, the market is trading below the volume-weighted average price. We're going to be talking about this quite often. I mean, what has Tesla done? I'm glad that we didn't have that reload. It just wasn't ready yet. Are we going to get that 2 o'clock bounce that we're looking for? The longer that we hang below the indicator, the less likely that it's actually going to happen, in my opinion. So we want to see this bounce back relatively quick. Now, as for what we have going on from a charting standpoint, it's the same thing. Now, we went on this run this morning, and then now we're starting to cool things off. Failed new high right here, so you're establishing that lower high, and then now you have a flat bottom. There was a supply zone and something that was acting as prior resistance before, now acting as support. So if this breaks, where's that next potential leg lower? I think you would head over into that next that neck of the woods around 708 on the SPY, and then if that breaches, I mean, you got to take time into factor as well as that we only have a couple of hours left, but things can definitely pick up. You have the couple of catalysts step in this afternoon, and just engulf essentially what was over multiple hours of trading. So be cautious and be prepared for some more headlines to step in and the market potentially to either go higher and or lower. That's one thing that we were just talking about. With volatility, you have to gauge things. And I understand for some people it's like, all right, enough is enough, but we have to play the price action and look at the market for what it is, especially when the headlines continuously drop, and then you have to back and forth between the leaders of the country saying no, this, that, and that. It makes things a little bit more difficult, but gauging risk is extremely important. I think we can potentially see a snapback, but what I'm seeing from the price action right now, I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case. But if we do hold on to specific levels, I think that's going to lead for a potential rally or somewhat of a couple of inside days next week, and then a strong ending to the week once again.
I agree. Well, you know what? USO is the seesaw. I saw someone say elevator day. I like that. Elevator day, save man woman in the chat just mentioned. But you come the elevator to the 116th floor on USO. It's not the first time it's come here and turned around. It did it at 9 o'clock. It did it at 9:48. It's done it a couple times this afternoon. So if it punches through this, I know I'm going BMNR short. I know what the short's going to be. If we make the reversion, sort of looking for what the opportunity is on the long side that isn't trying to get the AMC. See, this is the point that I was making before about how you can on AMC you can have a wick down. There's a wick to 186. I don't really think anybody got filled at 186. I'm on the bid at 186. I'm looking to go long here with the stop under there. But it got down there. There was a little bit of a wick. It came a few pennies down, and it didn't really fill anybody. So then you get this crazy candle where all the fills were probably at 87 and 88, and then a couple of dark pools were able to get filled at 86. It's kind of crazy with that, but that's just how it goes. Looking to see what can hold on to some strength. I know AMD was pretty strong for most of the day. Most of the day yesterday, and eventually in the afternoon it got a little bit stronger. This one could work. Maybe off the volume-weighted average price. So yeah, I'm still really looking for the play I want to the long side if we curl around. I know where I would like to go short on relative weakness. Let's go to the desk. We've got Sia in the house.
Yeah, just a really quick update here. I'm seeing a couple news sources saying that Hormuz remains effectively closed despite Iran's pledge.
No, I'm good.
And this is from Kepler, which is a site that tracks ships. Coming from the Wall Street Journal, just again, that Hormuz remains effectively closed despite Iran's pledge, coming from the Wall Street Journal. Sending it back to you.
Thank you very much there, Sia. As Joe just tried to undercover say how many samosas he had.
I'm not going to hide it.
How many samosas did you eat this morning?
Sia, what's the guess?
How many samosas?
Yeah. They were mini ones. They're like this. They weren't a full size.
Oh, I didn't even see there were samosas because I came after my exams.
It was the breakfast. It wasn't with the lunch. It was with the breakfast.
Oh.
Over 9,000.
Over under 3.5.
That's how many you ate?
No, I'm asking you over under. So am I under 3.5 or am I over 3.5?
Over.
Wait.
That's light work.
Dang, that's cash money.
It's not even a good. Obviously, if you're telling us you must have had 8.
It was close. It was close, but not quite 8.
How many did you eat?
I lost count, to be honest.
Okay, first of all, if you lost count, then how do you know it was not 8? How do you know my guess wasn't
Could
right?
be close. It was
Exactly.
relatively close to 8, probably. I was standing waiting at the microwave.
That's because he knows, he had 8. See, this is exactly, you had 8 then. Because that's why you're trying to act like you didn't know.
Probably like 6.
I can't blame him though. Samosas are amazing.
Those ones are pretty good too.
They were pretty good, Sia.
See, I missed it out, man.
You know what you do, Sia? So this is word of advice. So when you go back to the lunchroom next time,
Take the rest.
Just tell Raquel they were amazing. And then she'll tell the caterers, and they'll probably more likely to bring it again.
Kind of, they're a little oily though.
Joe
I prefer.
has connections with the caterers directly. He could just tell them.
Well, anybody can email them. I just like
Caterer?
I like talking to people. Like I can email the caterer directly, or I can literally talk to. Yeah, I like just talking to you. Anyways, they were really good. And I'm still smelling that food that you got going on there. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, how was the topic? I mean, guys, like look at the market. It's not going to do too much. I mean, it's Friday. We had that big move here earlier in the day. That's just leading to what we've had on the week. It's been a massive one at that. Just consecutive up days, and we go back to the earlier stages of it. I don't know why I pulled up the 4-hour. I'll pull up the 1 hour and see what we got going on. It's just from the beginning of it, it was just like, okay, cool, this has been fun. Let's just put on a complete buy program. So from the start of the week, Neil, you can see we're up substantially here. But you get 4.25 in the overall market. So it's been a good one. I think we continue on this path. Using the higher time frames can tell us a lot. You have that V-shaped reversal, and just whatever was going on throughout these multiple sessions has just been gone in a fraction of the time that it took to sell off. I've personally never seen this. I thought we would see a little bit more bearish territory, to be honest with you, Neil, considering we had the Mag 7, the majority of them down 20+%, with the exception of Apple being down 14%. But this slingshot V-shaped reversal in the overall market has just been absolutely insane and one to watch.
To be honest, this is what the markets do.
Yeah.
Realistically. And I hate to be that guy, but you know what happens when you print a lot of money? That money chases assets.
Okay, I was going to, yeah.
And one of the first places it finds itself into is the markets.
Yeah.
And whatever people deem as the best bet in the markets. And sometimes it's just the markets themselves. And it's often the US markets. And one thing that has not stopped happening is the money printing press. And as long as that continues, then, well, you either get on the train. And I'm not saying it, look, I'm not no tinfoil hat. Like, you could add, if it ends disastrous, we got other problems anyways, right? So, like, what difference does it make? You might as well be on that train in the long term. Mm-hmm. Because if it falls apart, well, we're screwed anyway. So you might as well be on that train. But when you talk about the V-shaped recovery, the one that gets me, and someone just asked me, well, can you please talk about SanDisk? When we left you this morning, all I remember saying was the thing that was, what was not participating was the memory names. It was 11 o'clock. I had just gotten out of the long on Micron at VWAP, and then it was already back to the lows. And then SanDisk was breaking the lows. Well, okay, well, that happened. Complete reversal. Now it's trend up into VWAP. What I'd be careful about, opening like lower range resistance, it's finding resistance here. The market's kind of curling because USO is going up. So I'm not saying it's going to continue. But it did this without its brethren. And once again, I have gone to Blue Ocean instead of the NASDAQ first. Micron's not really doing as much. It's still showing relative weakness. So the squeeze is still looking like it wants to be on for SanDisk. Even AMC stopped moving. Come on, man. It's not fair. So you are really seeing, like, even when something looks like one of the worst tech stocks on the day, you're still able to find that kernel of strength in SanDisk. Like, the dip buyers are there. That being said, when you look at it on the other time frames, well, you can sort of see why it might have been a little bit weaker. Like, as we've seen this big bounce in the market, what you have is with massive update, instant give back, and then boom, rejection, reject 940, reject 940. Like, this is a fail the high, and right now we're consolidating just a little bit off the high. It's still in an overall uptrend, but when this thing is so top heavy, I don't know, this one gives me the concerned feels, for lack of a better word. Seriously, AMC, you were doing things. Now you're not doing things.
Yeah.
There's got to be something that moves. AGAE, maybe? AGAE. What is this? Sharif was trading this one, the penny stock, yesterday or 2 days ago. Oh, that's right. Good point. Because for those that are talking about SanDisk into the NASDAQ 100, so when they say it's being added on Monday, anytime you have an addition, usually what will happen is you'll have that big follow trade, and if it's being added Monday, it's effective. There's no such thing as added Monday. It's effective to close Friday, and then it's in it on Monday. So from a trading perspective, it's a Friday close trade if it's being added on a Monday. If it's being added, it's like the night before kind of deal. And so you're expecting a potential buy imbalance. That being said, why am I on this stock again? That being said, just because there's an expected buy imbalance doesn't mean it's going to automatically catch a bid. I remember when Tesla went into the S&P 500 and everyone and their mother's like, we're buying this thing going into the close. And let me tell you, I was there that day, and everybody on the floor was buying the dip. And I'll never forget, like the imbalances were about to come out. Like we had a dude that was, it was like the biggest trade that year. But there was one guy on the floor who was not only was he in closed orders, because like Tesla was like, everyone's buying, it just keeps on going down. They're like, it's supposed to be a gigantic buy balance. It's going down, it's going down, it's going down. It's like,
So he's
and everyone's buying it.
Yeah.
And because it's like, well, balance is gonna come out 345 at the time, it wasn't 350. And it's like, oh, it's gonna be good, it's gonna be good. And he was like, so close to getting flattened, he was so far past the shutdown.
Oh, really?
He just didn't time it right, and we're like, okay, please let him stay, because you're rooting for everybody. He stayed alive by, I forget how close the countdown clock was. Imbalances hit, and it just flew. It was unreal. It's like whatever you were buying on, you just got rewarded for your nonsensicalness or your stupidity or whatever it was.
Yeah.
But if you just waited for the bounce, you just could have just punched in, and it was just free money. But I'm not saying SanDisk will be like that. It's not that big of an addition, but it's not so simple as supposed to be buy and bounce will run. It is doing it now. I'll care more closer to the end of the day. Like if it gets to 330, maybe we'll find something there for sure. So I saw someone just say Sidhu bouncing. Maybe that's worth a watch. AMC in the last 3 minutes hasn't even moved off the same cent. Sidhu's not a lot of volume. I'm actually, BMNR is going wrong way because USO is coming back down. All right, USO broke VWAP, so it looks like I'm going.
One thing to add about your imbalances today being OpEx, you're going to see the increase. You might see an increase as well too, right? Yeah, exactly. So it's a Friday, and I like that, to be honest with you. So
makes it a little better.
Yeah, it makes it fun, and you're going to see typically in the bigger names like the Apples and the NVDAs, you might see that massive spike in either direction. So keep an eye out on that, and keep an eye on the notional value of some of these as well, because you're not generating shares, right? It's shares existing in the market already that the options are essentially derived from. So watch out for that. You have the opening, you'll have the closing of specific contracts, individuals who don't want to get assigned just rushing to close positions. And with that being said, you can see an increase in the balances. So yeah, keep an eye out on that. It's going to be a lot of fun. I mean, it's been a good one here today. We're getting the pullback that we've seen in Tesla and that we were looking for. Right, so now we're slowly starting to curl over. Supply zone over at 402. Now, if we head a little bit lower, 399, considering we give back at least 40%, this is the pullback I was talking about earlier. It's like, hey, 40% of the move in which we gained this morning, and then now we're just hovering right below the volume weighted average price. So if I'm going to reload, why not reload around this 399 mark or somewhere north of this supply zone? I think that risk reward is still there. We still have a little bit of our position, nothing substantial, but we've been sitting in this all day. So why not add a little bit just in case there's some form of a continuation? And speaking of imbalances, what if we get somewhat of a pop here leading into the early imbalances? You can take some profit, but it could also go the opposite way as well. I'm just trying to remain optimistic for a trade that has worked really well for us today.
Good look, and shout out to Arun Warrior, because I always like this advice. Where is it? I'll find the message. I know there's a way I can put it up on the screen. It's just easier because I lost it. It wasn't Arun Warrior. It was actually Darius here. Neil Friend, here's a tip. Hourly BTC, 15-minute 2, daily always. That's how Polymarket trades it. Oddly enough, I don't use the 60. I'll go to the hourly every now and then, but I do love the 15-minute on this. And oftentimes, it's a little bit cheating sometimes to front run a hold on the 15-minute time frame. But when I'm looking for, like what I was looking for here was the breakdown in USO. So I got cheeky, right? Like USO was breaking down. We're like 2 minutes from this candle close. I'm like, we'll probably close holding that low. So I'll kind of front run the long, giving it to that low, and I'll go back to the 3 minutes. Just easier to show you guys trades on 3 minutes. So I'll front run it through VWAP here, looking for the fall through on USO. Now the problem is, look what USO did. Dun, 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 and then we just shot back up. So again, got a little bit cute, but I have my stop under that prior bar, so it should be, again, it's a relatively tight stop. I think this afternoon, I'm not really going to give anything any crazy wide stops. Not really expecting that kind of volatility, but if we break out to the upside, this is going to be weird because the initial idea was for myself to play the trend on BMNR and play this breakdown here. So one could come out and the other could go in on BMNR. But we'll see. It has to set up. 116 on USO probably has to break. If that happens, I think we could break VWAP on the future. I think we could break VWAP or add VWAP on IBIT. I think the flat bottom probably breaks here on BMNR. So yeah, it's just a matter of being patient. And we say this all the time in the afternoon. It's not the best time where you want to be. Like in the morning, the level of aggression that you can have is a bit better because you have all day for it to run, so the potential is bigger. Like that's the first thing. The second thing is because of that increased volatility, you get more shots at something. I mean, you can get in, get out. Like the example I would use would be Intel. Like I can like the long, and then I can not like the long, then I can like it again. I just find like doing that in the morning, like you're more likely to get a couple of shots to, into the high of the day, and then it comes back, and you get out, and you come in, and you get the high of the day again. Like I'm never really expecting that many shots in the afternoon, so you try to pick your spots a little bit better, maybe with some tighter stops. That's the way I like to look at it for sure. So you guys let me know. I might just cancel my hand.
You like tighter stops?
In the afternoon?
In the afternoon, absolutely, yeah.
In the afternoon, because I'm not expecting the same kind of volatility. So I keep things a little bit tighter to the best. In the morning, it's a different story. AMC might be
especially with headlines that have been dropping too, right? Like, so it's like you want to widen that a little bit, and then you always have the opportunity to add. All right, we got a $5 super chat, $5 Canadian from Patrick Schlettingen. Sorry if I butchered that. Why are your tickers not working? For example, QQQ is close to 10 behind. It's driving me crazy.
Yeah, it is. Thanks for letting. Honestly, I didn't even notice. Thanks for letting us know.
I didn't even know.
No, I didn't. The crazy thing is, I'll be real. I'm looking at my futures on my chart. I have a program monitor and it's right by my head, so I'm probably staring at it all day long, and I didn't even.
What is the Qs actually trading?
No, we're at 648, man. That's not even. That's not close.
Yeah. What's up with that?
Nvidia's off. You know what? Those could be like some prices from like yesterday. That's yesterday, man.
Yeah, you hearing that, Fabian?
I think that's yesterday.
Yeah, so we got to get that
the other side, like if you look at like AMC's right, Micron looks like it's right.
I know.
Netflix is right, I think. But I think it's all the stuff, like it's probably just the stuff on this side that's wrong. Okay, so so what we have is like some of them are using the close from yesterday, but thank you for pointing it out. Yeah, Patrick, we appreciate you. Here's the thing, like if you don't say something, you can't assume that it'll get fixed. I tell this to, oh my goodness, like real trading, like office managers, and they'll be like, oh, there's like this small glitch in the new we have a new rollout of a platform. There's this small issue with it. And they're like, oh, somebody else will report it because it's low-hanging fruit and it's not that big of a deal. I'm like, no. Don't wait for somebody. You say something. You saw it. You say something. So thank you.
You know what they say, right? If you need.
I can't believe I didn't even notice that.
Say, Joe, why?
Something, say something.
Oh, see something, say something? That has a different connotation to it.
You see something, say something.
Yeah, TTC has that here.
Yeah. If you see something, and then they have that hotline that you can text into.
That also has like another context to it historically.
Right? I was going to lead towards something else, but anyways. Yeah, TTC, man. What's up, Joe? Joe, why? Yeah, I know. That's what I was asking. But no, Assassino was just telling me something. If you see something, say something. Some sketchy stuff can happen on the TTC. That's for sure. So you got to be careful about around that neck of the woods. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. What's that movie? Give me the movie one more time, Fabian. Yeah, exactly. YV. Yeah, you already know.
I had a positive experience with people being good on the TTC.
Of course. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, it goes both ways. I think most people are linked that. It's just the one-off events, right?
Most people are good people.
Yeah, exactly. Most people are Canadian.
That's just
stuff.
life, right? Like, yeah.
Yeah, thanks, man. Someone said something that I wanted to go over, but I kind of forgot, and it's way up there in the chat. I'm posted up. I know you don't see my position right now, but I am long from my entry right here at 1353. Considering I don't have much, like literally a couple of percentage points, if I happen to catch this fill, where I'm posted up at 1382, my average will drastically go up, okay? So it's just been this one trade for me here today, and like, what do we do? Considering I had double the amount of size in this one position that I had combined here, I need to stop parceling so heavy just in case for that break. We can start taking some out at the break of 74. Okay, because it's one or two things. It's either going to fail the pre-market high break or it's going to breach. And then if you're fortunate enough to be in the position, you can find some form of continuation after that. All right, Adara.
Yeah, I want you guys to take a look here at oil, or just be aware of oil. President Trump now on CBS apparently, or at least reportedly telling CBS more details about the Iran situation. He said the U.S. and Iran will be meeting this weekend. He said that the removal of the removal of uranium from Iran will not involve ground troops, and the uranium will be brought to the U.S. A lot of these things we already knew, but we're getting more, I guess, context on them, and again, being reported by CBS. If I get more details, I'll let you know. He's been pretty quiet on Truth Social over the last couple hours, but to be fair, he did post 13 times in a 3-hour period, so it is what it is. Back to you.
Posts.
It's so many posts.
13 times.
That's unnecessary.
I don't know if you got something to say. You got something to say. Whatever is happening now, it's really causing. Like, USO is trying to break out here. Does seem like it wants to go. It's not a crazy. It's not yet crazy movement or volume, but you're at 230, right? So this is, you get oil futures markets closing, and then you get a spike.
If we're talking about
tend not to want to like just the move at 230. I want it to settle a little bit after 230 before assuming we're in a breakout, because sometimes when you get to the close, it can be a bit of a psych out. But if we confirm this to the upside, I'm not sure the long is right. Other longs are right is the way I should say it. Like if this confirms to the upside and starts filling in this gap, then really it should just be looking for shorts. You know what's crazy? Intel is now red. Who knew? I'm surprised by this one, but here now, and the morning low was like 68.35. You got a consolidation under the low, so it's already weak. If the market does a turn, this would be a trend worth going into. Like I said, I'm not going to overreact on USO just yet. I'll hold on to IBIT, but like the entire, like I went into IBIT bouncing VWAP, like it holds a low, get in. It's just sitting there.
Yeah. Like
we've been sideways for the last like few minutes, so you can't really force the action. Maybe there are some small cappers that are moving like this with AGA. I keep wanting to call this algae, even though there's no L, but I guess it is what it is. I don't even know what algae, AGAE. Allied Gaming and Entertainment. Okay. Sounds somewhat interesting. It's a penny stock. It's kind of moving, but not even that much. What else we got going? Someone said, oh no, SoFi. No. Right. Why did you bring SoFi to my attention? We're having a good day. Market's up, Tesla, the account's up, and SoFi is giving up pretty much everything from the morning. Seriously, SoFi? It broke 20 this morning, looked like it was really going to be on the go, and yuck, and more
failed.
Yuck. That sucks.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, Darius.
SoFi.
Yeah, SoFi hasn't, like, that's the thing, right? Like, someone was talking about, like, hey, Joe. Oh, it was Glaze. Glaze in the chat's like, hey, Joe, man, I'm in these Palantir contracts where we got that pop, we got a nice little move, but we continuously reject this one level. Like, what do I do here? Like, we can't seem to breach 148. What I'm seeing from a daily, and I could be totally wrong in this aspect, and we have to be willing to do so, but if you're positioned relatively well, and something that's going to be expiring next Friday, there's absolutely nothing wrong with locking in some profits. If you have multiple contracts, why would you not? Especially leading into your expiration cycle. Like, the closer you get, you're gonna see more potential damage and reduction of your unrealized gains as you get closer to the date where they're going to be no longer existent. So Leave a little bit of a runner just in case you have that strong move. But if not, lock in some profits so you're happy, right? At the end of the day. Extracting money from the market is one of the hardest skills to do, and any opportunity that you get to, I think you have to. And then with that being said, is you just want to write a game plan and stick to the system, and sure enough, that'll allow you to do that where it becomes a little bit more consistent. You're going to make mistakes along the way. I've made plenty of them, but what I've learned over time is definitely in the options world is that if you see profits, Neil, you have to write or have a game plan established in order to extract them, because the metrics, i.e. the Greeks, are major factors that you have to worry about that you don't necessarily have in actuals equity, right?
And that's the thing.
It's like, hey, with equity, it's like you can be a bag holder until the end of time. Right, like I've been holding.
It's not a good idea, but you can't.
It's not a good idea, but you have the ability to do so. Aurora Cannabis, my position, negative $10,000 for 5 years, even more, probably 8 years now. I've been in that position since 2017.
When was the cannabis?
It was like 17.
Oh, is
right?
That long?
Negative. Like complete tax write-off. So almost a decade, I've been 99.9% down in this. Once that option expires, that money is gone.
Done. Yeah,
it's gone, right? And there's like, you can write it off as a loss, but that's it. It's done. It's see you later. You know what I mean? There's zero hope of ever getting that specific money back.
No, that's so true. That's so very true. I mean, that being said, come on, you held it all the way?
Dude, I didn't know what I was doing. Some people were saying Diamond Hands Joe, but this is 2017. I actually didn't start trading and educating myself until 5 years later, 2022.
I thought it was bad, because I know I had like a couple of plays. One of them was literally, I'm not even making this up. I was going for like a weekend, on the road trip, because a buddy and I wanted to visit one of our high school friends out in Dallas. So we just were like, okay, we're just gonna fly out on Friday, come back on Sunday. And while we're at the airport, he talked me into buying this. I don't even remember the cannabis company. I don't even know it. Dude. And so I buy this one, it triples up. I'm like, yeah, baby. I ended up, by the time I sold, I had lost like between 10 to 20%. I thought I was a fool for that. And that was even silly, because I should have locked in profit. I didn't even know what I was just like, yeah, whatever. Put some money into it. I just thought it's not a big deal. So but I'm not normally like that. I'm usually the opposite. I'm the guy who takes them out at 20%, takes them out at 50, 75.
I didn't know that though, dude.
That's usually what I do.
I was like, I knew nothing about the financial markets back in 16 and 17. I was sitting on some cash, and my buddy who I lived with in Liberty Village, the exact same building that I moved to like 10 years later, he's like, yeah, man, Joe, like you can't just have that money sitting stagnant. He's like, hey, my cousin purchased some of these stocks, and I told this story multiple times. All I literally did, Neil, this is how much I knew. I typed in top marijuana companies in Canada on Google. It gave me a list of Canopy Growth Corp, Afria, and Aurora Cannabis. I'm like, cool. Bang, opened up an account, bought every single one of them. Canopy Growth Corp goes absolutely parabolic. It was the one that I happened to put in the most amount of money. Sure enough, me still being young and dumb, I'm like, oh, all right, cool. BMW, nice, we'll buy that one. I didn't know what to do with that money. BMW, bang, no problem, we'll lock that in. Oh, new condo, bang, no problem, we'll lock that in. But then later, like, as things are not working out as they did, I'm like, oh man, so this is really what it is. And then sure enough is when I started in 22 is when I actually started, 21 I should say, 2021 is when I really started to educate myself.
That's what, you know what, you gotta appreciate
like everybody
for sharing that story.
Yeah.
Because realistically, it's so much better to learn from others' experiences because most people learn the hard way. Like, whatever, man. Like, the first stock I invested in that wasn't a mutual fund, I was a penny stock trader. So I bought something that people were talking about on the trading floor and had been traded, and it's like, whatever, I knew it was moving. I bought it for like 47 cents. I watched it go to like $1.23 or some nonsense. I'm like, yeah, this is what's up. I've seen these things break through the dollar before. I'm gonna be good to go.
Yeah,
and then they had like a press release coming out the next day or something. And after the press release came out, boom, it was right back down. I'm like, oh, that's what they mean by sell the news.
Yeah, dude, I knew absolutely nothing. Like, I was in Aurora Cannabis at, it was like $3 or something along, or no, sorry, Canopy Growth Corp at like $3. And I said to my grandma, like, hey, yeah, I'm doing this. And she's like, don't put all your money in. And after that, I was mad that I didn't put my full amount of money in because of how much it appreciated. But then sure enough, look what happened. So in a sense, even though the gains were absolutely insane and I had no idea about managing this stuff, I was like, okay, this was fun. We had a little bit about it, but then you have the inverse. So I think everybody has those stories, especially in the earlier days when you're less informed. But Sia, what do you have?
Sorry, that threw me off. We're going to take a look at some numbers. We didn't have any important numbers come out today, but keep an eye out for some important economic releases coming out next week. Let's take a look at a couple headlines. So today's biggest news, as we do know it, was the Strait of Hormuz being open to shipping during the ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon. The USO stock did tank today after this announcement. Again, next one that I have for you is Cerebras will be filing for an IPO today. So Cerebras is a company that provides cloud-based access to chips that can run AI models. Now, Cerebras has previously announced plans to file for an IPO in 2024, but it had redacted this because the paperwork was not valid and they had to add more information, which seems like it's coming together now. And the company is valued at $8.1 billion. This is as of last year in September. And OpenAI is planning over $20 billion in spending on Cerebras products, and it supplies OpenAI, like I said, with cloud-based computing power to operate a specific coding tool. Now, couple things coming in. U.S. and Iran are meeting this week, according to CBS. But again, I have sources saying from Wall Street Journal that the U.S. will be speaking with Iran in Pakistan on Monday once again. Repeating that the Wall Street Journal reporting that the U.S. will be speaking with Iran in Pakistan once again on Monday.
Thank you very much, C. Appreciated. And although I love those stories because it's important for everyone to sort of learn. That's why we try to share our experiences with everybody. But you know what? Because C was just talking about OpenAI, I realized that we didn't even do this for poll, which seems like a low-hanging fruit. If the market's not going to move this much this afternoon, then I want to know which IPO would you? I'll just say would you buy? I don't want to make it too long-winded, and we'll go with obviously SpaceX because SpaceX. Whoops! I can't even type. And then we'll go OpenAI. I want to put a third one in. What else is big this week? Anthropic might be this year. Is there anything else that we're expecting this year or we just leave it at these three?
Yeah, I think.
I feel like I heard something about Discord, potentially.
Oh, yeah, Discord.
Yeah,
Discord.
There you go.
Yeah,
That's
Discord.
a good one. Okay, so we'll go SpaceX. So everyone in the chat, if you're not in the chat, hit the subscribe button because it's a subs-only chat. So get in there right now, and then I want to know which IPO would you buy. You can only pick one. Type 1 for SpaceX, type 2 for OpenAI, type 3 for Anthropic, type 4 for Discord, and I'll start the voting so you guys can get locked and loaded. I'm genuinely curious this time. Like, I feel like my gut's telling me it'll be SpaceX, but I don't know here because I feel like so right now we have Anthropic in a very close second place right here. Discord and OpenAI near the bottom. Maybe I'm not surprised by the OpenAI thing there. You know what? I just realized that I didn't get my vote in, so I'm going to throw mine in there as well. I'm going to vote for Anthropic myself, and we'll. Once we get into Power Hour, we'll stop it and then let you guys know how it went. I heard just Ion Q apparently just moving. But yeah, it's something happening here in Ion Q. Possibly, all right, let's see. First thing I want to do is maybe look at some of the other names. Is Rigetti moving on this? Or is it just IONQ? No, it looks like Ion Q seemingly going by itself. And by the way, purposefully, we did not put in none of the above. I get it. In the rational world, you're allowed to pick none of the above. In our polls, we're trying to figure out what people are most interested in, just for fun. So just pick one. Make a decision. Sometimes you got to do that. So I'm not really seeing any news specifically, but something is going on in this particular quantum name. It is flying. It's programmed by.
Is it actually?
Well, I don't know. It's moving. You can always tell when it's distinctly different price action in INQ. The longer this goes without me seeing a story, the more I think reversion. If I don't see something happening in the quantum space and this extends all the way to like yesterday's highs, I'm gonna think reversion. And if there's no story, it solidifies that for me. So obviously, it's a technical breakout too, I get it. Yeah, you have a trend break here, but come on. If it's only a trend break and it goes into what was a pretty hefty top, there's still a reversion trade. Like even look at the daily chart. Daily chart goes right into a chop zone, turned around yesterday. Now you're going parabolic into the same level on a trend break. There's sometimes these all-day trend breaks. If you can find one, right, like all day, just slow grind, because you have accumulation going on for like the greater part of a day and a half at the same price with lots of accumulation going into a bit of a trend break if you happen to be watching it. But I find this also good for the other side of the trade if you can. I'm going to get rid of... I wanted to have AMC on one of my charts, but I got to get rid of it now. I can't even. I did, though. I sat down. I'm like, I usually have 4 charts that I'm watching, and AMC, I just typed AMD. That's how muscle memory works. And AMC was one of them. I just replaced that with IonQ. It's just literally stopped moving. Up 18%. Congratulations. It's been a successful squeeze. It's up. How much are we up from the lows? 80-something% from the, no, it's almost a double up from the bottom. No, it is a double up. It is a double up from the low. This is actually a double up from the lows on AMC.
Yeah, that's good. That's insane. I mean, when the market rallies,
I don't know why.
Are we gonna say like, I think that's a good example of a rising tide lifts all ships, even if you're AMC. GME, have we looked at that one from a daily, Neil? Let's pull it up and see what we have going on.
It's been a minute since I've looked.
Yeah,
we looked at it a couple. Remember we were comparing it to ETH a few weeks ago? That's the last time we looked at it.
I mean, 21% there. Listen, I'll tell you guys straight, as I typically do. Do I love these meme-styled plays like GME?
Yes.
You do. I don't. I personally don't.
Well, as a day trader or as an investor?
Yeah, but see, the thing is, though, I think there's an overlap between them. As a day trader, you like them, but then you have the individuals who are holding on to hope that GME and AMC are going to recover and go back to their levels. Like, look what happened to the hedge funds, right? They're never going to allow that to happen again. Like, there's zero chance. You think they're going to get caught in a short squeeze again, like we experienced in GME?
Well, okay, so in the way that it happened, probably not.
Exactly.
But look, I'll take a little bit of the other side of that. Somebody's getting messed up right now.
Someone's getting hurt real bad.
Somebody's already this is not a GME situation. I'm not saying it is. It's not this, like, Avis isn't Volkswagen, it's not GME, it's not DWAC, it's not insert whatever. But some hedgies not getting their bonus this month. I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah.
Somebody's getting run over day after day and thinking that they can continue to fight this, and they're just getting moked. So yeah, like there's certainly situations where this is happening. It happened in Carvana. After GameStop was done, it legitimately happened in Carvana, and a lot of people ignored it. It happened 2 years ago in American Eagle on a strong run. Did it end up well? Did it sustain? Maybe
but
not.
I think
it does happen.
Carvana was a little bit different of a story because it wasn't anything like Car here or like GME. Like, Carvana was like a nice, because in 2023, this thing was on the brink of like a couple of dollars, and then and over the couple of years, it just decided to climb. Yeah, just decided to climb, and it's like, what is going on here with this name? I just think that is what we're seeing in Car is more of a short squeeze than what we experienced in CVNA.
Is it though?
That's 3 months, dude. Come on.
I know. I'm cheating. So I'm using a 3 months.
Yeah, come on, man. Yeah, we're sending it over.
I can make anything look parabolic on.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, we got a super chat. Let's see it. Birdman. I can't do. Oh, you can do the bird call. There you go. I couldn't. This morning, someone was like, "Do the bird call," and I'm like, "I can't."
Can you do the loon call?
No, I can't.
I mean,
you can do a loon call too.
You used to be able to. I'm not gonna try now. It's been a long time.
What do you mean you're not gonna try? You can't tell everybody that you're gonna do a loon. The loon
I gotta
call.
be outside, man. I think that's an outside activity.
You can do whatever you want. It doesn't like. I mean, it's not a big deal.
Anyways, I'm a man of etiquette.
You can do it inside. I think it's fine. Brought to you by AXTI, the super chat. 6,800 in 1 year, 85% in 1 month, 28% this week. AXT ISL. You up that much, you get the ISL. See? Squeezes happen. I'm just saying.
Okay, this guy's still on the monthly chart. Let's see what it looks like from a daily.
It doesn't matter.
It
it's going to look fantastic on the daily chart too. Okay, fine. Maybe it's not as great of a squeeze.
Exactly.
But okay, fair enough. But the point being, it might not happen the way that it did in GameStop.
Yeah.
But for those types of traders out there, and it does mean there's opportunities. It's just that if you're looking for parabolic moves, and you start to get into something that has a high short float and it's starting to go, it just might not sustain the way that Avis is. Like, what is an over 40 short float and is not doing anything? Like HIMS. There you go. Like HIMS has a huge short float too. And even when it would start going, it just couldn't break out. And every time it would start going, it couldn't break out. It just couldn't break out. Now, had it busted through this top, somebody might have got blown out, but it just didn't happen. And the short sellers eventually just won the day on this one. But there will be moments. You just have to pick your spots, understand you've got to take profit. You can't just hope and dream. And if you happen into something like an Avis, know that when it really starts to go, if you happen to be in this for some reason, when it starts to go, you get a chance to hold because it is a squeeze play. It's just way more rare. Let's go to the desk to get an update.
Keep an eye here in the U.S. dollar. This is popping up here. This is the 15-minute chart. I'll switch to a 3-minute. As you can see, acceleration here in the DXY after we get comments from Fed Governor Waller, who's saying, quote, I'm not worried about the dollar losing reserve status. It's still trusted by others. So Chris Waller praising the U.S. dollar. Again, oh, that actually rhymed. Fed's Waller, some positive USD comments here as the DXY pushing into that prior resistance level of 98.15. Back to you.
Good stuff. So, guys, I caught that fill for the potential dip buy here on Tesla. We added a little bit more. You can see my average price drastically increased just because we were sitting on a fraction of a percent. We've just been riding this one all day. Now we're just playing a little bit here, having some fun with the potential trade. You get to add. I missed this train here at 1382s. That would have been more ideal. But at the end of the day, we're happy that we got this buy right at the volume weighted average price. Where else to grab something than right there? Mark.
Polo.
It's a good game. It's a great pool game as well too.
By the way, I actually don't like the long anymore. I'm getting out.
IBIT?
Yeah, I don't know. It was not moving too long. I actually accidentally reverse short. So I went to punch out, but I also had a stop there. So I ended up short. And I just bid out. So you'll see those. I got in and out at the same price.
Okay.
With Mark, not Marco.
Yeah, I know. I corrected myself there.
But you made me say Polo.
I know. Well, I didn't make you say anything.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. But anyway.
Yeah, you did.
See, the thing is, though, we get sidetracked here. If we're talking about pool games here, we're talking about Marco Polo. The best pool game there is pool basketball. There's no more, there's the most amount of fouls. It's you and the boys just hanging on each other. So shout out to the actual pool game.
100% agree.
All right, focus.
Just started watching your channel a week ago.
You got this?
Oh, no, you got it.
All right, man. Let's hop in. Just started watching your channel a week ago, and I've already learned so much. Thank you for being such great teachers and guides. No problem, man. I think I'll speak for myself. It's best to, you think you know everything until you make your own mistakes, but when people tell you trust me, learn from our mistakes, it helps you a lot, and you pay a lot less tuition to the market.
Truth. By the way, IonQ is giving it back. Why didn't it just go a little bit further? Anyways, let's go to the desk.
Yeah, IWM in the green, up 2% right now. Let's take a look. Seeing a lot of green and a lot of red here. Energy minerals, as we know it, is in the red, but finance, quite a lot of sectors performing great today. We're going to take a look at a couple individual tickers for the day. BMI. I have news on BMI. Badger Meter. So this is manufacturers and markets, the flow measurements, quality control, and communication solutions overwide. That's kind of the company. This is, it's down a whopping 23% today because of a 9% year-over-year decline in its earnings that came out recently, and a flat 2026 outlook despite a pipeline project coming in. And we have Prax. Earlier, Sharif was talking about this on the show. Prax is down again. Sorry. Yes, Prax is up almost 8%. Then we have AeroVironment that is down 7.5%. Then we are talking about COMP. This company has entered a multi-party transaction with the intention of taking a 51% stake in Sotheby's Realty franchisee, and the company is up almost 10% on the day. And Comp, just to give you information, is a tech-driven real estate brokerage. Sending it back to you.
Thank you, as always, Sia. And we're close to power hour. Very close to power hour. We're only like a minute away. Just a reminder to everybody, SNDK, it's going into the NASDAQ 100 effective Monday, so that means tonight there could be a decent size imbalance. Let me just see what we're expecting. Double checks notes. I see 3.2 million shares there. It's not that much. It's a good notional amount, but about 3.2 million shares to buy. It's a $900 stock. That actually is a pretty decent amount. But remember, this is a NASDAQ stock. So when we show you the early look, you only get an early look on New York symbols and Amex. So we will not be seeing, or the NYSE American. You can tell how old a trader is if they say Amex. So I still say Amex. So you're not going to see an early look imbalance when it comes to SNDK today. We're not going to know if the expected buy is a buy until 350 hits. And at that moment, expect to see a little bit of volatility. If you have the level 2 of SNDK up, there will be likely people that are long anticipating the buy. So if it comes out anything but a buy, there will be some people immediately hitting the sell key, which is wild. So it could go either way. But we will not. The key thing is we're not going to know until almost, I don't want to say after the fact, but as it's happening. And it's very quick. It's one of these things where the algos are all in control. And thank you for Ja. Yeah, this INQ didn't necessarily reject at a random price. On the daily, it rejected literally at the 200-period moving average on the daily chart. So it did find a turn, not where I was looking, because I was looking at the 15 and looking for it to maybe press a little bit further into this gap, but it didn't. And now you've got the curl in the other direction. Maybe there's like a sympathy. If it's going to pull all the way back, maybe I can catch something that was already weak and turn. Rigetti didn't really move that much. The other one I'm thinking about is QBTS, because D-Wave is usually free locates, and the others you got to pay for. Now that's not moving. Nothing burger there.
All right. Just reading Mike Peter Ryder go on. I don't know where.
What's Mike saying?
Yeah, you know what? Mike's doing Mike things. I don't know, man. He's kind of like myself a little bit. Just starts talking about random stuff. And anyways, I hope Hawaii was good and treated you well. Who was it in there that I was like, yeah, let's save man, woman, peace. Let's do this thing, right? Like, let's go over some of the bigger participants and let's get into the nitty gritty and see what we have here. I mean, where are we trading at? 270. We have these 270 contracts right at the money. I mean, that's where we're going to see a lot of the size here. So what is this going to tell us? How can we gauge from this specific level leading into the close? All right, what can we do? And I'm just thinking, I'm brainstorming of how we can correlate the imbalances with what we're seeing on the options chain. But we're going to go off to see it right now. We'll get back and talk a little bit about this.
Yeah, let's take a look at the sector here. The market up, SPY up 1% today. Honestly, nothing crazy, but I did see Netflix today dipping 10%. That was an insane thing to watch when I just opened my heat map today. Then energy is in the red after we did see, I did report on this, that the stock USO has been declining, and it did tank right after we got the Hormuz news. Retail is doing really good in the green today. Then we have electric tech, a mix of sentiment here, green and red. Apple up 2.5%, Nvidia up 1.8%, Google in tech services up 1%, almost 2%. Oracle and Netflix are the only ones I see major in the red here. Finance, again, there's a mix going on, earnings season. Yeah, that's all. I have nothing crazy to report, but health also, I'm looking at health, right now. Health doing good. UNH is up 2.27. Producer manufacturing also in the green. So overall, I would say it's not a bad day, but it's also not the best day.
Definitely could be better, but I try not to. We shouldn't complain about not only 1+% in the ES and the NASDAQ, unless something really ridiculous happens in the next 57 minutes. the longest win streak in the NASDAQ will be extended to 13, longest since 2009 will be extended to 13 days, which is the longest since 2009. That's crazy.
Donald Trump's going to be talking about that until.
Oh, for sure. Let's throw the super chat up because I like this idea. I like that too. Corey Ewing. Hey, I grew up watching Dallas. My parents were into it. Can we have a segment with Adara? She's really short. Adara, what are your shorts as we close? I think that's a fantastic idea. So with that, let's put Adara on the spot because she's good like that. And she always seems to rise to the occasion. So I think it'll be fine. So what are your shorts as we close, Adara? No pressure.
Okay, yeah, I mean, no pressure needed. I am in Oracle. I've been in Oracle. Neil, and I have to shout him out again because he knew I was in Oracle before I even said I was in Oracle, just based on the setup. This was dope. I got stopped out here, which is like, this sucks. I stand by putting my stop there, but this was like, what, 178.30s? It happens sometimes. You are the top wick. Sometimes, you know, you're the spoofy man. Other times you get spoofed. And in this case, that happened, and it was fine. I got back in here. This kind of setup, risking to that prior support is completely fine with me. I'm still in. I took out half here because I didn't like that retake of the 9 EMA. As of right now, chilling with the rest of this. We're going to wait and see what happens. I am in other shorts. Oh, one of them actually just doing nice things right now. So I'll zoom in here on Netflix. I did take some shorts that did not work on this earlier. Roughly flat on this one. Lost a bit here. But we got back in on the VWAP reject. And let's see if we get below. Oh, my mic fell. I was so excited. Okay. My bad, guys. Let's see what happens here at 96. 60s, if we can break below that, that'd be dope. I am sized decently in this. And last but not least, the short that I guarantee will probably stop me out. I had some good trades here in ALB earlier. This short worked, this short didn't, this short worked, this short didn't. This is the last time I'm allowed to short this, according to my rules. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. I like this as a downtrend break. If I draw the line, it might be cleaner. Bloop. Sloop, sloop, sloop. Okay, so actually it looked more like a break on my chart. Now this actually looks like we're holding. It did break the 15-minute low. This could kind of go either way, but I do kind of like in a spready ticker sometimes. If you have your stop, it gets to your stop and it rejects a couple times. Now obviously it could be a blowout top, but I think this could go either way, so I'm gonna stay in this. I am red today. Fortunately, I had some really rough slippage on stuff like MDB and ASML, but you know what? We're gonna be here to learn every single day. And yeah, if you guys ever wanna hear my trades, you can just ask. I'm always willing to share, and I'm always gonna be honest with you about how stuff's hanging. I am green on ORCL and ALB, and Netflix, I don't know yet. And my mic dropped again. Oh, thank you. Okay, I was confused. I thought my mic dropped.
As the student was like, and drop the mic. You don't want to. You don't want to drop these things. I remember.
Shout out.
He literally. That was the ultimate fake.
Yes.
He faked everyone out here. I literally thought you dropped the mic too.
Mic drop.
Did you hear that, Sia?
You know, honestly, like Fabian said, how much these are worth.
Yeah.
Go ask us, you know.
They're cash money. No, seriously, these are expensive. They're expensive.
That was crazy.
It doesn't look like much. I mean, I don't think it looks like much.
Bands.
Each one of these is 2 bands. I don't know why you said it that way, then made me say it that way, Fabian. It's $2,000. At the 2 bands. What are you? A drug dealer? Like, what's going on here? No, but seriously, like, audio equipment is expensive. You don't want to actually, dropping mics is ridiculous. You can do like the regular mic you could drop. That's actually a key that we should have so that you don't drop a mic and I could just press a button and instead of like bang, it could be like some kind of a mic drop. But you know what? I don't think we're going to be able to use USO as any kind of a catalyst in the power hour. It is so dead in this stock. I was having a look-see at NVIDIA. I was having a look at NVIDIA. One of the last things that worked. It's really not moving. So like what I like is when you see like this happen, and then there's a break of the trend, and then okay, short that little pop in there. So I'm looking for like the reaction trade where I can find something like break the trend, hammer down under VWAP, and then go, or maybe break the uptrend and then get like some kind of a like break the uptrend, do a follow trade, like something. I'm just looking for something to actually happen that I can react to. But if there's nothing there, there's nothing there. And it might just not be, it could just be a bunch of like wick action that gets you in and then trails you out, and then you're just wasting your time in the afternoon. But I now have eyeballs on NVIDIA it just doesn't seem like it wants to do much of anything at this moment. Let's go back to Adara at the desk.
Yeah, some news here, guys. mRNA did get a spike a couple minutes ago. Moderna reporting an 83% response rate in their phase 1 out of 2 melanoma trial of their mRNA 4359 combo. So mRNA with some trial results. Also, guys, keep an eye on USO because guess what? We're getting more comments here from Iran's foreign ministry. They're saying that the 60% enriched uranium will not be transported out of the nation in any way. So we know President Trump said Iran's going to give us the uranium, and they're going to agree to no nuclear enrichment, and they're going to be able to basically not get any money back. We know Iran was very unlikely to agree to at least some of these points. Look like they're already saying, yeah, you're not getting our uranium, guys. Back to you.
All right, I want to go on for a couple more moments here on our imbalance here spiel and correlating this with options. All right, so we were just talking about Apple. You can see we have the 0 DTE. We were talking about the size at that level. Let's go over to our next culprit, NVDA. As soon as this loads up, where is that zone? 200. We're trading around 284. So we're right at the money on some of these larger open interest spots here on the options chain. So with that being said, is what can we make of this? How can we find potential trades? And I think the narrative here is I could be totally wrong, but at the end of the day, when you have the open interest standpoint, you have to look at it as there's a party that's on the opposite side of the trade. So if you're short these calls, you have an individual long and vice versa. Now, we want these to essentially to expire worthless if you're an options writer. They're not going to be worth anything in the span of an hour and less than an hour and 50 minutes to the long side. You'll make a little bit, but nothing substantial. So with that being said, with NVDA continuing doing not too much today, not participating in the rally, and the same thing with Apple not doing too much, I would not be surprised if the probability leans in the favor of closing below those strike prices that have the most amount of open interest. Now, could I be wrong? Absolutely. There's always that chance. But I think we need to take a look at the imbalances and the notional value of these things and then actually how they react on the early imbalance and at the rebalancing as well, too, to see if we can actually close below those levels or how we're going to factor in some of this open interest into our intraday trading via the imbalances. But Neil, talk to us.
Sure, because when you're talking options like that, you're talking about volatility. And if you're talking about volatility, you know it creates movement. And if you're a sophisticated trader, then that movement creates even better trading chances. And Beta Pro by Globex offers Canada's first and longest running suite of leveraged and inverse ETFs built for sophisticated traders who understand risks of leverage and the importance of precision. It's triple leveraged bull and 3 expiry ETFs tied to the NASDAQ 100 index are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified daily exposure and giving traders tools to engage with both upward momentum and market pullbacks. These strategies are currency hedge, seeking to offset USD exposure back to the Canadian loonie. For those navigating short-term market moves up or down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for your individual strategy, objectives, and risk profile. Trade tactically and learn more at betapro.ca. You can scan the QR code you see out in front of you. I was actually just Lorenzen asked a question, Lorenzo in the chat about ServiceNow and if they beat, and would that mean that software names could go to the upside if there's a beat in ServiceNow? What I would say is the worse beaten up you are going into earnings, I would think the better chance that positive earnings giving like the sector a bounce or it a bounce in general. We just saw what happened with 2 major earnings. One of them was ASML. Apologies. Every time I pull up ASML, I always gravitate towards Amsterdam because that's where they're primarily listed. Doesn't really matter, but you get the point. That pull back after their earnings. We all know what happened to Netflix, which did have a double beat. The guidance wasn't that good. It had gone crazy into earnings, and now they pull back. But I think it can be a different, at least a potentially different story when you have something which has not been upward trending, but has been more downward trending. Because you can't make the argument that you're priced to, well, you can say you're priced to perfection to the downside, I suppose. But there's not as much pressure when you've been beaten up and you've been like falling all over yourself. But first things first, you actually would have to beat in the first place. So you need to have step one, you need that to happen. Step two, I think there would be a little bit less pressure. Until proven otherwise in this earnings season, it feels like you got to blow them away. For anybody, ASML had a great quarter. You can't. I don't know that you can say the same for Netflix because they had a one-off $2.8 billion line item which bumped them, and then they had poor guidance. So you had like maybe 2 strikes against the print. So maybe that one's not fair. But I don't think there's much that you could have pointed to with ASML, and yet they pulled back. But it is a reminder on the stronger stocks that have ridiculously good earnings, like Micron did, if they pull back, it can be a great buying opportunity. Like Micron pulled back 30% after an absolute blowout that all anybody could tell you was how ridiculous those earnings were. Now I know the market did the same thing, but the confluence there was, well, when the market was bottoming, you also got to buy something which was off of a great report. And sometimes you're just looking for that reason. You could make the argument that, okay, there were better things to have bought. Probably, I'm sure you could point to something.
What is that?
It looks like a pear. Yeah, it's like a little pear.
This is new.
It was like a little pear. Like that was what was in my salad.
Man.
I had like little pieces of pear in the salad. You just dropped that, didn't you? But they were tasty.
I don't know if this is pear.
Can't waste. 5-second rule, bro.
It's done.
What? No 5-second rule? It's like that. Apparently, it's just like that. We got DJ the Menace with a super chat as well. So let's throw, Andre, you can throw that one up for us. It's Friday. We can answer some questions. I'm literally not seeing anything. The market doesn't want to move. I'm not going to force anything. Joe.
Yes, sir.
This one's for you. Can you check out the open interest on Microsoft 445 calls, looking at May 1st, trying to see if I'm on to something?
Yeah.
We'll check it out for you, DJ. Rather Joe will, because they don't call him Joey Options for nothing.
They don't call me Joey Options for nada. Garbage out of here. All right, man, let's pull things up. I think first things first, let's pull up the actual chart of Microsoft and see how we've been doing. We like this. And actually, let's move this over to the side and get some 445 calls. Can you check out the open interest, trying to see if I'm on to something 445 by the beginning of next month. I'll always say buy a little bit more time. Let's mark out that level of 445. Yeah, I mean, I don't even have to pull up the chain to see if you're onto something right now. I think you are. You're starting to see a little bit of a pullback, but we do have a trend line breach. I think that's key, right? So we were talking about this. This was all fun and games, and then sure enough, double the amount of time you're just moving to the downside. This could be a key pivot level there. We'll use this. You're getting a retest of the back end of the trend. You might fall into 410, so don't go all in at once. I'll always say give yourself a little bit more time on the thesis. Is it going to be there by the beginning of next month? No, but understand what you're trying to achieve with the strategy, right? There's 2 things that you can gain, intrinsic and extrinsic value, and both of them. That's really important. Understand what you're trying to obtain. Now, let's head over to our options chain and get to exactly what you're referring to. Where are we? May 1st, bang. We'll pull up your Microsoft 445 calls and see what we have going on there. Oops. Patience. Joe MSFT. And see what we have all the way up here at 445. Do we have any size? I mean, it's not horrible, right? But I think, oh, that's not even the same expiration cycle. What the hell? Come on, there we go. We can do it. Let's head over to 445 to see if there's even anything right now. Yeah, you might be onto something that's quite a bit, relatively speaking. It's 10 times the amount of what you're seeing that next level of 440, not even close, like 5% of what we're seeing here. So you might be onto something. Let's go over to the 27th to see a little bit more detail within this one. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised considering the path that we're on. How much are they worth? They're pretty expensive right now. 44% at the money IV. You might see an increase on that one. We're going into a heavy dive here because you asked really nicely. But at the end of the day, you might be onto something. Just be cautious and be prepared to know what strategy you're implementing. Are you trying to gain time value in those contracts, or are you trying to gain intrinsic value in those contracts, or both? There's a very big difference in which you are trying to look for and how you're trying to become profitable on that strategy than opposed to just having something in the money. If you're looking to gain time value, completely different story. You don't necessarily need it to run into that level, but you can see it slowly start to climb into that area. So I think that's one thing that took me a long time to understand, Neil, is within options trading, what am I trying to obtain? Like, what is the objective here? And understanding how time value is implemented into the contracts and then also the moneyness and the intrinsic value of the contracts is extremely important.
There you go. Don't apologize for a deep dive, man. It's all about a deep dive. It was just, look, market's bouncing on VWAP and video one for a jaunt. I was going to play on trend in BM&R, but it looks like it went the other way. Although I punched in and was like, I'm chasing that. I don't have the entry here. Immediately take off half. Immediately, because that's a chase.
No, I said
so therefore,
time is extra.
So if the risk is, if I'm risking more, then I should have as much, and I immediately made that decision there. And I can add to it if it comes back down. Let's go to C at the desk, and I believe it's going to be, what segment? Happening now? Oh, Money Talks.
That's okay, Neil. You tried. It's okay. So let's take a look at couple of discussions for today. So U.S. dollar is under pressure as investors are reassessing certain geopolitical risk. I have the chart right in front of me. Markets are questioning the dollar's long-held, I would say, safe haven and borrowing status advantages. Geopolitical and policy uncertainty is keeping this particular currency under eye. Let's also take a look at the Indian rupee here. As we know it, the rupee has faced a record low pressure due to the rising energy costs, capital outflows, and a broader war-driven risk sentiment. Now, just to give you, I would say, a picture of what's going on here, India has turned to Iran after a 7-year hiatus of not buying their oil. And as we know, India is the world's 3rd largest oil importer and 2nd largest consumer of LPG. So I would say this has contributed to the stance of the INR right now. And we do have the advisor at Teneo who's told CNBC, his name is Arpit Chaturvedi, he's a South Asia advisor at Teneo, saying that it's a confidence building mechanism with Tehran, just that they're buying oil from there. Also, we have Singapore, so SGD. Singapore USD features here is tightening policy amid the energy-driven inflation risk. Now, Singapore's central bank has slightly tightened monetary policy after the energy shock lifted inflation expectations and has strengthened the Singapore dollar's policy. And that's all I have for you at Money Talks. We'll see you at crypto later.
Thank you for that update, Sia. And I just found something I like even as a trend. Like if a couple of things are breaking trend, this is actually maybe even better as a trend break than BM&R, but I'm already in BM&R, and right now, this is not an all-day trend, but it is effectively an all-afternoon trend break on Intel. I saw others in the chat that like it as well. You're trying to confirm the trend break here, just hold the line, ideally over 68. If it holds 68, I'm going long. If it can't, then this is probably some like ridiculous chase. There's a second. Is that a new super chat from Microsoft? Oh, it's another one. Okay, so we have another one here from DJ. DJ the Menace. Microsoft earnings are on the 29th, so possible catalyst for the 445 calls. I mean, yeah, that makes some sense to me.
Yeah, it can, for sure, man. I mean, if you're listening to what I said, just understand what you're trying to achieve with the strategy. You could be onto something. There's a lot of open interest there. Right, but just be careful because we use the NVDA example as well, just in the fact that like when you have that outstanding size, it's hard for it to be absorbed leading into the earnings report past it, right? Like you have that volatility spike, and I'm going to use NVDA as the example of that. Like we've seen it on a couple of occasions where there's hundreds of thousands of open contracts, relatively speaking, that it just bounces off of those levels and then just proceeds to tank. Could you run relatively close into it? I think so, but now you're looking at something from the 29th. How many days are there in April? 30, right? So, I mean, we're talking about May. It's just, it's not enough time, essentially, considering the next day if they don't work out and you give up a bunch of the value. So, yeah, it's your call at the end of the day. I think you are onto something, but just understand what you're trying to achieve with that specific strategy.
Great advice. Bart in the chat's like, You'll add to Intel if I got it. You should never do something because someone else does it. But the note on this, it is breaking trend, but it doesn't seem to want to hold above the 68. Every time it ticks in, this is like what we were seeing with Palantir before. You're watching the tape and it gets to the even dollar. And look at what happened over here for a good 30 minutes. Look at all that failing above 68 where it couldn't even get 10 pennies above. So I'd love to see some confirmation of buyers in this range, and then I'd rather jump in. So I don't want to rush, but you are running out of time. So I'm in the BM&R one. I would like to add Intel if we could, but I did see a really good question that someone added me, and it was way back. It was from Hypercube. I didn't even realize this was the case. You get lost in the sauce. I felt like this morning was pretty good for trading. And then you said you should do a deep dive on risk management and the importance of a shutdown. Some guys in the chat were really hurting this morning, losing savings on shorts. The thing about risk management is that you need internal discipline is such a large portion of it. Now you're going to get a buyer above 68, of course, where we're talking about something else. I'm going to nibble in here, see if I can get some fours. Maybe I'll get the fill. It'll fill. There we go. So the thing about internal discipline is, you know what? Let me start from the other side of it. As a trader on a prop floor, you get to have external discipline, meaning use a daily loss limit, and your daily loss limit is based on your performance. So every single day you're trading someone else's money, which is what we do. And we have a risk control implicit. Now, you still have to control your own decision making and not blowing past your shutdown. You get too many. Let's say you take a big position and it's not that liquid. You can get too much slippage, and then whatever. If your shutdown's $1,000, you could lose 1,200, something like that. Like those kind of things can happen. But it's still important to have some level of risk management. But it's far more important for a retail trader on a completely different level, because half of the equation, which is deciding how much it's okay to lose, you have to make that hard decision, and the only person that can enforce it is you. So it's easy for me to say, I want to risk 10% of my shutdown on an Intel trade. I'm long here, stop there, and then I can size accordingly. I'm on a prop desk. I have that set number. You guys don't.
Yeah.
And so you really do have to come up with, and it's so important every single day if you're a day trader, if you're a swing trader, maybe it's per trade. Maybe you trade like 5 times a month and X amount per month, but you do have to make that determination, and nobody can tell you what that number is. It has to do with how much money do you need, right? Like what can you afford to lose? What's your account size? There's so much that goes into that you really have to determine for yourself. And it's easier for a prop trader. I'm not going to tell you that's not true. It's definitely easier for me because we have daily loss limits here.
Yeah.
So it all starts from that, and then you can go backwards and then decide 20% on this trade, 30% on this trade. Here's my in, here's my out. But it has to start with a number that you're comfortable losing, because you don't want it to be everything, right? So when you determine if my account size is 100 grand, I don't want to lose more than 10 on any given trade or something like that if you're a swing trader. And then you give yourself a line in the sand. Hopefully that helps. But let's go to. Oh, sorry. I know we're going to Adair. Maybe come back with that question.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, let's do it.
I just want to let you guys know, President Trump just posted about Apple, and it's a pretty huge caveat here. So I saw this headline, President Trump praising Apple's U.S. manufacturing. I went through his Truth Social. Worth noting, he's posted at least, I'm going to estimate 5 to 10 posts in the last 5 minutes. He's very, very, very active right now. Posted something about GM and Ford and their investments in the U.S. as well. But either way, AAPL not reacting too much, but President Trump posting these old news links again, this time to a March 26th article praising a previously announced investment between Apple and the U.S. So again, just be careful when you see him post these links and mention these companies on Truth Social. A lot of times, these posts are going to be old. Just wanted to provide a little bit of an update, let you guys know I have seen this. I have looked into the article. It is, what now, like half a month old? Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. I see what was going on there. That was Ramin.
Yeah.
Well, let's read it anyways. Hey, Joe. First, what? Oh, it was Fabian.
Fabian.
First-time chatter, long-time watcher. Is AMC put 50 cents January 15th, 2027 a good or bad idea?
Where are we at right now?
$1.80?
I think the value of the contract, I mean,
$1.90.
Oh, 50-cent put. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, that's not bad. Why not? How much is that going to cost you, Fabian? We can figure that out.
How much does it cost?
Yeah, we're going to figure that out right now. Good thing we have an options chain, Neil. We can figure out exactly. Yeah. All right, Fabian, we're going to have some fun with it.
AMC Bulls are going to hate you for this one.
AMC, yeah. People aren't going to like Fabian for this one. If it's like $500, I would say absolutely not. You're saying January 15, 2027 is what he said, right?
Yeah, it was.
And the 50-cent put? I think so. Oh man, why not? It's literally. It's like $7.
Don't give him ideas.
It's $7. That's the most he can lose. Why would you not do that? If it doubles, yeah, it's literally $7. I didn't hear what you said. I didn't hear you, Fabian. Okay, no, you're looking at the bid. That's why.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a spread.
So you're gonna buy on that. It's like a $4 spread, but you're looking at the bid. You would want to see it on the ask, and it's 7 cents.
Which is important to remember. You got to buy from the ask.
You got to buy exactly and sell. What's that? Is that Fabian? Oh, okay, you're good. Yeah, man, dude, why not, man? It's $7. Like, I don't know. It's a good opportunity. I figured All right. JKL Toddler Premium Hunter. I hope everyone has a great weekend. This macro news cycle is lining up with the technicals. Here swinging short cues into next week. Yeah, you were saying that. I don't know, man. That might be a tough call, but I wish you all the best, obviously. There's multiple ways where you can make cash in this market.
Well, with these headlines, the market at the highs, I understand the reasoning behind it. The other thing, too, is like when you think about it, everyone's probably had a pretty good rally in their long-term accounts, if we're being real.
Yeah, I know.
So it's not the craziest notion. I don't know. I'm not a swing short kind of person. What I am a little bit, first of all, like, come on. This is what all day trend breaks. While I like them, it's the kind of thing that like it pays some bills, but you really want it to go. Like I have a couple of been trending all afternoon and then break the trend and then they're just not moving right now. It goes for both of these. But there's nothing on the early look. It's 3:30 and we have one stock over 1 million shares on the early look imbalance. One.
Kenvue is always on the imbalance.
Yeah, Kenvue is meaningless. You always see that. And then IonQ is 780K. Whoops, no, that's from the, 780K. CCL, that's from the morning. There's pretty much nothing here. Very light on the imbalance locator. For Friday, end of the week, I kind of thought we'd see a little bit more action there on the imbalances, but I'd say pretty disappointing there. Bovin says bulls at the high of the day. No way. Get out of here. Weebles at the high. Yes, it is. What is dead may never die. That's all you got to say right there. And if you know, you know, and if you don't, fair enough. Some people didn't like the end of that show. Yeah, Weeble. I like a lot of things better than Weeble, but it's made that hold of the 50-period moving average. So I'll give it that. Every time Blue Ocean. So we trade like if you're at Real Trading, you have every single market available. But when you pull up a stock, you have to put the code in, and alphabetically, Blue Ocean always seems to come out on top. So if you see me pull up Blue Ocean first, it's like a habit. I keep putting in requests. It would be cool if the primary market should come first in the drop down, but it is what it is. So Intel, all-day trend break, literally one of my favorite setups, but it's not going. So, if it loses this bid, there's a lot of room. Like there's at least $1 change for it to maybe bounce, but it's not going. And if it hasn't moved at all by like 340, closer to 350, I'd probably just trim some flat. But if it breaks the prior bar, I'm going to be out. Got to keep it as simple as possible and see what happens next. What did someone say AMC, but nothing's happening over there, so that's kind of a nothing burger. Let us know what you guys are watching, or if you see something that's actually moving. And I just reminded myself when I looked up, it's like 3:30, so I'm going to end the poll. I'm actually surprised here. We asked you guys which IPO would you buy, and overwhelmingly it was SpaceX, but Anthropic came pretty close.
I think rightfully so.
37% for Anthropic, 44.5% for SpaceX, only 8% OpenAI, and 10% for just under 10% for Discord there. So I'm not surprised SpaceX, but I voted for Anthropic, but not surprised that it was second, maybe more than I thought, and a few more for OpenAI. OpenAI's got and Sam Altman haven't had the best press, so I can't say that's too much of a shocker. Some weird stuff out of that guy recently.
I think the hype train on OpenAI is definitely cooling off.
Well, just even in general on the AI, but I think specifically on OpenAI recently that's been true. No questions asked. I think you can really.
Yeah, I'm with Arun, man. Anthropic all day. Claude, 100. Joe AMC over 2. Gamma kicks in. Okay, is that what you, Britt? Is that what you DM'd me? Like, I'm gonna be honest, man. I can't even get into my ex DMs. It's asking me for a pin that I don't have, and nor am I going through the process of getting it. Like, I don't have. The only social media platform I have on my phone is Snapchat, and that's the only one I'm gonna have.
Do you use Snapchat?
Yeah, man, it's like my OG. I don't even have Instagram, dude. I've never had Instagram.
Bruh.
Yeah.
No, I don't know many people.
Yeah. I feel like Sia has something to say back there.
What?
Sia,
wow, Sia's got something to say.
Yeah,
Sia, don't even front. Just speak your mind.
How did you even notice
Speak your mind.
Well, yeah.
Speak your mind, Sia.
Yeah, good peripheral vision, man.
I'm curious. Why Snapchat?
It was just like I've had the same one since essentially, your double screen, since I was like 16, 17.
You've had Snapchat since you were 16?
Yeah, like whenever it came out, I was like, we got that, it was the new thing. Maybe it was after Vine a little bit later, but I just never had Instagram. So it was like my one social media platform aside from Facebook, which I deleted in like 2016, so like a decade ago.
Facebook anymore, you're right.
Yeah, so that was the only one. I was like, I didn't need Instagram. I was too cool for school at that time. And that's all.
Like Hadera has something to say about this.
I'm sure, man. A lot of people.
You sure about the age on that, Joe?
No, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. It was like sometime. I don't know when Snapchat
came out.
Because
I just did some mental maths.
Yeah.
On that is what I'll say.
I've had it. It's definitely what?
Hadera.
I peaced out. I left the conversation.
I'm just.
Oh, I'm back. Okay.
You can tell me when it came. I'm not sure when the account was made.
No,
I can think of.
I'm saying Snapchat wasn't released till 2011.
Yeah,
and
so
I
that's
know
when
what
I
year
got
you said you were born in.
Okay, so
you were not 16 when you got Snapchat.
No, I wasn't. That's fine. I was 19.
I'm sorry, my brain
I'm sorry.
does
I was 19.
My brain has like little mental breakdowns when facts are not like facts, and Anyway.
I was 19. My bad.
Okay.
My bad. I was off by 3 years.
It's Friday, guys. Everyone's just ready to go.
It doesn't even matter about which day of the week it is. Like, you were talking about I was 19. That's over a day. That's 15 years ago. Like, come on, man. I'm not as accurate as you are,
You were
Adara.
19, 15 years ago, Joe?
Pardon?
You were 19, 15 years ago?
Yeah, see ya.
You look good.
Crazy.
See, you look psychic for a second.
Yeah. So it was.
I found that very
See ya. Yeah, I mean.
I don't know if you guys found that. I found that very
Sorry.
entertaining.
I'm sorry. Guys, no hate towards Joe.
Yeah, it was. All right, yeah, I trust you. But yeah, man, I graduated high school in 2010. Excuse me. In 2010.
I'm good.
So yeah, after that.
Look, man, usually people.
What's that? Yeah, exactly. Well, I came out after, so good thing I didn't have Snapchat in high school.
But realistically, Joe, as you're seeing the love of the chat, no one even believes you're that old. No, seriously, that's a huge compliment. What are you laughing? I wish people would think that I'm younger than I am.
You
should.
I would defend both of everyone honestly on here looks younger than what they really are. I'm not even kidding.
I had the viewers one time were guessing my age, and half of the viewers thought I was over 50. And I remember, and it was a few years ago.
Yeah?
I'm just like, come on.
But how old do you think I still can pass for like late 20s maybe?
When Sharif told me he was around like the age he is, I don't know if he's disclosed it here, I was shocked.
Now Ramin's in our ear.
What hair? I don't have any. Ramin told me to dye my hair.
Dye hair? Okay, first of all, two things. One, this is not moving, and I'm not even focused on this stuff. This is silly. It's not going, I'm getting out. And Ramin is in my ear saying, Neil, just dye your hair. Yeah, but how you want me to accomplish that, Ramin? What, like this little nonsense here? You want me to dye this?
Yeah, no, man.
That's what we're talking about, Ramin? I'm never dyeing my hair. If I go gray, I go gray. If I go bald, I'm shaving it. I love the bald head. I was gonna shave, but Joe didn't tell me we were doing bald head brotherhood, or I would have shaved last night.
I didn't tell him.
Straight up. Anyways, what were we saying?
Yeah.
Thank you. There's been a lot of chatter of people guessing ages, but I'll choose to only highlight this one. So, Giomi, thank you very much for that. We'll just leave it with this. I'll leave it with that. Sure, I've been trading I've been a trader since 2003, and then you guys can make your own judgments. Maybe I started trading at a really, really young age. It's entirely possible. Entirely possible. But that is true. In 2003, I did start. Although, wait a minute. No, Dara already outed when I was born. Yeah, it's true. You kind of did say that. That's fine. I'm pretty sure it's been said multiple times in the chat anyways. Yeah, exactly. It's been said multiple times, so it's probably not a secret. Dara, what is FRMM and why is it moving?
I will look into it right now, live here for y'all. FRMM, this company is Forum Markets. It's $4.07. It did have news this morning, definitely a pre-scheduled press release came out at 8:30 a.m. Forum board reinitiating a share repurchase program, so their buy program is back. Let's get a sense of the float for FRMM live for you all. Forum Markets, you've got a $104 million market cap, float of 9.11 million shares. It's a very ominous float. And guys, 35.5% short float, massive short float, sub 10 million share float. They got a buyback program, FRMM. Back to you.
See, like the best thing about Adara is like she could get thrown on the spot when I was like randomly changing the subject from how old we are to like, hey, here's a moving stock, everybody, with 10 minutes till imbalances come out, and then she's like all over it just like that, which is it's an amazing talent. But this one is starting to come back in. What I would say about From, the hedgies can get burned. This is one of the times that whenever you find like something new to market or reverse split, either one of those things, and when it breaks out past that price, you can see some serious explosion. So that's 360, right? So we file away 360. Look at what happened when it broke 360. This is like one of those quick little lesson. So comes to market, there's a top at 360. What is the stock? The stock's going up. It's trending up the whole day. And then what happens when it breaks 360? Explosion of volume. Explosion. Why? Because there are funds, or whatever, hedge funds, whale trade, whatever they do, that see this and they're like, I'm shorting this, it's trash. Shorting more, and then when you have the explosion, you gotta cover some. And then you get some buyers that come into it as well. So I'm not saying that these are always gonna be fantastic longs, but sometimes there's a real good technical reason why the volume starts going ham. It was already running, but it went ham when people started getting punked there. All right, 9 minutes still imbalances. Still nothing happening on the imbalances. You got to be kidding me. Absolute nothing burger. We're going to go to Sia for a crypto update and maybe figure out what's going on with Meta.
Nothing too crazy, but I do have little news on Bitcoin today. So Bitcoin did rise past the $76,000 mark. That was aiming at a major breakout after oil plunged after the Iran and Strait of Hormuz cool down announcement. Currently, BTC is around the 77,281 region. That's all, sending it back.
Massive spike here in META pushing sharply to the upside. They are reportedly planning here additional firm-wide cuts later in 2026. I've seen like so many reports that Meta's cutting jobs, so this in and of itself is not shocking, but I do have more details for you. Again, just a report. Apparently they're going to be flooding the first wave of these layoffs on May 20th, so a month from Monday. That will apparently affect roughly 10% of their workforce. Then they're going to be cutting more jobs. So first round of cuts, May 20th, that'll be 10% of the workforce. More job cuts later. That's what I'm seeing here for META. I will post that on X at TTV Research. You guys can get a better read there. Back to you.
There you go, for sure. And love Meta. Get through 700. This is big for Meta. Well, maybe not necessarily the cuts. I mean, closing above the 200 period is what I'm getting at here. This is big for Meta, closing above that 200 period moving average. Get it going. It's sometimes what happens is everyone talks about how bad something is, and you got to just try to, if you like it, you like it. I wish I had bought again. I didn't.
Yeah.
I bought the other dip here. I bought the bounce off this last dip, and then just didn't do anything and bought other stuff. But that was also a good buy on Meta. It looks like we are going to close at 200 period, barring something crazy. I think we should. Tell me that is not. No way. Unbelievable. Avis is destroying somebody right now. And Ari Pages just said, where is it? Ari Pages said it was good to hear. I'm glad that whale traders can also get cut up and blown out. It makes us feel less critical. Exactly. You hear stories all the time, but what I can tell you is I've heard stories of huge institutional traders getting blown out on stuff like this. It's nothing I could say directly because some of it's said in confidence, so I couldn't give exact details. But trust me when I tell you, when this is happening, someone is getting their face ripped off, and it's not some small retail trader. I'm talking specifically about Avis now. It's not just that it was probably a really good short that someone was hammering into. There's always a Nick Leeson out there somewhere that thinks they're just going to be able to average down on this, in this case, sell higher and be able to hold on. It was already a huge short float. It's getting people blown out. It's not fundamental what's happening on Avis. There's no way you can make that argument. And it's pretty gentle. This would be a gentle move. We're calling this a gentle move today. 425 to 495. But absolutely there are whales that get blown out. This can't happen with just some day traders and small and retail traders.
Yeah, no.
That happens because you've got some hedge funds and some bigger institutions or somebody that got smoked. Kilgore, the Volkswagen short, the short squeeze, that's a good historical one to look up, and maybe it's fun to read up on. It wasn't really like a GameStop thing. There was some fundamental things that got broken with that one that caused a lot of the move. So really, it ended up being a little bit concentrated that time because there was a lot of fundamentals there. But with 5 minutes to go to the imbalances, Meta hopefully can hold on to some of those gains. I do see it already pulling back. Mm-hmm. Yeah, hopefully we'll see.
That's what I was just about to ask. Is we've been looking at these you get these pops and then we look to fade them. Is this a name that you would?
No.
I don't. Yeah, exactly. I was thinking the exact same thing.
So yeah, I turned to Joe and I just sort of said, in an afternoon where everything's quiet, maybe when you see these pops on an INQ, there was something else that had a random one, then you would fade. And then he was like, well, would you do something like that on a Meta? And my answer is no. Because I think it's too quality. It's been beaten up. There's money that's trying to come into it. The NASDAQ was bouncing off of VWAP as well, so you had the market sentiment. Then you have the potential of an imbalance is a little bit more likely on a bigger name to randomly throw you off hilt. There's just so much more going on. Mm-hmm. It would be more on a random stock if it went on no news. And there's also news going as well. So again, 3 minutes till the imbalances come in here. What else we got going? SNDK appears to be running. Remember, SNDK being added to the NASDAQ 100 effective as of Monday, meaning the close tonight. So we could see a decent size imbalance on SNDK. We're expecting a few million shares. I think it's just over 3. It's one of the ones I'll be watching, but we won't know until it ticks 350. When 350 hits, we'll know one way or the other whether there's something doing here on SanDisk.
Exactly.
Hopefully. I'm sure there's some people that I'm not a big fan of the whole loading into it, anticipating it's going to be a buy and just sort of hoping. That can get pretty nasty. And I don't think this is big enough one. When it was Tesla, when Tesla was getting added to the S&P 500, that was so different. It was such a monster upweight. It was the biggest upweight in history. You had...
That would have been sick.
I mean, literally everybody. One time we were out and we were talking to some big shot NYSE guys. And even those dudes were like, oh, the Tesla. Even they're getting, everybody was excited about it. It was on a level that just was different. That's how it could start falling. Because what happened was when it started going down before the imbalances came out, there was just too many people into this thing, in 30 minutes before. it was like 315.
That's crazy.
And people were getting a little bit nervous. And by the time 350 or 345 hit, 350 hit, nothing mattered. But there were a lot of people that were getting rinsed on the way down.
Did it just skyrocket after?
Oh, it was when the imbalance came out, the algo buying was crazy. Crazy.
That is crazy.
But this is not going to, SanDisk is not going to be remotely like that. Trust me. I would suspect the next time you'll see something that crazy, like right away at a specific moment, is very likely to be the IPO for SpaceX. Like the first few minutes of SpaceX IPO will likely be that crazy. We're going to go to Adair, and then we got a super chat.
Yeah, I'll be quick, guys. It's interesting. This headline actually looks like it came out around 3:30 p.m. I'm only seeing it circulate on social media now, though I will say some people in the chat, I think were mentioning this earlier. Blue Owl Capital reportedly having its founders revise the terms of their personal loans that raised some scrutiny. Doug Ostrover and Mark Lipschultz no longer borrowing against their shares in the fund manager. So some borrowing issues here with OWL, as reported by WSJ. This name's been hit pretty hard in that private credit space with 2 minutes left until the imbalances and the rebalance. I'm going to send you back over to Joe and Neil.
Holy smokes. Yeah. Okay. I had a couple of things, but all of that is irrelevant compared to what Davis Sirs just said right now. $5 super chat. And I had to pull this up. The options chain on car is broken. Does anyone actually purchase on this volatility? Dude, I'm looking at this, so I don't even know. I haven't been paying attention to this stock. This is insane. The amount of money that you can collect via premium right now is absolutely, I've never seen anything like this for this is a lot of cash if you're an options writer. And you have, dude, you have $1,000 spreads. That's crazy.
What?
$1,000 spreads. I've never actually seen that ever in my life. 560, if you go to the 0 DT, 529% implied volatility. Like the chances of it climbing up to, there is no bid here. Okay, I mean, that's a little bit different of a story, but you go 2 weeks out and you're looking at $1,000 spreads. That is insane. Holy smokes. And then but it's so hard. There's zero liquidity on these. You collect 40.
Whoa.
What's that?
SanDisk, okay, 1.8 million to buy for SNDK. You have a few other ones, Team, Ari, SHLS. But there goes SanDisk. So it did come out a buy. It's absolutely flying. A little bit of a pair already. Like it just came back to 925, because you are expecting, oftentimes that does get paired off. There's a reason why they put it out there publicly for everybody, is it's likely to go down. You know what I just realized? I'm gonna get an imbalance located with just SNDK up, so it'll be easier for me to track it. But initial pop to the upside, already starting to give it back. That's the issue with the punch in if you get it after the algos have already gotten in at that open. But we'll see what happens. 355 is always is likely a major pairing event. I was reminded not to talk in absolutes. You shouldn't. It's usually a major pairing event, so you want to see it hold that buy and balance after 55. So yeah, SanDisk comes out the expected direction, but about half the amount of shares that was supposed to be over 3 million. It's about 1.5.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, well, let's head back. Neil had the imbalances there. Let's talk a little bit more about CAR, because that's nuts. I've never seen anything like that before. On 2 weeks out, that's crazy. That's like literally crazy talk, man. So saying we're 500, even if you go to like $50 higher, we were looking at the 560s. Like that is an insane amount. I wouldn't grab it on the way up, to be honest with you. Oh, let's do something even more fun, Neil. This is gonna be insane. All right, this is gonna be absolutely crazy. What is going on here? That's the 1 minute. That's why. That's insane. Oh, it won't even show us that. I would have liked to go further out to see the appreciation in some of these contracts over time, but it's not even going to give us those. Let's head over here. Maybe we can find a different chart that'll give us a little bit more detail. We'll pull this one up, go to a higher time frame, and see what we got going on. We'll get the rebalances for you guys momentarily. All right, there's not much detail in these. I wonder why. It's because of the liquidity, man. There's like literally 79 shares here. Our contracts open, 127, 9 over here. There's not very much liquidity. Be cautious with this one because there's only really one option, no pun intended, that is that you allow it to expire worthless. Right? There, I like that one. Thank you. But yeah, that's some crazy stuff. I've never seen $1,000 spread. That is some insane stuff. Oh.
This trade has unlimited upside.
Look at the head of hair back then too, man. That's crazy. It's crazy.
I think you better bald, bro.
Thanks. I appreciate it, man.
Seriously.
Appreciate
I'm just
that.
saying, it's the clean look,
It's
brother.
clean, man. Yeah, it does look pretty clean.
Ain't nobody dope as me. I'm just so fresh, so clean, like we like it. So just an update. I know SanDisk is what everyone was paying attention to because of the addition, but there were other names in the imbalance locator here. Ari, 3.4, Plug, 3.2 million to the buy side, Netflix, 1.8 million to the buy side, iBit, 1.6 million buy, Warner Brothers, 1.6 million to the buy side, FSLY, 1.2 sell. SanDisk it's actually shrinking a little bit here, so it's down to 1.2. They are pairing that one off. Open door still a thing. 1.1 million. SanDisk still falling, so now 1.1 million. It's going higher, even though the imbalance is starting to head lower. We're gonna go to Adara one last time. We have 1 minute and pairing event potentially here on SanDisk.
Yeah, that SanDisk pop off the inbound was crazy to watch, but we have to talk as well about TEAM actually heading into intraday lows. Now, I mentioned Atlassian because they're actually the company that SanDisk will be replacing in the NASDAQ. So SanDisk goes in, TEAM goes out. As such, this one with actually looks like a little bit of a sell here into the close. So just remember, as we have one name entering, we do have another one leaving, another opportunity here. Back to you.
And it'd be easy to say, like, why don't you just sit in the trade and hope? The thing about this, if you're sitting in this trade, when it broke, you weren't getting 918, like the local break. It was instantly pretty much at 22. That's how good the algos were. So you were already getting it at 22, which does mean if it had broken down and was the wrong direction, and you thought maybe your stop could be at 12, you might have gotten filled at like 8s. Like your slippage might have been double your anticipated loss. That's kind of the other side of it. So I don't mind, like, you try to get this little tight breakout, and if you get filled, great. You're in early. But here comes 55. See how they already sold it off, like $8 going into 355. Like that, as quick as you like, as we say, and now down to 130,000 the imbalance is now on SNDK. I'd set it up on a individual because you're not gonna be able to see it. Now you've got, it's no longer there anymore. NVIDIA is a buy of 1 million shares, but SNDK, I have it up on another one just so I could tell you. Very likely it was gonna pair off. Now it's 140,000. That's the reason why we talk about that 9 or the 355 and what can happen in that moment, everybody. Crazy. Easy peasy, that's right. There you go, SNDK, longs from the bottom or whatever it was. Thank you for the super chat, easy peasy, and the 0.2% like you always do. You certainly keep to your word there. So, you know what, I'm with Dragos. It wasn't Dragos, it was a couple of people in the chat and saying this stock should split. Why not?
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe they're waiting for
what would spready ticker traders do if you guys take all our stocks and make them all split?
There's always other ones, Adara. I'm just saying, like, usually you get to $1,000, like maybe you could at least consider splitting. That makes some sense to me. But look, a stock split doesn't necessarily mean anything, but it does make it cheaper for, by the way, NVIDIA at the high of the day. Hello, NVIDIA. NVIDIA is going to close almost breaking the February high. Almost breaking the 2026 highs here on NVIDIA, which is amazing. No, but it just makes it cheaper for options, right? Which is better for retail, which is better for traders. It's better. I think it's better for everybody. Like, what's the point of having a stock be $1,000? Like, I don't get it, right? Like, anyways, thank you, Rowan. We got another super chat in here. Started watching, listening while at work. You guys got me caught in Oracle. My fault, but have helped me to a 48-10 record. Going 5,200 to 14.8 since April 7th with options. Thank you for the super chat, but thank you for tuning in. You know what you can always do? Pay it forward by growing our community. That's the best way. Trading is hard enough when you're doing it by yourself or sitting at home by yourself. Oh, I'm wearing the same. I always find it awkward when you put the graphic up and I'm wearing the same shirt as when we filmed it. Don't you? No, but like pay for grow the community. I got thrown by that. Doesn't it feel weird?
What's that?
The like subscribe. I'm wearing the exact same shirt.
Oh, you are. Damn.
But you can tell the recency of all of mine based on whether I've got the gray or not.
Okay.
All of the first stuff that we did, I didn't have any of the gray hair.
How old were you when you started balding?
Here's the thing. This is not the absolute truth.
Fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
100% truth. I found out that I was starting to bald on the show because there was that one camera shot that was over our heads, and I swear it's true, Adara, and we were just doing the show, and then they put the shot on, and I saw myself, and I was like, oh, I'm starting to go bald. I had no idea. Straight up, I had no clue. And then then I started calling it the bald cam.
I'm telling you, the first year, it was like year 2 is when at rapid pace, my hair just started to fall out and turn gray. Year 2 of trading. It was not life. It was trading, man.
Nope. Mine was after. I know for sure. I didn't start. It definitely started after my daughter was born.
Yeah.
I slept less.
Yeah, that's fair.
I slept less. I know I didn't eat as well for those first 2 years. Just, that catches up with you, I guess, eventually. Plus, too, if you looked at my family history.
Yeah, my dad.
I knew what was gonna happen eventually. I had no qualms about where I was headed. You just look at some uncles and all that stuff.
Bald?
What's that?
Is your pops bald?
Well, he shaves it off now, but he kept it better. It's on my mom's side where I look at my uncles, I know what's up. I knew what was up.
Yeah, same. My uncles,
I had no
my dad,
qualms where things were headed.
All right, I'm going to get all out of this Tesla trade. I mean, we've been riding it all day. Jake Weston was asking us, hey, Joe, why didn't I take profit?
Phrasing.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, man. Trust me, it's okay. It was tough, but it's okay. Everything will be okay at the end. Here it is. Nice move up. We get stopped out 2 for 3 all the way up here. We were taking profits. I just was free rolling up this one for a little bit of a continuation. We'll get all of this doing it live right now as there's literally only a couple of seconds left. You've seen the average. We're out of the trade now. No positions. We're flat. It's been a good Friday. And I'll let Neil close it off with the bell.
Ringing the bell right now, metaphorically, as it's 3, 2, and 1, everybody. I think we actually did have a last-second super chat that we missed, and I want to make sure we get it. Andre, do you have it? I don't have that screen up. I think we missed this. So we're not going to miss it. We're not going to miss and forget a super chat and tell you. Market may be closed. What is your take on short-term move on Owl? Oh, Blue Owl. What can be behind an upward move into the closing?
Oh, Dijon.
I didn't see Blue Owl on the locator, but this moved before that. So it moved well before that. I didn't see or hear a story. Maybe there was something that happened here.
I actually did mention one.
Okay, I missed it.
That's my bad. So basically, it seems like there was some kind of maybe shadiness with borrowing against shares happening by the co-founders. Apparently, they've said they're not going to do that anymore. That was also just a report.
Okay. So there you go. Now, in terms of short term, everybody knows the pressure that they've been under. Usually when we're talking about the lending markets where there's smoke, there's fire, and there hasn't been too much more contagion, but I tend to not trust it for a while. Right? We saw it with the regionals. So I don't know if I trust this yet. There's so much more strength in the market. There's a lot of things that are making bottoming patterns that I feel less risky about structurally because there's a lot of unknowns that go in, right now into the private credit market. That's all. So I don't know. To each their own. But what I will say is this. Oh, we didn't rate the lunch?
Oh.
Okay, so we didn't rate the lunch.
Okay. But today was tough, though, because we had different things.
You had salmon, I had tilapia.
Yeah.
I'm going to give the tilapia, usually I give it a really bad score, but I'm going to give it a solid 6.9. Okay. Well, the vegetables were great as usual. Yeah. I'll give it the tilapia was okay. I'm not a huge fan of the seasoning.
6.9 you gave it.
Yeah, 6.9.
That's good. That's good. Assassino, how about you? What do you think about? You got salmon or tilapia? You tofu. Okay,
tofu?
Really good. Give us the rating.
Okay. Yeah, that's right.
What was it out of 10? Assassino?
Let me think.
I didn't hear
Seven.
Seven.
7.
Assassino says 7.
All right,
How
we'll
was the
take the
salmon?
7.
What are you going to give?
Salmon, we're going to give, I always like the salmon. We'll give the salmon, because it's Friday, it's been a good one. We'll give it a 7-1.
7.1
Yeah,
for the
7.1
salmon.
on
Joe
the
with
salmon.
the higher one. Adara, do you care to give
Yeah,
one
yeah.
rating?
Yeah, so I struggled with the weird mashed potato bed, truthfully, and the flavors mixing, and it wasn't really palatable for me. So I ended up going to Aroma, and I had a very delicious salad that I haven't actually eaten most of yet. But yeah, no, honestly, and I'm not trying to hate on the food. For me, the taste, it was just not a vibe. What I will say is it was food. And that's not
It was food.
Well, make sure you finish your salad. You're always too
I'm
busy.
going to finish my salad after work. Yeah, don't worry.
No.
Adara works too
But
hard.
I must say that salmon and mashed potatoes, I didn't know if that is, like, I didn't know you mixed that from this way. Yeah, right? I don't think that's like what complements the palate, right? You know what I mean?
I mean,
it's more or less
mashed
a rice
potatoes,
thing.
you know when you have like fish and fungi, right?
No, I don't even know what that is.
Oh, come on. Anyways, okay, never mind. He's West Indian. I thought maybe, you know what, maybe it's not a Jamaican thing.
Yeah.
Antiguans have fungi. It doesn't really make a difference. Anyways, I want to give a big shout out to Joe, because let's be real.
I'll be
Joe,
back next week, man.
All day. Sean's on vacation. He's
Yeah,
on the
what a
beach
guy.
somewhere, probably having a pina colada or whatever he does. Whatever. I don't know what he's drinking. He could have a beer. It doesn't really matter. But he's enjoying it all day long. Midday, morning show, aftermarket. We did Netflix earnings after the bell. So I want to give a big shout out to Joe. Of course, Sia and Adara at the desk. Fabian, Ramin, and Andre, for Sharif, for myself, for Brennan, for everybody here. Thank you guys for the super chats. Thanks for participating. Thanks for making us enjoy the show so much. We'll see you guys Monday morning.
Yes, sir.
At 8 o'clock. Have a good weekend.
See y'all. Thanks everyone in the chat. Much love. Oh. Nice one.